Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thought. Grab your coffee, water, tea, iced coffee. Oh my God. How is everyone doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I really tried to make the thumbnail as boring as possible because I kind of do want to private this. So like I don't want people to get too invested. Um so I just literally put a smoke up and like I don't what did I write? So I am wrong, come tell me. I don't know where that came from. In any case, I pinned the link. I have pinned the link for you guys to come up. Anything. Hey, love the sweater. Oh, Black Tinkerbell, thank you. Where's Waldo? um, all right, so I've pinned the link already. The rule is if you disagree with anything that I've ever said, my time here, um, please come forward and let me know. It's not like smoke day or anything like that. I just want a conversation. So while you think about the things that I have done that irks you, that makes you upset, anything that you're upset with, please come and let me know. There was a ton of comments under my Tory Lane's video that a lot of people had issues with. Please bring that smoke. There were a ton of issue with what I said about Akon. People are like, oh my God, you don't understand his culture. Please bring that smoke. Um, there's a lot I've said over the over the years. Please come forward. You will not be dragged. I'm not someone who's gonna curse you out. I don't do that. I've actually dressed in the most passive way that I could to highlight to you that I'm not about to be up here dragging anyone. So come forward. But if no one comes, please know we still have content. I'm only doing this because people wanted me to do it. I have content. So while we do that, let me get into some stuff. So our favorite person on the internet currently, Hassan, just dropped some points for me. There is a clip of him doing something. Um, there's a clip of him doing something that I'm gonna play now, and I find it sad. So before we get into the show, let me play what Hassan did. That upset me a little. So let's do it. Let's do it.
I like what he's saying about dry, like he's anti-dry jacking, which I am as well, because I'm a cup boy, I'm circed up. And us circ boys know what it's like. You can't be a dry jacker if you're circed up. And all these uncut, all these intact people out there running around talking about, please put headphones on if you're gonna walk over here. What are you do? Leave, please. I can't listen. She just got here. Okay. I have to get used to my mom being in the house. I just, you forget. Yeah. When you're 31 years old and you live by yourself, in your own house, you forget sometimes when you have company. Okay. She opened all the windows yet? Yes. All the windows are currently open. That's why I keep hearing weird noises.
Look, I know you guys don't believe in the children obey your parents and children listen to your parents, and y'all don't believe children should be respectful to parents. We all had that conversation, period. Um, I am not from that generation. If I did this, it does not matter if it is my house or my mom's house. She is going to throw me out of said house with a quickness. There is absolute, there's a cultural difference, I guess. I don't know because I've went to my white friend's home and they've slammed the door when their mom was speaking to them before, and I'm like what? You did what now? You slam what? Where? But quick story. So my mom is like one of the sweetest people in the world. She's very strict. She is actually very strict with me, I think. Well, I don't know, maybe she's not, but I think she's very strict. But she has never kind of shut me down. So like what I mean by that is there was always space in with my mom to like communicate how I felt, right? So like I remember an argument my mom and I got into when I was very young. It's not really an argument. And I wanted to do something, I'm not gonna say what. And she said no. And we started arguing, not arguing, she said, okay, come talk to me, son. Like, what is up? Why are you this agitated? And I remember telling her, I feel like she doesn't respect me. And she was like, yeah, I respect you as my child. You and I are not equals. And if I've ever made you feel like we were equals, I am wrong for that because I am your mother. And there is a difference. But I do allow the space for you to talk. So what is your problem? And I remember telling her, well, I feel like blah. And she was like, well, I buy all the food in here. So do you think you could do what you wanted to do if I didn't buy the food? And I was like, well, I cook the food because you can't cook. And I didn't do it like that, by the way. I did not say it like that. So she was like, oh, okay, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. You cook most of the time and I buy the food and your brother don't cook. So that's fair. You do know that I can order food. This is what my mom said. You do know that I can order food for myself. So because you cook the food doesn't make us equal in terms of contributing to eating here. I can actually buy my own food and eat it, but I don't do that because my responsibility is to take care of you and make sure that you eat and your dad and blah blah blah. And so I was like, okay. And she saw that I was still upset. So she said, okay, you're still upset. What is wrong? You can talk to me. And I remember us going like back and forth, just talking. And I was really heated about what happened. But I recognized that she was attempting to hold space for me to talk without her getting annoyed. So while my voice was going up 2, 3 octaves, I had to bring that back down because I did not want to disrespect the space that she had created for me to feel open enough to talk about my feelings and talk about what was upsetting me, and for her to validate me while also putting me in my place. And so I love that so much about my upbringing, actually, that I never felt like I couldn't say what I wanted to say. I just had to be respectful in how I communicated it. So I appreciate her for that. However, like literally, however, if for a second I did what this guy did or what my friends did to the appearance, I am 100% sure that my mom would push me out of the home. Like I'm pretty like I can't even imagine a world in which I am just like disrespectful. Like I'm not like immediately going back to her and saying, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." Like I don't see a world in which I'm just like just like I don't know. I, I don't know. Anyway, I saw someone was behind the screen, and I'm thinking they got tired of waiting. But I was gonna tell my story before I came back. So, in any case, I'm going to hit the start video. What is? Why are you hanging? Oh my god, that's gonna bother me. I don't know what's happening. All right. All right, let's start the video. I don't know what's happening with my hair today. My grandmother would say it exactly like this. Before we get into a video, we have our first person. The Miss got a struggle curl. Yeah. All right. Hey, passionate.
Hey, Themis, there's nothing wrong with your curl either. And I'm speaking as a mother, because like I've said before, I'm 50 years old. And I think people are not acknowledging and recognizing that as a parent, you have currency with your children, especially if you were a good mom and,
Mm-hmm.
and, and you did your job. You have currency. You can pull your child's card, and it's a powerful thing. And I use my powers for good and not for evil as a parent. I've only ever flexed on my kids maybe once or twice. But the thing is that when you did a good job and you poured into them, you have the ability. I know for a fact I can walk into my son's house or my daughter's house and I can say, get out, and my child will get out because I have that kind of weight and currency when you did your good. And even on the Master P and Romeo thing, and I've watched Master P and Romeo interact with each other. I can see that Master P has currency with his child, and you can see where people don't have currency with their child. Because like Stevie J, I watch him and his daughter too on the same network. He don't have that kind of weight and currency with their child because your children are not blind, deaf, and dumb, and they see you sacrificing for them. And so, as a parent, and I'm grown, and they're grown, I can still pull on that currency. People don't acknowledge the currency that a parent has with their child because your
Yeah.
child can see that. And so, when you have a currency, I know for a fact that I, as a mother, because I did my job and I sacrificed, and my children saw that, I actually, like you said, your mom, I can walk into my child's home and throw him out and say, get out. And my son will get out because I have that kind of currency because I made those sacrifices and they saw it. They saw it. And
Yeah.
so that resonates with them. And so, I'll always be on the side of the parent unless it was a piece of crap parent because I wasn't a piece of crap parent. So I have currency. The piece of crap parents is they don't have that kind of currency. And so I feel like people who did have crappy parents and I can listen even to some of your chat and your people when they come up, I can tell that they didn't have parents who have currency. And currency is a real thing. It's a
Yeah, no, I
living thing.
agree with you. Hell took. Wait. This name is not it. Y'all are terrible for these names. Hell took Kevin Cameron's out of father. Oh God, I'm not reading that. Currency took black men out of the home. I actually do agree with you. Well, I don't know if I agree fully, but in my own experience, my mom can come here and say, my dad not so much. Uh, I don't think he would ever do it, but my mom, I think, would be the one to say, "I need to use your space. Please leave. I'll just get out." Like she wouldn't speak to me that way, but even if she did, I would leave and go figure my have to go figure my life out. So yeah, I don't understand it, and I have to give grace for people who had terrible parents. Because I don't think my parents were
Right.
perfect, but I love and adore the amount of work they put into making me who I am. Yeah. There's nothing I wouldn't do for my mom. I can say that my mom would give herself for me, and I would do that. And I
And
don't say that lightly. Like I know it as a fact. Like it's part of my understanding of the world and how parents should operate. And so like knowing that, like it almost feels like nothing I do can ever be enough to show her how much I appreciate what she's done for me. So yeah.
Right, right, right. And the thing is that, and as a parent, and the thing about people who are parents who have currency with their children, because we had the wherewithal to pour into our children. When we pull on that currency, okay, it's a real thing. It's viable, and we don't abuse it because we're the type of people who had the wherewithal to pour into our children. We're also the same type of people who not abuse the authority that we have with our children. We don't abuse that currency, and we never would. Like, you could come to your mom knowing that, she paid for every meal, and you could talk to her. People who are like that, they don't abuse their currency when they gave it. So you can come to her at any point, any given time. And so, those type of people, you can use your currency with your child. Those type of people will only use that currency with their child when it's necessary, when they have to do it. I've only used it, matter of fact, in my lifetime, and I'm 50 years old, both my kids are grown. I've only used it, to my knowledge, that I can recall. I've only used my currency with my children maybe 3 times. 3 times.
Yeah.
We were at war. My son was about to sign up into the military, and we were at war. He was going to die, and I pulled all my currency as his mother. When I hung up the phone and talking to him, my sister was in the room. She said, "Whoa, that was some heavy mommy guilt you laid on him," because I felt like his life was in danger, and I used all my
Wait,
currency
wait.
as
Your
his mother
mic
to stop
is
him from
going
listening.
out. Your mic is going out. Hello? Passionate Bliss, you were borging. But in any case, regarding what you were saying, we agree mostly. So thank you so much. Do you have any last words? Your mic was borging. So if you have last words, kind of do it quickly if the mic is like, oh, she left. All right, Patty.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. I'm on holiday, so taking a break from the
Period.
sleeping. I definitely am always on the side of the kids, so I had to come and represent the millennial and Gen Z gang. That definitely seemed like dangerous rhetoric, everything I just heard, and that definitely seemed like it's going to reinforce a negative culture where you can't speak up against your parents or do anything like that. Of course, you may understand that I had a friend who was sexually assaulted earlier this year. And when I asked her why she never went to her parents or family or friends or anything like that, she told me about a separate occurrence that happened when she was a young child. And when she tried to go to her parents about this thing, they pulled this type of power play where not only she's African, so I have no idea what it is with like Kenyan, Nigerian parents who are like, when you've been assaulted, they start to blame you instead of the person who did it. But she felt like she had no voice to speak up against her parents because, again, they play these type of power play things that I think can be dangerous, especially if we're looking at the Black community.
Wait. Do you think? Because I feel like you're misunderstanding. I don't think
my
it is a
understanding
good
was
parent. If
you
you don't feel comfortable going to your parents when something happened to you negative, that might be indicative of a bad parent.
yeah. I agree there.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say you should defer. I don't defer to people generally, but like if we're doing deference, I would never say defer to a terrible parent.
Sure, I agree there. However, what I saw was a mom who was not respecting her son's space or privacy or adulthood, and instead of, it seemed like y'all conveniently sped past that to instead talk about what he did that you considered disrespectful.
Oh before we continue, your kids owe you nothing. Absolutely not.
Your kids don't owe you anything. Like the way how you
Okay,
come up
well,
here and my kid, I have
absolutely not.
currency with my children because I paid the light bill, and so these kids owe me.
Oh
Like,
yeah. Oh, so my mom says this about me. She says, you don't owe me anything. I did this because I loved you. Blah, 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 blah. No, that's not true. I think there should be a healthy, need to reciprocate. And it is selfish if you had good parents, not bad parents, hear me out. If you had good parents, it is selfish to pretend like you don't owe in and maybe it's not supposed to be, oh, this is what you do, but I'm using in a very broad way now. It is selfish to think, oh, my parents poured so much into me and I don't have a responsibility to them. That is ridiculous.
You
No,
don't.
not you, Christelle. I don't know. It feels very strange to me to like interpret it
How
this
about
way.
how about respect is earned and not demanded? It is not owed.
Oh yeah, I just said
Yeah, you
I
did.
feel
To
like
be
y'all,
fair,
I feel like y'all just want to hear what y'all want to hear.
you
Because
did.
you
I just gave
obviously
you that. I gave you that. To be fair,
All
I
right.
gave you that. But
All
anything
right.
that your child gives you is a gift, not a necessity, and not a requirement. That your child gives back to you. I think is great, especially if you're a good parent. But it is not
Yeah.
owed.
It's not legally owed. It's not
It's not morally owed.
it is morally owed to
Nope.
me. For me.
What you give to your child is an obligation as a parent. That obligation is not two ways. That is your job as a parent. That is your obligation.
And it is your obligation, and your obligation as an adult is to help your parent, in my opinion. Like I don't you have an obligation to your parents. I don't like I will die on this hill. If your parents sacrificed and gave you love and care, you owe your parents something back in return. I don't know what that something is, but you owe your parents something in return. I can die on this hill. Let's go back and forth. Let's fight. I will fight the chat too, because apparently the chat doesn't agree. Let's do it.
I mean, I wouldn't say specific to parents, but if people are nice to you, I think it's good to be nice back. I just don't think it's owed as a moral
I think it's
obligation.
owed. I don't think you are just being
So
nice and
if I
kind
walk
when you
past
help.
somebody, if I walk past a nice looking woman on the street and I say, you look very nice today, and she continues to walk past me, I'm justified to say she owed me a good response. I was polite to her. How could she not give that back to me?
No. If your parent dropped you off in somewhere and did not care about you when you were a child, you would not be here. Now, if they treated you poorly, you are here despite them, so you don't owe them anything. But if they poured into you, yes, you owe them something.
There's this seems like the last conversation we had about children, where y'all is like, life is a gift and I gave you the gift of life. And
life is a gift.
Look, we are Gen Z, we are millennial, we do not care. We do not care about life. I promise you, we do not care. It is not a gift to us. It is hard out here.
Apparently y'all don't care the way y'all operating out here, but it doesn't change the fact that you have been, when I call children parasites, I do so specifically because y'all operate like not y'all, but me too. We operate like parasites.
Yeah.
And so after sucking and sucking and sucking, at some point, you should be giving back to the person that you have literally destroyed. Not only do you destroy them psychologically, you literally wreck their bodies and immune system, their finances. You owe something. Absolutely, you do.
Hey son, I birthed you, so you owe me now. Look at what you like. This just seems really,
no. Again, you're
really,
strawmanning my argument.
Is that a straw man?
Yes,
listen, son.
I did not
literally.
say I did not say whoever birthed you, so now you owe me. There are people who birth you into this world and treat you poorly, and you survive despite them, in spite of them. But when someone is pouring into you continuously and you are a good person because of them, then you owe them something. Yes, you do.
I think
it is selfish. I am making a moral judgment on people who think they don't owe their parents who invested in them something. I'm making a moral judgment of you.
I think the difference is that I consider pouring into your child literally the bare minimum that you should do
it's not the bare minimum, but even if you consider it the bare minimum, then you also owe them the bare minimum.
Oh no, I don't think that's two ways there, but yeah, again, I do think it's the bare minimum. So to come and command respect from a child because you poured into them the bare minimum, like your obligation as their parent for birthing them into the world, like I don't understand that it wrecks their body and stuff like that.
I do believe that's their obligation as a parent. I'm not separating that, but I think you have an obligation as a child.
Oh no. And
Okay, then
I don't like the
we
justification
differ.
either.
We just have different opinion then, because I believe you have a responsibility as a child to pour into your parents when they pour into you. Now, if you had to survive your parents, then absolutely not. Go do your own thing. Don't even talk to them. But if you are here because of the work, the hard work and care of your parents, and this is subjective, but we know what we know, then you owe them something.
No, you did not birth yourself into the world. They birthed you. You do not owe them.
Exactly. You can decide. Well, let me not say that.
You
But
don't, that doesn't make sense as a justification for me though.
what?
Because you as the child don't choose to birth yourself into this world.
Yeah, someone chose to birth you, and if you didn't want to be, ooh.
Oh, don't go down that path.
I definitely was about to be canceled. I definitely was about to be my mom doesn't agree with me, by the way. I've argued with my mom and she doesn't agree. She thinks I don't owe her anything because what she did was out of love. But I know she's lying. I know my mom is lying. I know if I decided to stop talking to my mom and go my own way because I can now support myself, she would be big mad and she would change her tune. But because she know I'm not going anywhere and I will continue to peddle in my beliefs, she comes out and she says, oh, my kids don't owe me anything. No, you don't believe that either.
Look, I would pose the same scenario that I did as a man walking by a woman on the street. That I compliment someone, I don't think means that that woman owes me something back. She did not ask me for a compliment.
Let's stop. And then we'll get back to it. Enmeshment, codependent, currency, not time to heal, Misdeed says. Let me say, if you are really sitting up here, I'm going to end the conversation. If you believe a person on the street that you are speaking to, or someone said hello to you, or you're beautiful, or whatever, that you have the same kind of attachment, which requires a kind of response is the same as your parent. I'm not about to have that conversation with you. Like I'm not even going to
I don't think being blood related make like you more or less obligated to.
No, I don't think being blood related. I think being cared for is something else. Like you can have terrible. When I say parents, I'm not just talking about the person who birthed you, though, that you wreck their bodies and you suck the life out of them, literally. But I'm talking about people who cared for you and who were your parents, essentially. Please make this a debate topic. Oh, period.
I would like to clarify.
I should make this a debate topic.
I would like to clarify. I'm not saying that complimenting someone on the street is equal to someone like providing for you your entire life, but I do think those are both instances of being nice, polite, whatever you want to call it, to a person, even though they're like on two different extremes of levels. But I do think the argument still works in that scenario, that somebody didn't ask me to compliment them and I complimented them doesn't mean that I now get to demand they be polite back to me. That is,
yeah, you don't get to do. If someone is polite to you, polite society does have a code for you to be polite back to them, but that's not what I am talking about.
I think they're related, at least in the same.
I mean, are we going to just pretend like they're not social norms about courtesy? Like, are we just going to like, oh my God, if someone says good morning to me and I walk and I don't say good morning back, like we are not saying there is a moral judgment societally about that. Like
there is. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it would be very polite, and I think usually it would be good for you to say back thank you or whatever. I forgot what you said, good morning or whatever, but it would be good for you to respond back positively. But I don't think it's a requirement.
Wouldn't just be good. There is a social norm that requires this. When you don't do it, you are seen as rude. Like it or hate it, it exists.
Oh yeah. I agree. I mean, we're arguing about that now. I don't disagree with that.
Well, you can disagree that it exists, but I'm telling you it exists. So your disagreement is not with me, it's with society.
I agree that exists. Just
Okay,
like
but
I
so
agree that it exists a social norm that you as a child should give back to your parents, even though I disagree that that should be a requirement or
oh,
mandatory.
all right, then we're not debating. You don't like what exists. I like what exists, and but you acknowledge that it exists. Okay, great. I think you owe your family something. You recognize that society sees you as owing your family or your mom or dad something, and you just disagrees with the reality that you owe them something.
Yeah,
Good parents. Oh, all right. Well, that's fine. You can disagree with it all you want. I agree with it.
you could choose to keep your eyes closed. I'm not here to force you.
No, I don't. No, you're the one who is like, oh my God, reality, let me look away. You just admit that this is the reality and
Yeah,
you don't want it.
I admit it's the reality. It shouldn't be. There are a lot of things
Oh,
that are reality that
okay,
shouldn't
so
be.
you agree that it's the reality and you're the one looking away, not me.
I agree. It's a social norm. It shouldn't be a requirement.
It should be a requirement. Actually, you should be jailed. All right. Wake up, makeup, slay. Go ahead. Wait, let me read this. Remember the woman who sued her parents for birthing her? Everyone doesn't consider life a gift. I do, and I feel, oh, I owe my mother everything. Yeah, I mean, I do acknowledge this. I will say there are people, apparently, who say that life is a mess. So to the extent that life is a mess and you don't want to be there, then that's fine. I mean, that's fine. My parental love is not unconditional. There is no incentive to be good parents if kids aren't required to love you back. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't even want my daughter to change her last name. Like, wait. I'm gonna save the super chats and I'll get to them after. I see a lot of them coming in, but I want to go to Wake Up Makeup Slay first. People are saying I'm wrong. Look, the link is here.
Hey, Themis. This is
Hey.
this is the debate that I've been waiting for, and I think part of it is we need to define what's pouring into and bare minimum. That's kind of where people are going to have their different experiences, right? So my experience was definitely bare minimum. She did because she's not college educated. She did, single mother, not college educated. She couldn't help me navigate anything through junior high, high school, when it was time for me to go to college. Um, there was a
Oh,
lot
it's
of that
the
old
little
school
one.
mental.
Oh my god, oh my god, wait, wait, sorry. Is that the little one I hear in the
Yes, you hear
background?
her. Yes,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry,
yes.
sorry.
You. I also had to look at the difference between what my friends were experiencing versus me. Like I actually saw what a mother who was still single pouring into her children versus my mother doing the bare minimum. She was, now I know she was dealing with depression and all that kind of stuff. However, so when I became an adult, I got my education. I wholeheartedly, number one, was angry. That's some trauma I just had to deal with. Number two, felt like I didn't owe her anything because I didn't feel like I was assisted or helped. Like I was just there. I was just there. So, um, what's funny about that situation now is that she actually lives with me. She lives with me. And we had to have a conversation. I had to go to a therapist. I had to talk to my therapist about all of this stuff because I felt like I didn't owe her that.
But you don't think she gave you what you needed as a child?
Absolutely not.
All right. So here's the thing. It is subjective, and I could come
It
up with
is.
a criteria for what it means to give to you and all of that. I could come up with all of that. But the reality is it's going to be so individualized that I can't do that. What
Right.
I am saying is not that every parent deserves something from a child. While there is a part of me that feels like there is kindness that you should give to your parent unless they are like were abusive and you had to detach, I don't believe that's true. but there's a part of me that wants to say that, and I would never say that. But what I do believe is if you sat there and you think my parents were good parents, and
Mm-hmm.
even if they didn't have it, they tried and they cared for me and I felt love, you like call it what you want. I'm gonna call it old. I'm gonna sit here, we gonna argue all day, apparently, because I think you owe them something. I think you owe your parents something. Yes, I
Mm-hmm.
do.
And let me because obviously I can't give all the details, right? But Yazzie said something in the chat. You can't give what you don't know. My mom couldn't give me what she didn't know. So she did not get that from her mother herself. She could not give that to me. And I felt bad about all of it. When she did come to live with me, I was so angry, but I felt guilt about not wanting to take care of her, right? Because
Yeah.
again, subjective, lots of different things that were going on, lots of different details. Um, but when you have kind of gone through and tried to educate yourself because your parents didn't have the tools to educate you, have to learn about finances on your own. You have to learn how to be an independent person on your own. And all I heard when I did hear advice from her, um, it was very harsh, really, is
Yeah.
what it came through. So now, and now that I have a child, right? Um, Granted, I have support. I am married. I've been married for a while. And my mother has definitely helped. I see it way differently. It was a struggle. And that goes back to our previous debate. Should you bring children into this world when you're not financially stable? That is trauma.
that
Poverty
is
is
the debate.
trauma.
That is the debate was whatever. Yeah.
Ooh
You
wee.
you raise ungrateful kids, they're gonna be ungrateful. Welcome, Amara. Um, Shed says, I feel the same way. My mom was there, but not supportive. I do feel I owe her. I might not like it, but it is still deserved. Now, so the men are coming in, showing up the women. Period. The men are
Yes.
coming.
Oh, somebody asked where my dad was. My dad was actually murdered when I was young. I think I was 8 or 9. So, no, he was not able to be there. But he wasn't there either. I mean, they weren't never together. They were never married. They were separate, and I would only see him on every other weekend anyway. Um, but yes, it is the word "oh," and I do see that in the chat. So, I don't feel the reason why I was so angry is because after all of that, not giving me what she didn't know, right? She didn't pour into me because I've heard you say that statement, but it is the word "oh," and she felt like I owed it to her to take care of her. It is that entitlement that I was angry about, right?
Oh yeah,
So,
well, that's the thing.
yes,
Like, I don't think you should let. Thank you, wake up, makeup slay. Annalisa, I'm going to open up the panel. Let me respond to wake up, makeup slay. She'll get removed, and then it will be open, and then I'll read the
yes,
all the
thank
super
you.
chats. I agree with you. I think I don't understand how this is being misinterpreted. If you disagree with me, what you disagree with is that if you have a parent who was good, in your definition of good, not mine, not the world, not by some standards, by your own standard, you believe that your parent was good to you, cared for you, provided for you, sacrificed for you, whatever you think a good parent should be, they were it, and you are grown now and they are in need, and you don't feel like you have that obligation to help them. In fact, if you are helping them, you're like, I'm doing this because I'm doing it, but like I feel no need to help. Absolutely not. You can be up here and that's what you disagree with. I am not telling anyone if you have a terrible parent that you owe them an obligation to. If you do that, like you're a good Samaritan, clap, clap, clap. I think I don't have the experience, but in my imagination, I would still want to help.
Mhm.
That being said, absolutely not. You don't have that obligation.
Yes, yes. And I think for me, it's now hindsight of did she do the best she could? Yes. Was she as good as she could be? Yes. And I didn't even have a definition of good until I had something to compare it to. Right?
Yeah. Yes.
But thank you. Thank you for having me
No,
on.
I appreciate that. I love hearing your daughter in the back.
Thank you. Ruby, say
Have a
hi,
good one.
famous.
Hi, Venus.
All right, I'll go back to the chat.
Thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
that just warmed my soul. Let me read the super chat. Oh, I love that. I love kids. I probably shouldn't be calling them parasites because I do love the kids. We go to Mocha Mommy after I read these super chats. Expecting the most from a child when you've only met their bare minimum survival needs, aka bare minimum, is a form of emotional abuse. Agreed. I would never argue that. I think the super chat was sent though before my point was clarified. Um, um, I don't know. I would. That little. She said, "I see this." Sorry, I'm sorry. Oh, I need a child. I do not. Thank you. Let me read one more. Star Sinjar says, the only thing I owe my parent is navigating the world as best person they raised me to be. Everything else is perks. Absolutely not. I completely disagree with this statement. If they help you, you have an obligation to help them. This is now a transaction, apparently. And I hate making it transactional, but apparently I have to. So I disagree with this, but I do appreciate that. Thank you. I'm going to read this and then I will come back because I feel like reading the super chats is annoying people. No, people are like super chatting. I don't care about annoying anymore. Miss D says parents have free will and decide to undergo the job. Thankless as it is, it's a choice. And to hear someone tossing emotional manipulation with their mommy currency card is gross to many of us. I think you're talking to passionate. I think I think we should give passionate grace on this. I don't think she's like throwing it. I think she was trying to stop her son from doing something that would be harmful to his life. And I don't know if my mom has ever used guilt, but I don't think my mom is above using guilt to protect me if she thinks it's going to protect me. So yeah. Can we give passionate some grace, please? I know you all are mad at her from the masterpiece situation, and her and I are on one accord. All right. Before I go back in the super chats, Mocha Mommy, go ahead.
Hi, Themis.
Hey,
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Thank you for allowing me up to your panel, and thank you to all the panelists. But I just want to say, like, as someone who's in like a sandwich generation where I have aging parents and I'm also raising young adults, it's probably one of the most emotionally labor-intensive things I've ever had to do. Because here you have, my parents are both amazing people. They are great parents. But I think as far as them like owing me or me owing them, I definitely feel as if they are going to need my advocacy, but at the same time, they're adults and they've been here longer than me, and I still have to respect their wishes and their choices. And even though they are, for the most part, independent, I kind of have to, I do have to respect that. And then from the point, I don't feel like my parents are guilting me into anything, but at the same time, I do feel obligated to advocate for them, especially healthcare wise, just knowing how the healthcare system is set up, especially against Black people in this country. So, and then as far as raising young adult children, that is also very emotionally labor intensive because technically on paper, you're grown, okay? But there's still, I mean, you still, number one, my oldest child is 18. You still live in my house. And two, I'm still responsible for some of the choices you make. It's, and although I don't want to guilt her, but at the same time, I always joke that, Jake from State Farm, he had this glow up on my Mocha Mommy's paychecks, because having 2 teen drivers, you know how expensive that is to insure, especially if one of them has a fender bender. So yes, you're grown. Yes, technically you can go where you want. But if Jake from State Farm is going to come after my premiums because of what you did, then we need to have a discussion. So it's one of the most complicated situations you will ever deal with, is being the child of a parent who is going into a phase where they need to be dependent and then trying to create independent young adults. And it's one of the most emotionally labor-intensive experiences you'll ever have, for sure.
Yeah. No, I mean, when I have my child, I will be pouring into them, and I can foresee it being extraordinarily difficult, right? So for me, oh no, you owe me something. I will never be like my mom. I'm not going to tell you don't owe me anything. I am giving to you, not just because, oh my God, I want you to give back to me, but I understand, like, when you reach out and you're creating support systems and you're helping, obviously it's because you think it's the right thing, but you also, I don't care how good you are, maybe you are that good, but I think you know that in life things may happen to you, and you want there to be a support around you when things happen. It's why people say you're going to die alone or blah, blah, blah. It's because we understand the social dynamic required to survive in today's world. And so for me, us understanding that on one end and saying you don't owe your family anything, like, then why am I raising you, girl? I'm like, and I know that's harsh, but it's like, anything can happen to me, and the more love I give to you and care that I give to you, I hope that I'm fostering an environment where if I am in need and you have it, that you will take care of me. And if you are thinking the word owe is too transactional, I'm not about to change it. Like, I'm still going to use the word owed.
Yeah, I agree. I would hope that my children, even though right now it's a time of a lot of friction, I would hope that they would look back and say, yeah, she had a point. And then therefore we're still going to be, because you're always going to be family, even though this is a difficult time. But I would hope that they would look back and see, like, yeah, it does take a village. She's part of my village. And, even with the mistakes we've made as parents and as children who are adults, hoping that there's grace. But as far as having kids to fill a void, I definitely think that's an issue. Because, again, it's probably one of the most thankless jobs. And a lot of decisions that me and my spouse are making right now is because we don't want to be a burden to our children, right? We're putting more money into we're renovating our homes because we don't want them.
So this is what I'm saying. Like what you just said, someone said that's selfish reason to have. That's not why I'm having a child. And what Mocha Mommy just said is what I am doing too. I'm trying to create a life where I don't need other people to take care of me. But life happens. And recognizing that life happens, part of planning for the future is stacking the deck so that you are good, right? But also creating, I guess this is part of stacking the deck, a group around you that will support you if you need it, hoping that you will never need it. Plan for the best and prepare for the worst. You know what I mean? Like, look, it is an obligation. Why am I raising you? Click this, make it whatever. If I know my child, if I know for a fact, which you can't know, that my child would abandon me as an adult or when they're old and when I'm old and I need help, if I know for a fact they would abandon me before I have them, because after I have them now, I whatever, I'm not having a child. I'm about to sit here and figure out how to take care of myself. It is bad. I guess I'm not that great of a person. It is what it is. I am not about, with that knowledge, going to invest all my resources, because there is a lot of things that children need, into someone who is just going to be selfish and dismissive and ultimately what I believe to be disrespectful. So that is my full thought on that. There is no sort of care that I'm taking in explaining myself. It is as raw as it is raw, and that's what it is. Like, it is what it is. Like, no. Like, I am raising you, and I hope that I will never need you. But if I need you, I hope you are there.
Yeah, exactly. And I think too, like, I mean, not my daughter, the little boy she dates, whatever, he's Asian, and that's an expectation. Like, it's an expectation. Like, here he is, a freshman in college, knowing that he has to choose a certain major because it's an obligation to take care of his parents. And as unfair as I think that is, that's their culture.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah.
I don't know this, so I can't say this is why their culture is great. Like, I don't know. But I think this idea of filial piety, and caring for people who've invested in you and the older people and respect and all of that, I think that is part of a meaningful culture, because we're pretending like we're not about to age. Like, we're pretending like we're not about to be those parents that gets dragged online for random things. We're pretending like this can't happen to us. And it's like, you shouldn't have to be a parent first to recognize the importance of your job as a parent, and also what you will need in the future. Like, you shouldn't have to be old to know that I am going to be old. Like, I don't like that.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that those of us who know, like, okay, we've got a lot more financial products now to make sure that we're not a financial burden to our kids. And my parents aren't very much of a financial burden to me, but at the same time, it's labor intensive. And at the same time, they're grown. Like, I can't make all the decisions for them.
Yeah.
As much as I would like to, I can't control if they can get behind the wheel of a car or if they miss doctor's appointments. I can't control that as much as I would like to. But yeah, I'm telling you, it's an emotionally intense job. And, I'll let other people come up on the panel, but also too, being married to the oldest Hispanic male in a family, he has a lot of weight on his shoulders too. Like, it's to be expected that he's gonna step into the patriarch role, and what that means for us, especially this time of year. During the holidays. So, I'm telling you, it's probably one of the most complicated situations that you will ever, and you will never get to the bottom of it on this panel, no matter how long you stay out live, because it's challenging.
But let me just say this. I've never seen a successful family building generational wealth where the kids just up and leave and feel like they don't have a responsibility to the family. I've never seen it. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I've never seen it.
Y'all understand this is abusive, yes?
No. It's not abuse.
It's entitlement. It's entitlement. Why am I raising you if I don't get anything in return? Because the consequence of you having a child, whether you birth it, adopt it, become a step parent, is that you now owe your child. And the transactional relationship y'all are describing seems abusive.
I feel like you're using the word abusive too lightly, because you can be sent to an orphanage. Look. And that's as bad as it sounds. Like, this idea that, oh, you have me, so you have to raise. There are systems in place that means you don't have to raise a child. If you choose to raise it, with either choice, I agree with you. I don't think you should be out here disrespect. People are like Team Petty, period. I can look in the chat and realize that a lot of people had terrible parents. Like, it is what it is. I am not telling you that you need to take care of your terrible parents. I'm telling you that I make a moral judgment of you if you had what you describe to be good parents and you don't feel an obligation to take care of them when they need help. That is what I'm saying. That is what you're fighting against.
You feeling an obligation is completely different than you expecting your child to do so and requiring it of them.
Wait, what?
Typically, we do what we feel. Our actions are kind of predicated on an emotional output, right?
Yeah. I'm polite to my parents as an emotional output, but it's not a requirement by them.
Wait, before we continue, let me read some super chats, because there's a lot that has passed, and then we'll jump back into this. It's very. I'm concerned. I'm actually. Well, let me read. I agree that children that were raised by parents owe something. That something is greatly vary. That something greatly varies. Agreed. Some may get a guest house, others greeting card. Period. Agreed. It also varies not just based on what they did, but also what you can afford. You know what I mean? Like it's not like you are failed as a child if you can't take care of your parent. But if you can take care of your parent who took care of you, I have a problem with that. Thank you so much. I agree with that. Does God not deserve to be glorified since he created you, even though you didn't ask to be here? A parent isn't God, but they are deserving. I mean, there are people who are Christians, so I'm only limiting this to Christians. There are people who are Christians who will say they don't owe their parent anything. Literally makes no sense. If you think your parent are good, and this idea that you didn't want to be here means you shouldn't be praising God for making you either. I agree with this, by the way. Agreed. But it is only limited to Christians. If you're not a Christian, please don't drag this comment. It is only limited to Christian. If it wasn't, I'm limiting to Christians now. Thank you, Stars Above the Emerald Forest. I think I saw the Pink Pill in the chat. Hey, Pink Pill, I'm pretty sure I saw you in the chat. I don't know if I did, but I thought I did. I think our issue is the word "owe." It's going to continue to be the issue because I'm not going to stop saying you owe your parents. It is my belief that you owe your parents if you believe your parents were good. Y'all gonna continue to drag me in that chat, and I'm not about to change unless y'all change my mind. If I ever have a kid and pour into them the minimum plus my knowledge, guidance, perks, and my kid feels no moral push to care about me, if I need, whoa, yeah. Like I don't know. I can't believe this is a thing that we're thinking about. Maybe part of the problem isn't the parent; it's also the children are part of the problem. These ungrateful children are part of the problem. I think it's natural for children to want to give their parents something if they feel they were good parents. I hope so, but apparently it's not natural.
Oh, it is natural.
But hold on, because I actually this might be a controversial take. I think even when you feel this is bad, I think even when you feel your parents weren't that great, and I can only use my own experience as a point of reference because my mom, there were 6 of us, and it was rough. Like when I say she was shaking it rough for my entire life. It was a problem. But I also, as an adult, becoming an adult, because I've had a very kind of went back and forth with my mom until I got to a certain age. I came to a certain understanding, and she and I have been best friends ever since. But I think that when you become an adult and you understand trauma, or you understand that parents are human beings, right? Parents are human beings outside of being mothers and fathers. They had their own aspirations and dreams that are completely separate and distinct from being your parent. And I think recognizing that in my own mom, recognizing the things that she went through and she experienced, I think that for me, that was enough for me to recognize that on a human level, I owe her more than just dignity and respect. Because like, I don't this idea that it's entitlement. What? Who entitled?
Y'all send them to their dads, because apparently it don't matter if you're good or bad. So let their dad ignore them, because you know the dad don't want them. Because y'all playing in my face right now. Yeah, I don't actually agree with you, Annalicia. I think if the parents are bad, you don't have an obligation.
But when I say bad, so again, this is all relative. And I know that I had a very difficult childhood. I know that it was riddled with trauma. But I also recognize that my mom, she loved us. I know that she loved us. I palpably felt the love. I understand the limitations that were structural. I understand the limitations that were financial, or and economic, things that were beyond her reach or outside of her scope. So that's what I'm talking about, right? Because if somebody on the outside looking in to our family dynamic, seeing the 6 of us and sort of the way that things were, they would absolutely say this is a mess. Like, this is reality TV level disaster. This is Ivana Save Us, or whatever her name is. I can recognize that, and that's fine. But I as her daughter, I as a woman, as a person, as a parent, I recognize that she loved us. And it's not, she did the best some parents, I think most parents and most humans want to be good parents. They don't want to fail. They don't. I don't care what circumstances surrounding the conception of the child. I don't care how the child got here. When the child is here, most parents, most mothers, I'm going to make a distinction here. Most mothers want to be good mothers. Most mothers do not want to fail the child. Period. I don't care what anybody says. That is how I feel. And I got that from I feel that from my mom, and I understood that there were limitations. So I'm not saying, oh, your mom did the best that she could. It wasn't enough. That's a thing. It wasn't enough. And that parenting not being enough can lead to incarceration, death, a lot of really bad outcomes. But for me personally, I know that my mom did her best. I know that I went to school. Like, I know that there are limitations that were outside of her control. So I'm going to give my mom everything that her mom should have gave her in some ways. Not that it's not codependent or anything like that, but I recognize she did the best that she could, period. I know that she loved me. And for me as an adult, that's all I need. I don't need I don't need her groveling at my feet.
But to be fair, though, the reason I disagree with you on this is when you were a child, there were more that you may have needed. If she did, I'm not telling you to not love her. I think it is great, and I believe I would still love my mom, but that's hard to do because I love her so much that even if she was a bad parent, I would still love her. So I want to help, maybe not love, but care enough to want to help. But I would never. If I had a friend, I could maintain a friendship with someone whose parents were bad and they did not care to help them. I don't know what it's like to be friends with someone who believes that their parent was good and cared for them and invested in them, and they don't want to help back. I wouldn't trust that. Like, I don't think I could trust that person. Like, I don't know. Like, how do you not think people are upset with the word owed, by the way. So I'm not going to change it. And the reason I'm not going to change the word owed is to be under obligation to pay or repay in return for something received, to be under obligation to render, to be indebted to have or be to someone or something, blah blah blah, to be in debt. Yeah, this feels right. It seems inflammatory. I don't mean to be inflammatory, but it is the word it is the it is the word that most resonates.
Listen, the one thing I want to say, Themis, I don't like the fact that people are getting hung up on the words so much, because for me, it's not so much quid pro quo. It isn't, for me, it's not as so much transactional as it is symbiotic. In life, and kids have to learn this, in life, you get what you give, period. That is the way that life works, inside the home and outside the home.
Well, we would hope that, but maybe not. You are to qualify parents. No, I'm not. I'm talking about people who raised you, who you believe were good. If you believe they were bad, then period. Do what you want. Hi, Themis. I hate to do this, but I think my main account is blocked. I'm a member and everything. What did I do? You're gonna have to email me. I apologize. I don't know why, but I will talk to the moderators about it, but you have to email me. My email is themisstoth@gmail.com. That's the full YouTube name without @gmail.com. Mistress Monica says, Uncle Themis dropped them kids off Twitter. Period. Sunny Side said, I don't think a child owes a parent as they didn't ask to be here, but I don't see why you wouldn't do for your parents just because you love and appreciate them. I think we're defining, look, that's what O is. If your parents was bad, then you wouldn't love and appreciate them, in my mind. But it's owed. I think it's old, but look, it is what it is. Thank you. I'm going to read three more, and then we get back into the convo. My son is 12 and told me when I'm old, he's taking care of me because I will need help. Being a part of a village is a full circle process. Everyone needs to pour into each other at all stages of life. Yep, this is how I see it. This is exactly how I see it. This is how I see it. I hope my children will not have to take care of me. I hope I can afford a maid. I hope I can do this. I hope I can do that. But if I can, I hope you can help. And actually, I would really hate to be a burden on my child. I would hate that. And it would make me feel bad continuously. Like it would suck. But I would expect that you are there if I need you. I think we are conflating obligations with simply being a good human being. No. I mean, being a good human being is taking care of your obligations in my mind. So that's probably some truth to that statement. The last one before we continue. We need to consider how the dynamics change, especially in cases of poverty, where children, especially high performing, are expected to lift everyone. Oh, I'm not about to lift anyone unless you've been helpful in raising me. Like, no. All right. Asthma UK. I don't know if I said your name correctly.
Yeah, it's fine. You said it right.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you for having me on. I just wanted to say that I don't think anybody gets to choose to be born. Nobody actually chooses to be born. None of us make that choice. And as a woman, I think at a certain point you feel compelled to want children. I think that we own the responsibility of care as long as we choose to do that. But you can give that up too to someone else. I think that if you feel obligated, that means that there was something done correct in your upbringing to reciprocate that.
Yeah. Do you think it's possible to have a good parent but not feel obligated?
Yeah.
Do you think that person is a good person?
I think about whether or not I had good experiences, and I think that
No. Wait. Do you think there can be people who describe their parent as good and cared for them and poured into them, and they would say their parent loved them and their parent was a good parent, and not feel obligated to help that parent?
Oh no, I don't think that's not okay.
Oh,
no,
all right. We don't disagree
sorry.
then. We don't disagree then. Thank you.
No, not at all. Yeah. No,
I make a final statement because we don't disagree on this.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, even when it comes to when my parents screwed up, because I don't actually think that my parents were perfect. I actually think they made a lot of mistakes.
Oh,
but I'm also, I'm also cognizant of the fact that they were brought up in Jim Crow South, and you know they've seen things I haven't seen and have experiences that I just have not. Which I appreciate that they got the education that they needed to uplift our material conditions. It's like an ongoing thing in terms of generational progress and change and growth. So there are things I would say that my dad, he's not like the best when it comes to understanding women. I don't even think he likes women when I think about it. But I see where he's made progress in his own right. And it's an ongoing thing. He's in his 60s. And I would be there for him.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate. What's a good parent? I can't define that. I think that is too individualized. So I'm just using it in the way that you can subjectively determine that the parent is good. And then you decide, oh yeah, you were good, but I don't owe you anything. That's messed up.
Can I say something? It's
Before you do, no. Before you do, I want to get through the panel, because you and Petty are gonna can stay. I want to get to Mango Woman. Thank you, Asma. Mango
Thank
Woman.
you. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Athenas.
Hey.
Hi, everybody. Happy holiday.
Wait, by the way, you guys can disagree with me on like anything. It does not have to stay here. Like Tory Lane's defenders can come up.
Good. Well, I wanted to talk because I'm seeing this from so many different angles. I think culturally it does play a role.
Go ahead. I'm joking.
Sorry. I feel like culturally it does play a role too on the perspective of for example, in my culture, African Liberian culture, where the community aspect, how we support each other is pushed a lot, right? How we build community, how we look out for each other, how we support each other. So automatically within that, how you take care of your parents and your family is a number one standard within that process. Now, moving to the United States and learning about, the culture here, you learn about individuality. You learn about who you are, how you see yourself, how you want the world to see you. And you learn to combine. Well, I learned to combine both of those. And I feel like that's the two amazing thing about American culture and African culture. And that's where I feel like both of these cultures can really learn from each other. And I've had to walk that light when it comes to dealing with my own mother. My mother was not the best mother, but she was a good mother in the sense that, she brought me to this country. She made sure I ate. She made sure I had clothes and food. Was she connected to me? Was she meeting those type of needs? No, she wasn't. It wasn't what she knew. She didn't learn those things. So I have learned to forgive her, understand that even the negative aspect of like putting me out at 17 years old and being homeless, to deal with that. I've learned to forgive and understand like she learned a tough road too, right? Now raising my kid who's 21, she still lives at home. She works, she has her own job, she keeps her own money, right? But I'm also teaching her, I want you to understand what it means to be you and have your own identity and, take care of your individualism. But I also want you to understand that with our culture and community and family structure, that individual does not survive on its own. You need the culture, you need the surrounding of people. So the obligation to people pouring into you, whether it's your parents, your family, your friends, it doesn't matter. You reciprocate. There is I believe Mocha Mami has said this before. There's a spiritual aspect of life that the trees that grow, we breathe it in. We're not functioning on this universe alone. So as we pour into other people pour into us. To me, I feel like that commitment, it's rooted in that foundation of it. Now, again, as I said, even like simple thing like communicating with my mother. You said something, Miss?
No. There was an echo.
Okay.
But go ahead. I will let you finish up. By the way, before you go, this is for people who disagree with something that I say, including parents. But go ahead.
Okay. So like simple thing like even though my mother kicked me out very young, like I was trying to figure out life and be on the street, I would still come visit my mother and have like a smile on my face and not make her worry, because I felt like even though she did this and I'm struggling and I'm trying to figure it out, as a daughter, I still feel like I owed it to her not to hurt her feeling, not to disrespect her. Other people have been like, because I know my friend of mine was like, oh, I would never talk to her again. I would never send her money like you do every month. I would say, no, that's my mother. She could have chose the medical route and removed the cells. She could have dropped me to an orphanage. Hell, she could have left me back home and not spend the $5,000 it took to get me on the plane and get me here. She could have did all of that. but she opened a route to allow me to be here in order for me to raise my children now that they have their own identity and they're culturally aware and they're in private school and they got education. So that the pathway that she created for me, I'm grateful enough for that to forgive and discuss whatever hurt feeling that she left with me.
No, I get you. Thank you. There is a feedback. So Mango Woman is, in my mind, a great person because I hope you guys are not conflating that with my argument. And I think Annalicia agrees regarding.
No, no.
No, not agrees with her specifically, but agrees with like you should take care of your family when blah, even if they're not like the best. Here's the thing that I'm saying. Ultimately, if you believe there is a moral judgment against someone who benefited and thinks positively of their parents and how their parents raised them, it is owed. You think it's okay. So you're not just saying, oh, you are just a bad person because you didn't help your parents and you should. Why should you? It's because you owe them. So if someone can come up and clarify that, that's fine. Imara?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Hey,
By the
famous.
way,
Hey,
wait, before
panel.
you go ahead, I want to just reiterate the back chat is still open. This is for people who disagrees. Just an FYI, this is for people who disagree. I think True Stella agrees with me, but I'll add her in a moment. But just generally, this is for people who disagree. And maybe, look, there might be a huge cultural issue here about like Caribbean culture, but I hope that's not true. I actually hope that this is so individualized and it's not like cultural where like Jamaicans feel obligated to helping their parents where more Western people don't. I hope that that's not the case. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, panel. Hello, chat. Thank you for inviting me on. What I do disagree with a little bit, you're saying that we can't really define what a good parent is. And I agree, like it can't be so specific, but I think in broad terms, we can give some general themes as to what being a good parent is for the Black community.
No,
Because we have
we can. I could define it, but I'm not about to because I want it to be subjective enough for people to define it and in their own admission say, my parent was good, but I don't owe them anything. So that's why I'm not defining it. It's not because I don't I think I'm not doing it because I want people to subjectively believe their parent is good and did what they needed to, and you believe it was a good thing. And you still, after your own belief and own subjective idea of good parent has been met, that you don't owe them anything.
Can we give some general themes? Because a lot of times people don't
Mm-mm.
know. Like I know it's a
No.
subjective thing, but a lot of people don't know. Like I see a lot of people in the chat, and I know my mom does this a lot, where they feel like, okay, I provided a roof, I gave you food, and I gave you life. Therefore, you owe me everything. But it's like it's more than that. So I understand that it's individual and personal to everybody, and everyone comes to
Wait,
their own
1 second.
conclusion.
Yeah, wait 1 second. I realize so if you have membership for a while, it allows you to highlight it. It doesn't show on my screen, it only shows on my computer. Had I seen those, I would have been reading them. Culture, many Americans aren't socialized this way, says the star. Thank you. I cannot see it when you make the membership highlights. I apologize. I'll figure out a way to fix that. Imara, I am not going I'll let you make an argument for why I should do this, but I think it is more impactful when I release a strict definition of good parent and say, if you can imagine a good parent and that was your parents and you still don't feel obligated to them, then I can judge you. But if I make a definition and you don't agree with it, there's too much wiggle room there.
I see what you're saying, and you don't have to, say that this is a set boundary. This is exactly what it is. I'm just saying that some people, like for a long time, I didn't know, and I'm not judging any previous caller, anybody that came up, but sometimes people don't know, and you should make that judgment yourself. But sometimes we see things and we don't realize we were abused until it was too late, or until, and we still think that that parent was a good parent, but it was actually emotional and mental manipulation. So I think that just for me, this is what I'm putting out there for the Black community, for people that are parents or people that want to become parents. I'm saying this not famous. These are just a few things that I think the Black community should take into consideration in regards to what it means to be a good parent. This is the bare minimum: a clean and stable household, food, life, and emotional and general financial support, education, community, and communication skills. I think that a lot of times in the Black community, we stop at a clean and stable roof, food, and life, and that's it. You never tell your parents, oh, the parents never tell the child that, oh, I love you, or they never try to communicate with you. They never do any of that. And they think that, well, I've done enough, so now you owe me everything. You as a child are my retirement plan because I gave you food, I gave you a roof, and I birthed you. And it's like, no. I think that as a parent, you should take on the responsibility of doing everything you can to be the best parent that you can be. You don't have to be perfect, but just do everything that you can be to be a good parent. And I think that if you don't give general themes to help people guide their decision, does that make sense? Like giving
I mean,
people,
I'm not gonna. I said this before. I'm not gonna agree or disagree because I'm allowing you to define good for yourself, but I won't define it because I want to be able to drag people. I mean, they're dragging me, so I can drag back. I want to drag people who concede that in their own definition of good, whatever that is, that they got it, and they don't think that they should give back.
I think in people defining it for themselves, which, like you said, it is an individual choice. I think that those are just a few themes that people should use to guide them in their relationship with their parents, as well as when they choose to have children or when they have children, if they already have children. So that way we can break those generational traumas within the Black community. A lot of parents, unfortunately, like they don't. I'll just be honest. Like my mom, she
Wait,
provided
no,
like the bare
before
minimum, but
you be honest, I feel like people just want, this is why it's hard. Like, I know my chat now, I think a little, and I think there are people who want to like use my words against me, which is why I'm not allowing it. Because Jasmine just said, Themis, question, if parents allow a step parent to SA me, even though I had a roof, food, light, etc., is that a good parent? I don't know, Jasmine, is that a good parent?
Are we really doing this?
well, some parents do try to guilt. Like my mom will try to guilt me and say,
No,
"Well,
I don't see. That's the thing. I don't care what your mom say. It's not about you
Wait.
specifically. I don't care what the mom believe or the dad believe. I care what you believe. What do you believe about your parents? If you believe your parents were good, then you should, in my opinion, feel like you owe them something. If you believe they were terrible, then you don't have to feel like you owe them something. But in the way that people are asking me to define it, it's almost like they're looking for an out. Why are you looking for an out? Just
It's
answer
not.
it directly.
It's not looking for an out. I like
You
the
are.
question that she put on the screen because, like you said, you're letting everyone describe it for themselves, but you're prescribing that they should feel owed to their parents. And
Yes.
so, like I said in the beginning,
He's prescribing it in the event that they feel they were good parents.
yeah, and this woman has articulated that even though her parents,
But she, if
Wait,
you
no. Wait. Prince Betty, go ahead, because Annalicia is doing what I feel in my soul. So I'm just gonna stop Annalicia and let you do it, because Annalicia and I are on one accord right now. Go ahead.
so this woman has articulated, like I said on my entrance, about my woman friend who had something similar happen to her, that her parents have seen this man literally assault her, but because of her having a roof and food and such, she feels that her parents are good, which I personally don't, but that's your own personal thing.
Well,
So
if
I
she
don't.
feels like her parents are good and did everything that a parent should do, then yeah, she owes them something. But if you ask me, are my parents good, I would say no, and therefore you don't owe them anything.
Oh no, I'm just gonna disagree with that.
Okay, then that's fine. If you think your parents allowing SA means you're a good parent, then you don't know what a good parent is. And I can to define it for you and then tell you as a friend that no, they don't owe you anything. We're playing a very sad game here. This is intellectual dishonesty at its highest form.
Or we could say that children don't owe their parents something. So in a scenario like this, they don't feel obligated to their parents.
No, because that is selfish. You do owe people who contributed to your life something. In every other aspect of our life, we do owe people things that give things to us, but now you're pretending like we don't owe them. No, you owe your parents something. Particularly if they were good, one could say they sacrificed more than most other people in terms of your upbringing, and you're going to sit here and pretend like, oh, if they were good. Like, I think what is happening is that our judgment about good, what our obligation is being, it's being shaped by our trauma. And while I understand that, it is sad to see that we can't step away enough to intellectualize and be kind of logical about this in some ways. Here is why I say logic. If you believe giving giving something does not require some kind of reciprocity, a lot of us wouldn't give. Now, are there people who are just giving to give? Yes, there are. But when it comes to your parents and when it comes to society, we're ignoring the real social dynamics required for people to be successful in a world. And for you to extend your tentacles in so many different areas, it is because you're trying to build a foundation which includes your children. Now, hopefully you don't need to lay or lean on that foundation, but come on. That is just ridiculous to me that, like, I'm sorry, I'm passing a judgment and I will allow myself to get dragged for this, but I'm passing a judgment on this idea that, like, oh my, I'm just existing and that's fine because I didn't ask to be here. My parents struggling to raise me and give me everything that I need and pouring into me. Well, I didn't want to be here, so that's their fault. Now that I'm grown and my parent needs me, I don't have to do anything. I shouldn't have to do anything. No, yeah, that's reckless. That's selfish. Like, a society like that has to fail. There is no way that a society where children do not feel like they owe their parents anything after their parents invest in them is going to succeed. That society is going to fail. It is going to fail. Ain't no possible way it's going to succeed. You don't care about the elders, guess what? You're going to be selfish as a parent too.
Oh no, absolutely not. Remember, I think parents are obligated to their children, just not the
I have
other way
another
around.
question. I have a question. When you finish, Petty.
That's all. I'll let you go.
My question is, I agree that, like you said, we've already established that if your parents poured into you, if they were good parents from your perspective, then yes, you do owe them. But my question is, like, should we, yes, everybody defines it individually based on what, like, their parents and their relationship with their parents, but should we as a community also put effort into, like, should we put effort into us becoming good parents? I'm at the age now where I'm wanting to become a good parent. So developing those skills and those responsibilities to
Oh
be
yeah.
a good parent within ourselves. Like, should that also be part of the conversation?
Oh yes. Yes.
Because I don't think we're doing that. I think I
Oh
don't
no,
think we're doing that.
we have terrible. We, based on what I see, we have terrible parents. Like we have terrible. Like most parents, it seems, are terrible. Like I didn't even know this was a thing, but I can concede my lack of knowledge and my ignorance. I didn't realize how bad most parents were. And so hearing the stories, even on this platform, like my heart goes out, and if I wasn't very specific on what I'm asking, I would stop and be able to, like, talk to you. But if I get out of my strict requirement for what I'm talking about now, I will never come back on it, because what people are talking about their parents doing and what their parents have allowed, it is absolutely absurd. And in my opinion, those aren't good parents. But you have also defined them as not good parents. So for me, you owe them nothing. You are here not because of them, but despite them. And so you don't owe them anything. But if you've defined your parents as good, then that's what we're talking about.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You're trying to stick to the part of do children who had good parents as they define it, do they owe their parents anything? So you're sticking
Yeah.
at that prong of it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the only way to have this conversation. And the reason that people are getting upset or it's at points being derailed is because people are very, for whatever reason, fervently trying to push back and say, no, let's define good parent. Is this a good parent? Is that a good parent? And then when we go down that lane, then they're trying to undermine Themis's premise or hypothesis. And the Themis is saying, no, we're not going to do that. What you believe and what you feel is good is good. What you believe and what you feel is bad is bad. That's generally how life works anyways. So yeah, we don't have to insert definition here. You can make delineations, you can make differentiations. I feel like this chat, the people on this panel I think that they have the bandwidth to make distinctions where distinctions need to be made. So like, it's simple, but I don't know. I'm getting pissed off.
Yeah. Wait, I'm going to jump back to Petty. What did you say that your friend did? What your friend parents did that, and they think that the friend still think the parent is a good parent. The friend still think her parent is a good parent. What did they do?
When she was assaulted as a child, they chose instead to, I guess, demonize her as opposed to holding her, holding the assaulter accountable.
And she said even that they were good parents with that.
Yes. Oh, she talks about like her parents were really, really high regard because they do like provide for her.
No, I don't care about them. Her speaking about them in high regard. I care about whether or not she thinks they're good parents.
Yeah, she does.
All right. Would she do that to her child?
No, she said no.
She's lying. She don't think they're good parents. If you think they're good parents, but they're doing things that you wouldn't do, you don't. Yeah, I don't believe you. Well, let me not say she's lying. I don't believe her. I don't believe her that she thinks they're good parents. If you're saying my parents are great parents, but I would not do what they do, I don't believe you.
I think she would do everything apart from that part which she thinks is bad, but overall she thinks that she has good parents.
Yeah, no.
That's what she has articulated to me, and I believe her. Okay,
period. I don't believe you if you think, oh my God, my parents are good, but they allowed me to be S8 and didn't do anything about it. Would you do that? Would you do that to your child? Nah, you wouldn't. So you don't think it's good.
The woman came up here and said she was kicked out at a young age by her parents, but she still feels they're good parents and obligated to them.
No, she says she understands and whatever. I said I wouldn't say they're a good parent, but if you feel they're a good parent, then that you feeling of they're a good parent comes with you having an obligation to them. Now, what you might want to say is we need to create better standards as individuals to come up with what a good parent is.
I think you sped past that though. The woman came up here and articulated her parents have done what I consider heinous things, and she considers heinous things, but she still considered them good parents. Do you believe her, even if she wouldn't do that to her child in the future?
Do I believe that her? Wait, what are you asking me if I believe those are good parents?
The woman who came up, who said, do you believe that she actually thinks her parents are good, even though they kicked her out, and that she probably wouldn't do that with her child?
Yeah, well, I don't believe she believes they're a good parent either.
Okay.
No, I don't. I think we lie to ourselves to get the best version of our parents a lot of the time.
It's how people deal with trauma as well.
Yeah, like you lie. So I didn't really need to push back on that, but I push back on yours because you're sitting here talking about SA and the parents being good. Like there is no world in which we are gonna agree that a parent allowing SA is good. And if you wouldn't do that, you also know it's not good. So I'm not about to sit here and do it. Thank you. Thank Liz B. Let me read some super chat. I'm going to add some more people. Helen May's in the back.
I have to say this because
can I read two super chats?
Yeah,
I'm going to
go
read
ahead.
wait. I'm going to read 2 super chats, then let you go, Annalicia. Stars Above the Emerald Forest says, my children are my heart. When it is time for me to exit this life, I can go peacefully if they know that they are loved by their father and I. Oh, my children will not be my life, but I that was a sweet sentiment. Most Black American parents wouldn't meet the standard of good because of the culture, the norms, trend, abuse to children. I don't know. I don't know how I can say most African Americans. I don't think I can say that. But if you're not good, I don't think you deserve anything. In this case, Timothy and Alice are strenuously reinforcing their blinders. I'm not reinforcing a blinder. No one has articulated a reason why. On one hand, you think, oh my God, my parents are good. On another, you are saying, oh, I have no obligation to help those good parents. No. Go ahead, Annalicia.
Because the statements are incongruent, that means that you're doing some gymnastics in order to cope with it's a coping mechanism. What that pattern he described, my parents are good, but I don't owe them. Are they? Were they? Did something happen? This is what I want to say, because people are talking about blinders and culture and this and that. In a Canadian culture, it is very much akin to American culture in the way that it is individualized. Everything is about the individual. The onus is put on the individual. So although I do have that experience as well, my Canadian experience, it supersedes that by far. So I don't have blinders. I really like it. There's no Caribbean blinder. There's no Canadian blinder. So let's put that to the side. What I wanted to say, because I see it's a reoccurring theme in the chat. So we're making distinctions of the delineations of what a good parent is or what a good parent represents to each individual subjectively and relatively. Okay. I saw the word narcissistic parent in the chat, and I can't wait to talk about this more in the future. But a narcissistic parent, to me, if you are clinically, if you meet the clinical criteria, let's say, would never be a good parent. They would never, to me, be a good parent. Even though they were able to provide financially, even though they gave the outward appearance of love and care, even though the home was immaculate, you had food, you had this, to me, they would never, because even the reason that a narcissistic parent has a child is inherently nefarious and selfish. They're not coming from, and people say, oh, having kids for everyone is selfish. Yeah, but having kids, there are levels to this. And a narcissistic parent having a child is different from a neurotypical person having a child. Both may be selfish. They're different. There are levels to this. That's number one.
Wait. Let's stop. I don't like the word narcissistic being thrown around, because like everyone seemed to have a narcissistic parent, and I find that odd. I told you guys I was reading the DSM-5 and I was going into whatever. When we're thinking about like narcissistic sort of personality disorder, like they're like 0.5% of the U.S. population, if I remember correctly.
But even still, they are the least likely of all.
No. I agree with you. Like, if you're narcissistic, I don't think you can really function and care for people in the way that you should, without help. But that everyone has a narcissistic parent is strange to me, but I'm not going to reject your experience of your parents. I'm not. That's why I'm leaving to you to define it.
But I also want to make sure that they know that there are distinctions that we're making it. Themis has made it already, but the fact that you guys are saying, hey, the narcissistic parent, the this, the that, tells me that that you're rejecting it. So that's the only reason that I brought it up. I think that narcissistic parents can give the appearance. They can give the outward appearance of love, success, affluence, and love and care, but a child at a very young age knows the difference from the real application and practice of love and care, and the appearance of it. So yeah, we can make distinctions. That's fine. But yeah, everybody in the chat saying, oh, but Themis, what about the narcissistic parent? What about this, that? Okay, let's put that, we're putting that to bed. I hopefully put it to bed, because we're not talking about narcissistic parents. If you have narcissistic parents, you don't have to take, like, if you feel that they weren't good, you don't have to take care of them.
Wait, yeah. Shay, this is actually a good point. So I withdraw that statement.
That's what I was going to say. They are the least
that
likely.
I will, based on this, I will withdraw my previous statement about the percentage. I'm going to withdraw it, and I'm not going to make the argument that, well, if it's that few that are diagnosed, we don't know. So you are correct. I'm not saying, yeah, I'm going to just go ahead and say maybe I'm wrong on this. Because we don't know how many, and because you don't have the disorder doesn't mean you can show high level of narcissism just generally. Withdrawn. I appreciate the correction. Thank you.
Well, even still, so
it's fine.
We have to talk. No, we have to talk about narcissism at some point. I know you don't like it. But
no, well, I mean, we can, you can, and we can decide to do it. It's out of my wheelhouse, which is why I'm so willing to take a correction like this, because like it's wrong to, like, obviously research matters, but I'm not going to diminish someone's experience of the world in this way. And I also recognize that this wouldn't tell the full story. People being diagnosed or not, yeah, we can move on. But yeah, I don't think this is the hill that I'm about to die on. Not about to do that. Tori, oh my God. I'm not calling this name. Go ahead, S. Tori. I'm gonna just call you Tori.
Hi, Themis. I have beef around the way the civil rights movement has been depicted on the channel multiple times, and Black culture, which I agree needs a reset, but Black culture as an export, as an American export to Caribbean and to Canada and to other areas. I feel like those conversations were had multiple times in a very ahistoric way, with most of the people on the panel not being members of the African American community, meaning descendants of slaves. The idea that hood rich was our primary cultural export was like, it kind of made me chuckle, because I'm like, Josephine Baker was one of our earliest cultural exports.
Yeah. I don't know what I said there. I don't remember, but I thought the argument was that this was part of, not the or the main export. But did I agree to that?
I don't know if you agreed with it. Truth Teller's one that said it. It just became like the refrain during that particular live. Like my ask would just be that when those topics come up, that actual Black Americans with like a century's worth of...
No. There were Mocha Mommy was up here.
Okay. To me and to other people in the chat, and we were kind of almost laughing about it. It just came off as really ahistorical. And I'm someone whose career is media adjacent. What is exported is what the mainstream, is what white people choose to export and elevate. So if the first things that come to mind are hood rich, shiny suit man rappers, that is what the mainstream elevates of the culture.
Then you're not disagreeing with her then.
No, what I'm disagreeing with is that's all. Like, our first cultural export was jazz, 100%, historically.
But if you're saying first, second, third, it doesn't matter. If we're asking, I don't actually believe this. I think the African American culture specifically is rich in terms of layers of things that are exported, even including the civil rights movement. There was whatever. There's a lot that other people gain. And in fact, when we say Black generally, I think African American monopolize the conversation. Not you guys do it, but like in our minds, we see African American when we say Black. In Jamaica, a lot. Good and bad. But if your argument is that the reason why people outside of the US see it negatively, I don't. is because of the media, then you are saying Black people didn't export the negativity, the media did. But the ultimate conclusion is that that is what people are seeing.
I'm saying that we are complicit and that it's by white people who've kind of designed it that way. The reason why Black Americans work so hard for diverse representation is because this is what white people have chosen to export.
Yeah.
And so but if you are really, but you're being but people are consuming, right? You're choosing to consume it. So it's like you have the whole internet and you could go out and research all the other things that Black Americans might also know that we've exported. Like when I bring up Josephine Baker and different things, and it's like, but people choose
I'm
not
only
to.
going to stop you because I don't know that we disagree fully. Where do you disagree with me? Like, I know you said to add more African American voices. Well, not more. I think I try to do that, but to the extent that
we were trying to come up for that chat, and the back was like full, and we were talking about that in that particular chat.
No truth teller, you cannot respond. I saw your comment. The reason is today's smoke for me. I'm trying to understand. So you were saying we needed more African American voices, not that we needed an African American voice.
Yeah, more. It seemed like a panel of people who had consumed African American culture as it was provided to them by the mainstream or by colonizers, or however you want to categorize that. They had consumed it, and what they had consumed was cherry picked. And so then when others of us who were down in the chat, and some of us did try to get on, were saying, yeah, that's not all that it is. You know, there was another voice for that.
But why would I add if no? Like, I remember specifically saying that's not all it is, and I remember Mocha Mama saying that's not all it is. So like, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand the concern. Like, I get it. I do understand that. Like, I think people based on identity through experience would have something to add to the conversation, and it would be wrong to have a conversation. In my mind, it would be wrong to have a conversation about a group without a representative from that group. There was a representative, and the argument pushing back was being made. Like, I don't think anyone on here conceded that all that African American exported was ghetto something. I don't remember what it was. Ghetto fabulous.
Or ghetto fabulous, yeah. So that's just like my one. That chat stuck out to me. I would say the other thing is like the conversations about the civil rights movement and its failures. I feel like they take place from a space of us being way past that moment in history and seeing how it didn't work, and the people who were existing in that history.
Wait. This is smoke for me. I don't think I've ever disparaged the civil rights movement. I mean, I might be wrong, but I don't think I've ever disparaged it. I would be the first to go back and apologize and do everything that I need to make that correct. I hope I've never disparaged the civil rights movement.
I feel like, I mean, look, I consumer content religiously. I feel like it's been mocked and chuckled at and poked fun at. And my feedback has always been, we'd all be on DSL if not for the civil rights movement. Whether you have criticisms or not.
Well, I'd probably be in the UK, but regardless.
Exactly. You wouldn't even be here. 100%.
Yeah. I think I've made that very clear.
I haven't gotten that. that I've gotten more of that.
I mean, if you haven't, that's okay, and I think I might need to do a better job then, and I can take that critique. But I have Jamaicans and people calling me a sellout, and how I only talk about the civil rights movement and I don't give credit to Jamaica, and I'm just trying to get Americans to like me. Like, people be dragging me, like, for my stance on how grateful we should be as immigrants to have the opportunity to even be here. Like I have gone in. I'm pretty sure there is a short of me like every single time. Dean and I, one of the biggest argument I've had with Dean, I remember this specifically, where he and I got really upset, and I did. Because he was saying, "Oh, it's not us immigrants; it's the Black Americans who are quote unquote doing poorly. If you look at the immigrants in America, we are doing well." And I had to remind him that we're comparing immigrants who came here with a huge leg up because of even the capacity to come here. If you want to make the comparison between Jamaicans and immigrants, you would compare Jamaicans and Black African Americans. You would have to compare the entirety of the African American community to the Jamaican community, and we don't win there. Like I've been very, yeah, I've been opposing G on this.
I remember that conversation with Dean. My discussion is more like around the fact that the civil rights movement, the desire to integrate, was a failure, and that the notion of building versus protecting, and can you build if you can't protect? Because, like, in theory, if you were to really extrapolate that discussion, then the only reasonable reaction for Black people would have been to completely separate themselves from this continent, as opposed to seek integration. I think it would have been more Garvey, Marcus Garvey.
That would be an incorrect assumption. When I say,
I'm not saying it's accurate because I wasn't alive then either. I'm just saying,
no. I'm saying that is not the logical conclusion of that statement. When I say maybe people don't build because they can't protect, I would never say the reason is because we're integrated, because most of the building happened when we were not integrated, and that's when the attacks were very vicious.
Of course.
Black Wall Street existed outside of integration, and so
100%.
multiple Black Wall Street exist. My knowledge of that existence would not have me support separation to build, because you become a very clear target.
Like when I say separate, I mean from the continent. That's why I was brought up Garvey. Like, based on how we were treated when we did build separately, and to your point, Black Wall Street happened and we were attacked. It was very vicious.
There are a lot of Black countries currently, like predominantly Black countries, that are not doing well. So even that wouldn't be so like I wouldn't make this argument that what we need is separation. Like maybe that's what we need, but I don't make that argument because I don't know. And I support interracial marriage, particularly of Black women to white men, or Black women to Asian men, or whatever men, because on pure numbers, there's not enough Black men in America for every Black woman. So it doesn't make, like, I'm not opposed to integration.
I'm not saying you're opposed to integration. I'm saying there has been a conversation on your platform around integration not doing Black Americans any service or any benefit, and that the only desire to integrate was to procreate with white women, which that can be debated and talked about. I'm not saying that's completely wrong, but for us to be
stop, Tori. This seems like you have problem with Sinji.
Yeah, that's exactly who you were talking about.
No, this is not I take no ownership of anything that you're putting my way. Like, and I'm the first to take ownership of my wrong. I take no ownership of any of this. I give that mostly to Sinji about integration not being good.
So if she says it on your platform and you let it run, that's fine. And I'm asking that with no judgment.
I have opposed her multiple times, and I've even stopped when she brings up aborting Black male babies. We've had the debate. Now she'll be talking and just drop it in. I cannot oppose absolutely everything. Now, if you're saying I should be held accountable for what is said on my platform, sure, I can take that L. But I don't agree with it, and I've made it clear time and again that I don't agree with that.
Okay, that's fair. Like, there's been times when I've heard her say it and it's been on your platform, and like there's not a lot of pushback. So I'm not sure. Like, my take is that Themis agrees with her take on the civil rights movement and its merits.
I can own how you feel. I can accept this, but I can say that if you've watched me like you said you've watched me and you believe that's my belief, I don't know if there is anything else I can do, because I have very overtly on multiple occasions said, nah, that's not right. I have debated her. I've argued with her about it. I have continued. And I even said this, and I just remember this. I've told her, as an ADOS, I think you have more right to your feelings about the civil rights, and I'll let you have your own feelings because I can't tell you how to feel about it. But this is where I stand on it. I am only here on the backs of African Americans who fought and everyone actually who fought fought for rights of all kinds of people. I've said that, I've owned it, and I've made clear my responsibility to ADOS to help and not to think I own their conversation. Now, if that's not clear, I don't know how much clearer I can make that.
But also, when you say there wasn't a lot of pushback, maybe what you define as pushback and what me or other people, there was a substantial pushback. Like, I guess the way that we define it could be different, but there was substantial pushback. She didn't really move a needle when it comes to Themis sort of deviating from his belief system. She didn't move the needle in that way. It was only pushback. Maybe you might not consider it pushback because nobody was screaming, nobody was cussing and swearing. I don't know, but it was substantially, her ideas were challenged. It's substantially.
But I want to say, I take your point. I will actually do this. I will make more of an effort to overtly go against things that I disagree with. The one thing that I will say, though, is I've been getting a lot of email about who I should associate with and who I shouldn't associate with. At the end of, I'm not saying this is what you're doing, because I think for a lot of people, there's this, how can you disagree with someone but still maintain a sort of colleague relationship and allow them on your platform? Y'all have to remember that this platform started with me talking, well, I don't know if it started, but there's a large part of it was me talking to people from the manosphere. You know what I mean? So like, I welcome people who I disagree with. That's like the whole point. And so it doesn't make sense to create the bubble. Again, not what you said. It doesn't make sense to create the bubble where all we do is agree. Like, and I don't dislike Sinji.
I don't dislike her either, but like there's some things where
you should go to her page and have that conversation. It's like it's
wait, no, Annalisa, wait.
Yeah, I have a different conversation for you, Annalisa. Yeah, with Themis, I don't disagree.
Wait, is over there, right? So that's who you have to take up this.
I'm talking to Themis. I'm not talking to her. I'm talking about things that were on Themis' panel and conversations that were said.
Wait, can we both stop? All right. So I do agree that this seems like an issue with Finji, but if you are saying that I've allowed it, I can accept that. I can own that. I can also apologize for that while recognizing that I'm apologizing for the way you feel. I don't believe that I have said all of this, but I will own it. I will own it. I called for the smoke. You came up with the smoke. I can own how you feel about my engagement. Like, I can own that.
No, this is the smoke.
No. I mean, I think people, I've gotten this, like, even from professors who are like, said some things. And I can recognize that maybe I am not doing a good enough job of stating my own position. I think I did, but like, multiple people have come to me and emailed me and dragged me for it. So I can own this, and I don't mind owning it. Like, I don't mind. And I don't mind trying my best to correct what I think might be wrong. Like, I don't get to hide and say, if there are toxic things on your platform that I shouldn't be held accountable for it. If you're talking to me and you say something that I don't agree with, and I recognize it in the moment, maybe I do have, not maybe, I do have an obligation to say this is wrong. I thought I was doing that, but
No,
if
stop. No,
you
you did that.
no,
You did
Annalicia,
that.
no.
I was here. You did that. You said sit.
No, Annalicia, it's not like I get that you want to protect me, and I love.
I don't want you to go down this road. What do you like? You did what you said. You have done. You've done it. Listen, people want you to like jump through hoops of fire. It's unnecessary. You've already done it. This is too much. Like if she has a problem with Cynthia, which I can assure you, it is Cynthia she has a problem with. I love
It's
Cynthia.
not. Don't speak for me.
I think that she's brilliant, first of all, and I love her. Do I have to agree with everything that she feels and says? No. Do I agree with everything Themis feels and says? No. We can agree to disagree, but at the end of the day, you came up here to challenge an idea with respect to the civil rights that Themis doesn't hold. So Cynthia, who absolutely does believe everything that she says and she stands on it 10 toes down, that's who you need to take it up with.
I all right. Again, I can acknowledge your feelings. I can acknowledge my contribution to your feelings, and I can say that I will try my best to make sure that that which I do is always in accordance with what I believe. That's it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate having the room to have the conversation. I'll continue to watch. I enjoy your content. I like watching your channel grow. And, you know, I hope you're just, there's other things like, I hope you're mindful. There are people that want to be sure that you're seen in the best light because we know what you contribute and you are a unique voice in this space. And as for Annalicia, when you have your own channel, I'll be happy to talk to you about Black womanhood and what being a Black woman is.
Wait, Tori. I stopped Annalicia. I don't try not to address each other now, but I do believe that a lot of the conversations around me and about me is what people think is in my best interest. And I think on that, I can appreciate you. And I also appreciate Annalisa and the people who are in the chat like angry. But please don't be mad at, I'm not saying your name. Don't be, I understand, like, I have professors reaching out to me and they're people who are watching my channel to make sure that like my career is not in jeopardy and all of that stuff.
Yes, it only takes one clip to derail. Yes.
Yeah. And so I am not dismissing the complaints. I am not dismissing. I'm not about to dismiss it. But I thought I was doing what I was doing. So what you said I should do. So I will be more careful about that. And I give it to the chat. Call me out whenever something toxic is being said and you feel like I am not addressing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Themis, you're putting yourself, and this, I'm gonna say this because this is for any and everybody, but you're putting yourself in an impossible position because you're not going to be able to make everyone happy. You're not. I understand that optics matter, but you can't always control and manipulate optics.
I agree with you, Annalicia. Like I agree with you. The problem with what you're saying is it's easy to hide behind that. It's easy as a content creator to not take responsibility for your space by saying, oh, I tried. And I can honestly say I am trying, but it's wrong to use that and hide. So if people
it's easier to be what people want you to be online than it is for you to be who you truly are. That is much easier.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I agree. But I have seen content creators literally lie about their community in order to do what they need to and get where they need to go. I'm not about to do that. And the thing is, it's not easy to see when you're in it. And what I don't want is to look back on my time online and say, you know what, maybe I should have listened more. I want to open the space up so that the critiques that are genuine, the critiques that are legitimate, that they had space enough to breathe and to be internalized and then dealt with. I don't want to be closed off in that way. Like I think we are doing each other a disservice if we do. The reason I'm saying I agree with you is like I do actually believe I am trying and I push back. And so like doing it more would be awkward, but maybe I should come back after I think about it more and say, yeah, no, I tried. But I don't think in the moment I can say, yeah, no, I tried. I know I've meant so many content. Like it's like I don't know. Maybe there were times when things were being said and like I kind of like checked out. And so like I don't know, like
if
I
you
need
want
to think about it.
if you want people to hold you to an impossible standard, cool, fine. I guess we're all different. I'm gonna be like, we're all gonna be who we want to be. We want to be the best versions of ourselves, but I will be damned if I'm gonna be pedestalized or that, like, that's not for me. I'm a human being. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna backtrack and say, oh, wait a minute, yeah, I made a mistake. I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna grow. Like that's like this is the internet. Oh, there is.
Yeah, but I get you. But everyone, all the pastors in the church sleeping with little boys come out and they say, "Oh my God, I am a human. I made mistakes." And
no,
I
we don't
just want to
agree with
make
that.
sure. I just want to
No.
make sure
Yeah,
that
sit
when I say it, that I mean it. And right now, I don't feel comfortable saying it. But I
say something.
wait before you come do like I just want I want that space to be clear, and I'm not pushing back against you, Annalicia. Like I don't think you're wrong. I just don't know if you're right yet. I need to look back at my own actions. I do. I do, and then I will come back and be like, period. I did what I could do, and if I do any more, it's gonna be too much. Isis, welcome to the membership. Go ahead, truth teller, and then I'll read some super chat.
Oh Lord. Okay, well, I wasn't expecting all that. Merry Christmas to you, first of all. Belated Merry Christmas. I was checking out, just to give a little bit of levity, your Instagram before I came up here. And boy, walk like a champion, talk like a champion. I saw you rocking a little move. I like that. I like that. And giving all the fierceness with your outfits. Love it, love it, love it. Anyway, wow. I feel like I agree with Annalicia and what she's saying. Like, I feel like, I don't know. I don't know even sort of how to say this, but I'm glad that you have differing opinions that comes on here. Because we don't want to be an echo chamber. And I appreciate that. And the thing is that, you know, Asin has very strong views and perspectives, but there are her own. And, you know, oftentimes, and I was saying it in the chat, I feel like people, I don't know how people are listening, you know what I mean? And observing, because like Annalicia, I watch it and I feel like you are fair in the way in which you try to allow others to share their perspectives and really, you know, unpack whatever it is their views are, regardless of whether or not you agree with it or not. And I feel like one of the things that I'm observing with just society at large, and particularly it's acute on YouTube, where people are unable to make the distinction between like just having like discussions and debates, and that you don't necessarily have to subscribe wholly or even partly with what is being said. Insofar as you're like facilitating a space for people to be able to express their point of view. You understand what I'm saying? And so even for me, like people are saying that like I'm anti-American and I'm anti that. And I'm like, it couldn't be the furthest thing from the truth, right? Yeah. Like people who know me in my personal life, I have stood 10 toes down on behalf of African Americans, right? I'm very much aware. And I did choose to seek out information about the richness and the layers and the beauty of African American culture, and the reason.
Not me telling you not to respond to that, and you go straight ahead.
I know. No, I'm sorry, because she kept like it's accusations being made against me, which is not true.
Dr. Katrina King, welcome to the membership. Thank you so much for your upgrade. what smoke do you have for me, truth teller? Because
You don't have no smoke fear. I
so
don't
here's
have
the
no
thing.
smoke fear. I was coming up to talk about the parent thing, and like my experience with it or whatever in terms of what was it as about? Now I'm like forgetting. Something about honoring your parents or something.
Yeah, do you believe we should?
Or being obligated to them? I do. I do, because I'm someone that is very much about reciprocity, and I think Annalisa said like symbiotic relationships. And I do, and again, even with what you said just here, people are confusing it. It's like you specifically said, and for a good reason, that it's subjectively whatever they define to be good, right? If you define that your experience as you see it within your family context was good, do you therefore, based on that good treatment that you in your own eyes received, does that then make you feel obligated to reciprocate that same good treatment to your parents when they become old and incapable of helping themselves? I think that was very clearly stated. It was very like obvious to me. And so I think what it is that people don't really want to like deal with really what's so, I think is really what it is. And are trying to like get around it.
Honest, people believe what they want to believe. People see what they want to see. And so this as a general matter, that's just how people are. People live in a world that confirms their biases. That's fine. But if you try to hold yourself up to a standard based on this understanding of how people operate in the world, because that's the reality. We believe what we want. We see what we want. It's an unattainable standard to hold yourself to. And to me, I get anxiety just thinking about it.
Yeah, well, that's fine. We'll get into this. At the end, we can discuss what we need to discuss about this again. Let's get back to the disagreement. Kenneth, wait, Amara came up to say something. Go ahead, Amara. I see you were driving, so I want to let you speak before so that you don't. Yeah.
Hey, Queen Miss. Hey, everybody. Hannah
Hey.
Alicia.
Hi,
Okay,
pretty
so
girl.
how are you? Okay, so yeah, I'm headed into work. I just had two things to say. I don't disagree with you. It's rare that I disagree with you. The first thing is about the lady who was addressing you about another influencer. I really love the platform that you've created, and I love how everybody's able to come up and speak their mind and say how they feel, and then you will say, well, I don't agree with that, but we'll continue. I really love that about your channel, and I don't want anybody's feelings to get in the way of that, because there's not a lot of channels that allow that. So that's that in itself. And then the second thing I wanted to say is about owing your parents reciprocity. Well, I don't even know how to say that word. Let me stop.
Reciprocity.
Reciprocity. For them giving birth to you and treating you well, like you actually thinking you have good parents, and then deciding later on in life, like, no, I'm not gonna take care of them. I'm not gonna reciprocate. I think, yes, it is owed. If someone actually decides, okay, I'm gonna have this child, I am gonna take care of this child, and develop the livelihood of the child. Of course, you owe that type of respect. There's like a type of culture behind it. You know what I mean? Because if we were to embrace that idea of like, yeah, kids can come out, but they don't need to respect you. This they don't owe you anything. Then parents will now start having kids, and I think it's a mindset we kind of already have. People will start having kids and being like, I don't owe those kids anything. You know what I mean? Because if we know that the kids are going to grow up and not give us anything, or they're not going to do anything for us when we get older, then why would we? Yeah, I can have you, but I don't have to feed you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to treat you right, and that just creates like a really toxic environment for everybody. So I think having that standard of, yeah, I had you, you respect me, you owe me. And then when those kids have kids, they have that same culture behind it, then it makes a healthier community.
Yeah.
Anyway,
No,
that's it.
I agree with that. Thank you. You can always come up. I agree. Also, by the way, well, let me not say that. I realize there's a ton of super chats, so let me read some of them now. Shanae Young says, unrelated, but I find it funny how people who left home and weren't their parents' caregivers have the audacity to have children as insurance policy so that they can have caregivers. I don't think I don't think that children should be the insurance policy of their um, parents. I think it's terribly irresponsible for you to have children thinking that this is who is going to take care of me. In my mind, this is who should take care of me, but also you should be working to make sure you don't need them to take care of you. Because again, you're not investing in the community and then stopping. Just like part of the investment in the people around you is so that you are building stronger bonds and you have more. But the issue is when you fall, who is going to be there for you? And I think people you've helped should be there for you, but you shouldn't be it shouldn't be like, oh, this is purely my expectation. It's like, just in case, kind of. You didn't choose to be here, but you choose to stay. Look, I'm not about to say that. Y'all not about to get me canceled on here. Dr. Umar School. Miss America says, if you don't owe parents, then you had a bad period. Agreed. If you had good parents, you would raise kids similarly. Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's always true, but I would imagine. Thank you for being beautiful. I think I don't know who they're talking, but I'm just going to take that as my own compliment because, period, I am beautiful. Wake Up Makeup say, Themis channel, safe space to express opinion, period. Let them know. Simply Mesmerized says, wait, why do we expect non-ADOS to go out of their way to try to consume non-mainstream ADOS culture when a majority of ADOS don't go out of their way to do so? Period. But I do think the difference is when you're engaging in conversation about it, I think you have a responsibility to go out of your way to make sure that you are accurate. Noble B, hey, one of the major reasons I appreciate this channel is Themis' ability to have conversations with people he or we don't particularly agree with. Thank you. One of the reasons I love your Instagram is because you serve. That's the phrase, like you serve looks, period. Yes, sweater, purr. Two more and then I'm done. Not done, but like, hey y'all, Mercury went retrograde, meaning challenges with travel and miscommunication. Be mindful. Oh, is that what that means? Thank you, Sanderson sisters. Curry up and eat. My mom said I'm lucky I was born, and that means I'm better know my place. I'm going to show her gratitude. Period. That's what the Caribbeans be doing. All right, back to the smoke. Kenneth, I said I would go to you next. What is your smoke with me? You're muted if you're speaking.
Maybe I should get off because I don't think I have any smoke.
Before you go, you can have a minute to say what you want. Where did you just have to come up?
I mean, I had it in my mind when you guys were talking about parenting, but
oh yeah, we did jump around. My bad.
Yeah, so I came in like right then, so I was kind of confused.
All right, let me ask you a question and you can answer in 30 seconds or less. Do you believe children owe parents who they believe to be good something?
Okay. There's two answers. It's yes and no. So yes, I mean no, because I didn't ask to be here. Most I like to say from my knowledge, I mean I haven't read the stats on this, but just going off the top of my head, I like to think that most of us were brought into this world by way of irresponsible sex. So
But wait. There is a reason why I don't like the "I didn't ask to be here" response, and it's because you still. Oh, he left. You still have options. Let me stop. Let me not. I'm not joking around with that. That's not okay. Actually, that was terrible. That was actually really bad.
I'm sorry. Went out.
I don't like the "I didn't ask to be here." But go ahead. That's all I'm gonna say there.
Well, with I believe that we were all birthed from irresponsible sex, and whereas that's you get different parenting, like it's not a one size fit all, but for the most part, you get different parenting when your parents actually plan to bring you into this world versus irresponsible sex. Um, to me, irresponsible sex breeds some a resentment for the child messing up your life or your career or your schooling or your future. So some children are going to get treated in that way of like, oh my gosh, I didn't ask for this child to be here, and I can't even go out, I can't even do X, Y, and Z. So to me, I believe that you're going to get a different parent, not one size fit all, uh, but all.
I wouldn't say that's a good. Would you say that's a good parent?
What?
A parent that brought you here and was irresponsible and continue to be irresponsible in how they treat you and raise you.
No, I don't think that's a good parent.
But would you say, for you personally, I don't know your parents, don't explain any of this, but if you believe your parents were amazing parents and did well, do you think you would owe them something?
I don't owe them anything. However, if obviously I have a heart, so I would do things for them out
Wait,
of.
why would having a heart matter if you don't owe them anything?
Well, because it's their duty. I mean, it's
No,
the
no,
same
no, no.
way
I'm
like
not talking
if my
about them. I'm talking about you. Why would you feel any kind of obligation to people you don't owe anything to?
why would I feel any type of obligation? Well, as I said, I don't feel obligated to give them back anything, but
No,
I
not give
I
them back. Wait, I'm just saying. All right. If you had bad parents, would you want to help them?
I mean, it depends on what it is. I mean, my mother's she's been a drug addict for 30 years.
No, no, no,
But
no. I don't want
that,
the reason I don't want to get emotionally invested in the conversation. That's why I'm trying to not give our personal stories. But if you have bad parents, would you want to help them?
I'm trying to finish, but you keep like cutting me
No,
off.
because you're giving me a story about you, and I'm going to become emotionally connected to you and your story, and that clouds kind of objectivity. So that's why I stopped you. I'm asking, would you feel obligated if you have bad parents to help them? If your parents were like terrible, would you feel obligated to helping them?
I don't feel obligated to help
Would you
anybody.
want to
If
help them?
I
Would you
help,
want to help them?
it would be out of my love for them or my care for them.
Right, so you would still love them if they were terrible parents and treated you poorly.
Yes.
All right. And you would feel like you want to help them in that case.
It depends on the situation. As I said, it's
What
not a one size fits all.
all right, what situation would you feel like you need to help them in?
I mean, if they're about to like get kicked out of their home, I mean, I would help them.
Well, so the situation is predicated on them now, not what they did to you.
Wait, what?
The situation you are putting is that what happening to them now, not how they treated you.
Well, I mean, I don't hold grudges against people. So, after, after a while, I mean, obviously I'll get over it. But I just believe that it's not a one size fit all. It's situation based. But all in all, I don't feel obligated to help any human being.
Okay, well,
But
that's
if
different
I
then. That's
do,
fine. That makes sense. If you don't feel obligated to help any human being, then that makes sense.
Yeah,
Wow,
I don't think that there's an obligation. I believe that when you help people, it should come from a good place in your heart. It should not come out of obligation, because when you do
Feeling like you owe someone something is a good place for me.
but no, but it's kind of not though, because it's doing
No, if you feel like you benefited from the common and you therefore feel like you owe them even when you don't want to do it, I think that's a good thing. I mean, we define morality differently then. So I don't think that I wanting to help because you've done for me is a bad. Like I think that it comes from the same place to
I
me.
mean, but from my experience, when people do things out of obligation, many times people tend to throw it back in their face what they did. Many times you
Well,
have,
you're adding stuff to it. Like
well, the
if
conversation.
people are throwing things in your face, then that's not it. That's not what we're talking about. I'm saying that they're
I'm
in the
cause and effect. Cause and
yeah.
effect is
No,
real.
there's no cause and effect there at all. When you
It,
say there is a difference between feeling like it comes from a good place outside of obligation. I disagree with that sentiment because I feel like I owe the Black community something. I also feel like it's a good place that that feeling of owing it comes from, and I want to give back. In the same way, I'm going to give back to my mom because of how much care she gave to me. Now, I can't speak for what I would do if she was terrible, but I can speak to the feeling of me owing her something, and that for me is still a good place.
so I'll just say this. When walking around New York City, there's a day I may give out money to 7 different people in one day on the street. I don't do it because I've been blessed to have it. I don't do it out of obligation. I do it because my heart says so. So that's what I mean out of obligation. Sometimes when we do things out of obligation, from my experience of life, if to me, I was brought up in a way that if your heart isn't there, don't even do it. If your heart doesn't say,
No, no,
give,
nope, I don't
give,
agree. I
give,
think you should do things that your heart is not there for.
but as I'm
We
saying,
would
it's
we
cause and
would live
effect
in one of
in the
we
real
would
world.
learn we no we would live in one of the worst society if people only did what their quote unquote heart felt like doing.
I mean, that's your opinion thing. That's not
No,
Bible.
I think that
But
is
from my
that it is
perspective,
an opinion, but it's an
okay,
opinion that is predicated on there. You know how many things I don't feel like doing that if I didn't do, my life would fall apart.
this is self-preservation.
Yes,
Self-preservation
so
is
but
two
even
totally. You're preserving
go ahead.
yourself. You're preserving yourself when you do things for yourself. These two different things, and feeling obligated to helping
Yeah,
someone else.
that's the
Two
point.
different things.
Preserving your community, preserving like the whole point is that we do things that we don't feel like doing. Like
Yeah,
feeling like doing
from
the
from
feeling disappears. This is like love. When you're in a relationship, sometimes you don't even like the person, but you guys work through it because what you created sometimes is bigger than your feeling in the moment that is fleeting.
I agree.
Also,
I
love and
understand with what you're
obligation.
saying. I understand with what you're saying,
All
but
right, so
again,
maybe I
then
wait, wait.
live the
You
real. There's
wait.
cause and
If you
effect.
if you understand what I'm saying, then maybe I'm not understand what you're saying. Can you
Because
explain
you
some
keep
more?
cutting me off, so I can't even get my
All right,
point out.
well, I'm going to remove you then because I'm trying not to yell and be angry
Right.
now.
You
Like,
keep getting the whole conversation. You keep cutting people
yeah,
off.
this is my channel. I don't understand what you don't
But then why
understand
would
about
you
that.
open it up to a conversation if you're going to bulldoze the conversation like that? That's
Because
stupid.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
You're not understanding if you keep cutting someone off. Like,
No,
what kind
I'm
of
not.
sense are you making?
All right, that was fun.
Do people think that love and obligation are mutually exclusive?
I think that there is this very strange thing where people are like, oh my God, yes, I'm cutting you off because you're saying something that I'm trying to clarify. I'm trying to understand. I'm not about to sit here and listen to you ramble on and on. From the get go, you said you literally had nothing to say when you came up. You forgot what you had to say. I then pose a question, you're answering, and yes, I'm stopping you in the middle of your statement because you said something that I don't understand.
I think he's right.
Good for you. I think he's wrong. Now, what do you think, Kenneth?
Just so is love and
Wait,
obligation.
no. Wait. Go ahead, Kenneth.
Who's Kenneth?
Are you? I mean, are you not gonna speak? It's fine if you're not. I don't. Why would you come? All right. Since he's not gonna speak, go ahead, Patty, and let me know what he's right about.
Maybe the best way to understand is not to interrupt the middle of someone's sentence, in my opinion. I
No,
did
well,
think he
I'm
was.
gonna like I'm doing right now. I'm interrupting because there is a statement being made that I either disagree with or don't understand, and I'm trying to stop you because if you move on, we might miss the issue here.
Okay, sir.
Like,
I'm not a lawyer. I'm an everyday person who just speak with people. I don't have media training or such. I'm just
I
trying
don't
to have
have
a.
media training, but part of what's like what I just did when you say media training, I stopped you because when you're talking about media training, I need you to know that that doesn't make sense. You don't need media training to understand that you're on someone's platform and you're making a statement and they're trying to understand that which you're saying. It is going to require some kind of stopping and you explaining some of the things that you said. Now, if you politely say to me, "Hey, Themis, I know you're stopping me, but like I'm losing my train of thought, and I would like to be able to complete the thought fully," and then I can say, "Okay, well, I can try, but when you say something that is inappropriate or something I don't understand or something that requires some kind of clarification, I am probably going to interject to understand it." Like I can't just let you, like even people came up here and say, "Oh, you let other people do this or you let other people do that." I usually can do that if I'm like writing things down or if I am like trying to remember all parts of it, but there are too many things happening, right? And so people came up here and say, "Themis, you allowed people to say this, this, and that." And now I'm trying to like stop you from going on and then go back. If you know what you're saying, if you agree with what you're saying, then you should be able to stop, explain, and keep going.
I mean, perhaps if, because I lost my train of thought on the last thing I said, which is why I paused after you finished speaking. Perhaps if he had have gotten his sentence out, the complete sentence, there would not need to stop to clarify. Maybe in the latter half of his sentence was the answer to whatever clarification you needed.
Well, if that's the case, then my question should just lead you to finish your statement.
I think he
Like,
tried to.
no, he didn't. He just started yelling at me.
Well, yeah, after trying to get his sentence out several times.
No, what you just said is maybe when you stopped him, he would have continued to explain the question I was asking. So when I asked the question,
No. I
continue.
said maybe had you not stopped him, the rest of his sentence would have answered whatever question you stopped him to ask.
Exactly. And so if I ask him the question and the rest of his statement was going to answer my question, then you should be able to answer my question by finishing your statement.
I don't even understand what that means. I'm a GED holder.
Wait, no. Here, if you were going to answer the question that I stopped you to ask, then it should be easy for you to continue your statement by responding to my question.
Unless he lost his train of thought.
But if you lost your train of thought and I ask you a question that you were going to say anyway, shouldn't that trigger your memory?
People are not perfect.
What are we doing?
I don't know. I think that this idea that like you as a content creator or someone need to let everyone finish their thought. I don't disagree that someone should be finishing their thought, but I'm not the person that just allows things that I don't know. If you're talking to me, even in real life, and I don't know what you're saying, I'm gonna say, "Wait, what are you talking about?"
It's not that I disagree with curbing like a conversation that's going somewhere out of hand or rambling or something like that, but I do legitimately think that he may have lost his train of thought and been frustrated with trying to clarify himself several times, only to be interrupted to be asked for clarification while trying to.
But you do know what just happened, right? Like you do know that I stopped and I was like, "Okay, you just said you understood where I was going. You just said that." So I was like, "Oh, wait, let me stop you now. I want to apologize." I can literally go back. You said you understand me, and I am not I seem to be the one not understanding you. Could you explain to me now? And this was where I'm stepping out, so you could explain your position. And instead of saying, "Oh, okay, let me explain," sorry, yeah, whatever. He decided, you know what? Let me take this opportunity to drag you, even though I've conceded to you that maybe I have been the one who was talking too much.
I don't think he said that at all. I do think he got
Wait,
frustrated.
you don't think he said what?
Let me concede because maybe I was the one talking too much.
You don't think I said that?
Oh, yeah. Oh no, I don't think you did. Not until after he left.
No, I said that to him.
You said maybe it's me who's not understanding and talking too much. So go ahead and explain. But you said that as you interrupted him explaining to say that.
Yeah, no, he was talking. I was like, okay, wait, stop. Maybe I'm not the one understanding. So let me step all the way back. You don't have to respond to me. You don't have to say you understand, because he said, I understand what you are saying. Right? Him saying, I understand what you are saying, I was like, okay, if he understands what I'm saying, maybe I'm the party here that's not doing the understanding. Let me tell him now and step all the way back. And when I told him, he just got mad. Well, I think he got mad. People are saying he wasn't shouting. I can rewind it. Do you want to see it? Like,
no, I think he was mad. Whether or not you think rightfully so is up to you. But because you were specifically interrupting him during him explaining to tell him to explain to you, which he expressed frustration at right after.
Yeah, and I was about to let him talk. You don't then use that moment to yell at me.
You don't use that moment to express frustration that you've been interrupted several times while also being asked to clarify.
Yeah, you don't.
I mean, it's emotional. I will give it that at least, but I don't think he's necessarily in the wrong here.
It's not about right or wrong. It's you don't come into my house and try to like fight with me, and I thought that was a fight, so I decided to end it. Like, no. Okay. I told you if you disagree with me, you can come up. That's fine. If I say, oh, well, yeah, maybe I'm wrong, you don't then just start yelling at what I consider to be yelling. You don't do that. I'll remove you. I feel no ways about that. He came back with nothing. So
I mean, let's talk about what this is really about, because I feel like y'all are definitely giving Joe Jackson sympathizing. That's what I'm feeling. Y'all just don't like kids who don't like their parents.
Okay.
An oversimplification, and it undermines this entire subject matter.
Yeah, I don't do. If you have a problem, you have a problem. I just don't. The thing is, some way I am in my feelings because I don't like, and maybe this is something that I need. Let me explain. If you come up here and you're already mad, I can deal with that. We can go back and forth. When I've conceded, you don't use that up. That will make me angry. Yes. You don't use the moment where someone concedes to you as the time to drag. I don't know if that's what you do generally, but yes, it is annoying for me to say, you know what, maybe I have been wrong. So maybe I'm the one wrong here in like actually being honest. Then you go, oh no, yes, you're wrong, blah blah blah. Yeah. That's fine, because what you want then is for me to not do that concession, and I can do that. I can play these really weird game. So yeah, go ahead. Black.
Hi, how you doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Thank you for asking. So I'm gonna be as brief as possible. First, just not to harp on it, but you've always conducted your panels in that same manner. So I would assume it's to be expected by now. But anyway, as far as when it comes to children, basically looking out for their parents once they come of age and their parents are elder, I think the only parents who really have that problem are the deadbeat ones. Because how many people out there won't do anything for their fathers? Right now, raise your hand. Because they didn't deserve it. They don't deserve that from you, because that's not something that they poured into you. My mother can ask me for anything. My father could pass away right now. The only thing I would be concerned about is am I the beneficiary on his life insurance because I'm not burying him with my own money? Period. I'll make some phone calls, get him some flowers, get him a casket. I might even get him a suit. But I'm not doing that on my own dime because you left me hanging so many times, so many recitals, so many dances. You know, your child support may have never been late, but you never poured any love into me to the point to where I feel like I quintessentially owe you anything. You have to have a modicum of respect for a parent to want to do that for them. And that love is something that's unwavering and unconditional. I unconditionally love my mother because she did every anything for me. So she can call me right now and say, go, and we live across town from each other. Can you please bring me some hot sauce? I made me some greens and I don't have any hot sauce. I'm going to hop on the freeway and go get my mom some hot sauce. Period.
Yeah. I agree with you, by the way. I've never cursed or disrespected you. You did not, even though you were disrespecting. I don't think I've ever disrespected you. I just removed you from the panel, which is my right. I agree with you, Black.
Okay, you guys, that's all I just want to chime in and say. And everyone be peace and be merry. And at the end of the day, if you don't like how a panel discussion is being ran, then there's so many panels out there that we can go and converse on. You know what I mean? Because if the host doesn't understand what you're saying or the point you're trying to convey, and he's the one that you're quintessentially speaking with, then I think he's well within his right to ask for a modicum of understanding. And then you, as a panel guest, to understand that, hey, he's a little lost in your rambling. Won't you hone it down and bring home that point? And I think that's fair.
Yeah, the thing is, people say I cut people off a lot. I do. Like, I don't deny this. Like, I do cut people off a lot because I don't let people ramble on. I'm not saying Kenneth with it. This is more than Kenneth, but like, I do cut people off. The point is to understand what you're saying. If you don't like being cut off, then don't come up. Like, oh yeah, let's do this. I'm gonna say this. I'm calm. I've taken ownership of it, as is my therapist telling me to do it in my head. Take ownership of as much as you can. Let's say this. I was wrong, and I am wrong for cutting people off. The issue is I don't know how to have a conversation or listen to someone speak when they say something that I don't fully understand. So, to have a conversation fully with someone, my inclination, which I don't know how to change it, is to stop you and say, hey, what is this? Now, maybe I don't do it in the best way. Maybe I should learn to do it better. I'll own that now. The issue is, ultimately, I don't know how to do it now. So here's the thing. If cutting you off when you're talking makes it hard for you to finish your thought, then maybe coming up is not the best idea. And that's not gaslighting. We can compromise at, you can say, hey, Themis, can you let me finish this thought? Because I'm not remembering what I need to say. And I will try to finish it quickly, and then you can respond. Check me in the moment, and I will try to do that. Check me respectfully, and I will try to do that. We can compromise there. However, if you tell me you're going to tell it to me and then you keep going, I'm just going to stop you. I think that's a good compromise. That's the best I got. That's it. You don't just say, I've been trying to. No, don't do that, because I will remove you. I don't like that.
He did try.
I told you my mom created a safe space for me to talk. Feeling like that space is safe, I needed to do my own. So if you don't feel like it's safe, let me know first, and then I will do my best. That's all I got. And no, Patty, you don't get to interrupt. I felt disrespected when that young lady came up here and said, it felt like this. I owned it. So I'm saying I felt like this. And it sounded like he was like, I'm trying to talk and you just keep talking over me. No, you don't talk to me like that. Absolutely don't talk to me like that. I don't allow it in real life. I'm not about to allow it online.
No, before that, whether or not you think that's disrespectful is up to you. But before that, he did interject and say, I haven't been able to get out a sentence, like earlier in the conversation. And then he continued to talk before the second one.
No, that's not how I remembered it, but okay. Go ahead. Passion Bliss, go ahead. Passionate Bliss, you're muted if you're speaking. Go ahead. All right, we can hear you, Passionate Bliss. Helima, go ahead. Helima?
Oh, hello. Hi, Themis and everyone. So on this subject, I am like picking the side like of Petty and others that agree that you don't owe your parents anything, even though it's not a popular belief where I'm from. In Africa, we very much believe that you owe your parents everything. I am going to choose not to see reality when it comes to this one, and I don't want to get too personal, but I have a different reality than you. I did not have the best of parents. They did provide me the bare minimum, and till this day, even though I feel like they weren't the best of parents, I will take care of them when it comes to that time, and I have the money because of who I am, not because I feel obligated. And also, even if they were the perfect parents ever, I do not feel a child owe parents anything. It will say, I will judge you if you had the best parents and you just booted them when you can take care of yourself and they did everything for you. But even if I judge you, I'm judging your morals. I'm not judging you because you owe them something. I think it's very dangerous, this energy, and very emotionally taxing, putting onto the kids that burden that you owe me something because I brought you to life. I do not subscribe to that, even though my people subscribe to that. I like, even my dad told me, his grandparents and his parents told him the reason why in our villages why they have a lot of children is because they want to push continue the legacy, and also the kids help them upkeep the farms. I feel like that is selfish. A child did not have to be here, and I know you don't like that argument, but it is true. Life, I view life as a test. Like, even though there are wonderful things in this life and you can see the miracles and everything, I still feel like life is a test, and it's not always like, oh, this merry la la land thing. So we can argue that needing to birth someone to continue your legacy, that in itself can be viewed as selfish because that person did not ask to be here. Would you agree with that?
I think that you have an obligation to take care of the children that you create, yes.
And also, would you say that, well, okay. Well, I think I'll just end it there. I just believe that
No,
just
but like, I think there is, but I do think that on the other end, you have an obligation to the parent who took care of you.
I feel like that's a moral obligation. I don't feel like that should be like, it has to be like, hey, because I brought you to this life and because I provided you with all
Wait,
that I
one second. Let me do something. I see Kenneth still in the chat. Because Kenneth is still here and in the chat and going back and forth. It doesn't seem like he was in bad faith. And so if I were the one, I didn't go back. I will, but I'm going to own this. Maybe I'm not going to go back. I'm just going to own it. Kenneth, I do apologize. I might have disrespected you in the way that people are like talking, and I'm someone who is responding to the chat, and I take the feedback seriously. I was triggered, and I don't think it's fair to just say you were the one triggered and not take ownership of it. I have been kind of annoyed at this idea that, like, I think a lot of people, not you, this is an explanation, so an apology with an explanation and justification for bad behavior. There is this sense that everyone feels entitled to be up here and be able to speak without being challenged. And I can own that I might have sort of put that on you when I should have taken you for kind of what you were saying. I still disagree with you, but I should have taken you for what you were saying and not um, projecting. And I cannot continue the live and be invested how I need to invest with this kind of emotional blockage here. So I'm going to own that I was the one who was wrong here. I'm going to take that. Please don't defend me in the chat. I don't like seeing people going back and forth defending me. I'm a grown boy. I'm a grown boy. I can do this. And so I don't want you to feel obligated in the chat to defending me. I can own if I'm wrong. I've never had an issue with that. And seeing how the chat is responding, and I don't like that. So I'm going to own this, and it might have been my issue. And I should not have projected that onto other people. Oh yeah, now I feel better. So I apologize, Kenneth. I apologize. Didn't. I don't want it to feel like I'm just trying to be disrespectful. Hopefully you can accept that. If you don't, I also understand. You are still here, so I apologize. That's the best I have now. Email me or message me. Sorry. Go ahead.
Can I also say something? Because a lot of people are saying, "Oh, you're copying a play for Themis. Oh, you're..." Listen. Anyone that's in my life or anyone that I care about, yes, of course, there's going to be a level of or sort of a knee-jerk reaction to try to create insulation, even if it's from a distance. But make no mistakes, because it tends to be people that I'm closest with. When we get into disagreements, we really lock in to some very, very interesting and heated discourse. So if I disagree with Themis, or if I have a problem, I'll drag him and his opinion by the hairs of his chinny chin chin. That's a promise. That's a guarantee. No one is impervious. So it's not a man thing. It's not a woman thing. It's people that I have relationships with, that I care about. That's number one. But number two, if I disagree with people that I care about, I'll unload the clip. It's not a problem. So just stop with that. Like, it's enough.
Thank you. And I do appreciate everyone here who are here for me, but part of holding me accountable is like holding me accountable. And if I was wrong, I'm wrong. Yeah. I'm going to own this wrong. I'm not even going to watch it. I'm just going to own this wrong. All right. Thank you, Helena. We disagree because I think children owe their parents. I'm actually going to let Oh My go ahead, and I'm going to call, while you're talking, I won't be listening directly. I'm going to call Monnier because I actually don't know his opinion on this. So I'm going to call him while you talk. So you're talking to the audience, not to me.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So essentially, I just want to say that there's been some very salient opinions. Woof. When I say you all left a lot of food for thought. So thank you for that. I mean that in a positive way. So essentially, I'm just going to keep this very brief. As it pertains to my problem, I mean, you know what? Let me take a step back. I'm not even going to say my problem. I think we're splitting hairs about the good parents, bad parents debate. At the end of the day, you're always going to have this level of subjectivity to which you're going to get a differing ending of opinions, as others have said. So we're kind of all saying the same thing on that regard. It's going to be very subjective. I think a more productive means to look at it is the way that we label the obligation. It shouldn't be considered as such, in my opinion, because if you think about it, why should one party who ultimately made an act that was quite selfishly rooted? I mean, we can say that children don't ask to be here, right? So if we're saying that children can't ask to be here as far as consent, then we can also say that the very fact of having a child is rooted in selfishness for one reason or another, that it should also be equally acceptable to say that if a child selfishly decides to shirk their obligations for reciprocity, that should be acceptable too. I mean, because to not do so really does kind of disregard the power dynamic that is in play when it comes to parents and children. I consider both parents as one party when they choose to have a child, regardless of whether or not your parents did right by you and chose to be good human beings and to raise you with the love that they should be obligated to raise you with. I think it's just not fair to say that children are obligated in any form or fashion to reciprocate that to their parents. And this is coming from someone who personally has had a wonderful and very privileged experience of being in a loved parental situation. You know, there's nothing, as someone else had pointed out before, another panelist, that my mother can't ask me for. She can have my left kidney. I'd take a bullet for the woman. I'd go to hell for the woman and back.
Wait,
But at the end of the day,
wait. What?
go ahead.
See, this I have to wait. Why would you take a bullet for her?
As a show of how much I love and appreciate her and the fact that she did choose to be an excellent parent, that's the sacrifice I'd be willing to make.
Wait, but you said because she chose to be an excellent parent. Do you not understand how that implicit in the statement that the reason you're willing to give your life for her is because she chose to be blah? Do you not understand how me saying, oh, is directly what you're conceding by saying that?
Not necessarily. And the reason why I say that is because it should not be carte blanche considered an obligation to do so. Irrespective
not.
of my
I said
personal experience, it should
You
not
said it's
be
good.
considered a reciprocal obligation. Go ahead.
All right. So you're saying for your morality, then you would do it, but you don't think it should be something that other people should do.
Right. It should not be labeled as an obligation. Correct. I think
Oh.
Petty kind of mentioned this before as far as the parent's obligation. Absolutely. But it should not be on that child. They didn't have consent as an agent to this particular contractual agreement. It was selfishly rooted in the parent choosing to have the child. So the child should not, irregardless of upbringing, whether good or bad, have that
So
expectation foisted
you
upon
agree
them.
that children are parasites?
That was never said. I never said that.
No. I'm asking.
Oh,
I mean,
you're
what
asking me,
you
do I
just-
believe that children are parasites?
Wait. What do you mean you didn't say that? What you just described as a parasitic relationship. If I am obligated to take care of you and you're not obligated to give anything back, that's a parasitic relationship.
One of the parents choosing, if you want to follow that logic. Correct. It
Huh?
was something that the parents initiated, not the child. We just agreed that children cannot consent, right? So to that end, this is a parasitic relationship, in your
We're
words,
not
not
even
mine,
talking.
that was incited by the parent. Go ahead.
We're not talking about whether or not children can consent. It's not. You don't even have a say in like coming here. So regardless, even if you could or could not consent, that doesn't matter. You didn't have a choice. You're here. So the idea that now I'm obligated to take care of you doesn't make sense because I can give you up for adoption.
Doesn't make sense because you can give me up for adoption.
Yeah, like I don't owe you anything. Like I don't owe taking care of you. I have an alternative. I can literally give you up. I can leave you for you to die. I can, whatever I do, but I don't owe you anything as a parent. I think a good parent is someone who is going to try, but like this idea that parents owe you something, they don't. They're actually choosing to give you something, but they don't. They can literally have you and abandon you.
So what does this have to do with my initial point? You kind of derailed, respectfully.
You said you agree with Patty that
Correct.
parents owe you something to take care of you. They don't.
Right. It's my personal belief. And again, I'm trying to admit the personality of it because by your own previous admission, you wanted us to kind of limit the subjective nature of it. So
Yeah.
maybe I shouldn't have said that because I clouds things. And as I can tell right now, because now we're kind of going off into a different tangent from what my initial assertion was, which was that children should not be obligated to reciprocate in kind, irregardless of how they have been raised, whether it was good in their personal opinion or whether it was bad. That responsibility should never be foisted upon a child. Just as a parent chooses to have a child, which is ultimately a selfish, one-sided decision, because again, children can't consent.
I mean, I think.
Hold on. They should also be able to accept that just as a child had no say and that it was their selfish decision, that a child should be able to selfishly not reciprocate if they so choose not to, regardless of the parenting.
regardless, but the idea that you were saying, my issue is you cannot say one has a responsibility and the other doesn't. Now, if you're saying one has a choice and the other also have a choice, then I'm not going to argue with you on that. I'm just going to judge you morally on the choice you make.
And you know what? You're absolutely right. I shouldn't have said that, which is why I'm asking you to kind of strike that from the record. I'm trying to be as
Oh,
objective
right.
as possible and speaking factually. So if I'm
All right.
thinking logically, if one party decides to procreate, have children, then the other, I should say that child should also be given that agency because they are here, in out of their own volition to be able to not have the expectation to reciprocate in obligation. So I guess what I'm getting at, and I think where a lot of us really kind of have this disconnect, is the fact that it's labeled as an obligation,
All
that
right.
you are
So,
obliged, that you are
all right.
indebted to, even though you really had no say in this ultimately, but I'm still indebted to this obligation. That's where the problem is. Now, if
All
we're
right.
all, and
May
I
I
think
say
most of
something?
us are going to fall in accordance with the social fabric, which is to pay into people and to pour into people that pour into you. Most of us, I mean, generally will do that as part of the social fabric of the society that you live in. So I don't think we have a dissent or discord in that particular notion. It's the
Wait, all right.
labeling of the
Wait.
obligation that we have the problem with.
2 seconds. So let me go back to Petty. Petty said obligation, right, Petty?
Yep.
So you and Oh My don't agree.
I don't think so. I think there's an obligation. I don't think there's an obligation when you birth a child, specifically when you choose to raise the child, whether you adopt, become a step parent, or whatever. Now you owe them. If you
Oh,
give
so
your child,
now you're changing it.
nope. I
All
said
right.
that. I said that earlier when we talked about entitlement,
I believe I've heard that as well earlier. That's what really
I'm
stuck
sure
out to me.
and I put it in the
you
back
did.
chat.
All right.
May I
So
make a quick point?
who is that?
A black fan.
Before you go, I just wanted to clarify this. So there is no, you guys agree that the parent, the biological parent in this case, let's limit it there then, in having the child does not owe the child an obligation.
No. We believe that in having the child, the parent does not owe the child the obligation. Is that explicitly what you just said?
Yeah.
I don't want to get personal, so I'm not going to comment on that.
I don't think they have an obligation in birthing the child. No.
All
After
right.
birthing the child.
All right. So the child in that case does not have an obligation to help the parent if the parent is in need, regardless of how the parent was.
No, I don't believe so.
All right. But the parent has
I
a
concur with that.
choice. Huh?
No, I was saying I concur with that. Actually, I do.
All right.
I do. Yes.
Right.
Because
So
that's the
the
only way it can
parent,
be equalized, as in the child doesn't have an obligation either. Go ahead.
all right. All right. But the parent has a choice to take care of the child.
Correct.
And if the parent choose to take care of the child and does it well in the child's eye, the child's choice to not take care of the parent when they're older and the parent is in need after the parent invested in the child, you're saying you don't see anything morally wrong with that.
That's not what I said. I said I don't see
No,
it as
I'm
an
asking, that was
obligation.
a question.
I'm sorry, you referring that to me or to Petty?
You.
Okay, so can you repeat that for me?
Do you think there's something morally wrong with a parent choosing to take care of the child and the child grows up, the parent is in need, and the child decided, I'm not going to help you, even though you've helped me?
Now you're saying, do I see that as a moral issue?
That we're asking moral questions.
Initially, it began as an obligatory question, and
Yeah,
now, which is
the
kind of
obligation comes from a
factual.
morality. The
No, go ahead.
obligation comes from a morality.
I'm thinking
Do
of it
you
more as
see
a
that?
contractual obligation.
Do
And
you
now we're
see?
talking about morality in
It has
irrelevance
to be morality because we're not going to
of an
lock these
obligation.
people up if they decide not to help their parents.
But we don't lock people up for not taking care of their
Exactly.
children now.
So that's what I'm saying. So it has to. What we're discussing has always been a moral question.
There's a difference between morality and contractual obligation, Themis.
There's not a contractual obligation here. There was never a contractual obligation. I
Exactly,
would
that's
have.
my point. So because there
Yeah,
isn't a
no,
contractual
but
obligation, then no one is contractually obliged,
no one
morally
is
or
no. Wait,
otherwise.
what are we talking about? No one is ever contractually obliged to take care of their parents unless there's an actual contract in there. I'm asking about a moral judgment on the people who decide not to take care of the parents who help them.
No is the short answer to that. I do not think that they are morally deficit because they do not choose to.
Wait, then why are we fighting? Then if it's a contract or moral, your answer is still consistent. I don't understand why we're fighting
No,
that.
but
If
you're
your
right.
answer,
It is consistent because it's actually in rejection of what you were stating of how you do believe that there is a moral obligation to where I
yeah,
am
so
vehemently opposing that. I don't believe that there's a moral obligation.
okay, so then you agree. Then you agree with yourself, regardless of if it's contractual or moral. Why would you push back when I say moral? Like I thought you were going to say, yeah, there's a moral issue, but there's not a contractual issue. If it's consistent, I don't know why you're pushing back.
So then maybe I misunderstood. Oh, you're good. Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying because I thought you were asking me if there was some delineation between the actual contractual versus the moral obligation. Now, if we're talking about as far as societal contracts, then yes, but an actual moral, independent individual contract, then I mean, I shouldn't say contract, moral obligation, then no. Societally, it is expected. That's part of the fabric, aka the contract. But if we're talking about individually, morally speaking, then no, it should be your moral choice. Not moral, your individual choice based on what you subjectively believe. And I tried not to get into that, which is why I didn't want to bring up any personal effects. I'm just thinking about it from the standpoint of if if a parent can independently choose to have a child, then that child should be able to independently choose whether to reciprocate. And that
Yes,
should not be
and
considered a moral issue.
it is a moral issue.
How so?
Wait,
Because you're saying you literally said that you believe that they should be morally obligated to take care of their parents. I'm
yes,
refuting that by saying they shouldn't be morally obligated to take care of their parents.
yeah, and you were saying, how is it a moral question?
That was your question, was it not?
Yeah, because it's very clearly a moral question for
To
me.
you. Yeah, to you. It's a moral question for you. And I'm saying it should not be a moral question as far as the rest of
Yeah,
society, generally
I'm
speaking.
asking you. Yeah, so what you're saying is there is not, you don't make a moral judgment on people who don't take care of their parents who've taken care of them.
No, what I'm saying is
No,
refuting
all right,
exactly
wait,
what.
stop.
Go ahead.
Let me
Go ahead.
ask you, do you think it is morally right to not take care of a parent who took care of you and you thought that parent was good?
And I answer that by saying no, it shouldn't be a moral question. It shouldn't even be a factor of morality.
All right. So
But
then,
it's based on morality. Even when we use the term, I'm sorry, Demus, I mean to cut you off, but even when we use the term obligation, the obligation, you can only be obligated to something morally or legally. And considering the content of the conversation or how the question was initially proposed, it's evident to me that we could only speak to this from a moral perspective. And
wait,
also,
oh my, wait, sorry, I'm
Go ahead.
intervening because this is correct.
Go ahead.
Black is actually correct on this, but when I ask, do you know, I'm saying, is this right or is this wrong, right?
Correct. And I said it is not wrong. I've
So
explicitly
you
stated
do
that.
know that is like a moral question. When you judge something's rightness or wrongness, you're making a moral judgment.
Yes, but it's not in the context of which you framed it. I am refuting your question as to whether or not there is a moral obligation, to which I have expressed no. So I'm directly refuting your opinion with mine. Where are we getting the disconnect here?
Yeah, you are saying it's not bad, which you are saying
Correct.
it's not morally bad. I'm saying it's
Correct.
morally bad. You
Correct,
are
yeah.
making a moral judgment. You're just doing it in the positive and I'm seeing it in the negative, or at least neutral. Like
See, now
you are
you're
judging an action and you're saying this is not morally bad. I am judging the action and I'm saying this is morally bad.
morally
We're
bad.
making moral judgment on the action.
No, I'm refuting your opinion. Okay, so you're saying if I'm making moral judgment on the action by saying that it is not bad, I mean, you're making that same moral judgment by saying the opposite is what you're essentially doing, right? Because I came
Yeah.
over here to directly, yeah, okay, so cool, we agree on that. So
Yeah.
again, simply stating, I don't think there should be a moral obligation and that parents should accept that children have the right to walk away. They didn't
I
agree
definitely disagree.
to the contract of being born, so they should have the equal choice of walking away, just like the parents made the choice of giving birth to them. Simply put.
All right. So if a man wants to walk away, he should be able to walk away.
You're asking me he should be able to walk away. I didn't
By
say
your
anything about him
logic,
being able to walk away.
by your logic, a man should not be held accountable for a child being born.
I don't even know how you logically came to that conclusion by my logic.
After a man has done his part and whatever, right? Can the woman decide to terminate the pregnancy?
So now you're asking if I believe in bodily autonomy. Of course. I mean, as a woman, I'm
Yeah,
going to say
yeah.
yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. And can a woman choose
Well,
to...
honestly, okay, go ahead. You go ahead. I'm sorry.
Can a woman choose to either have the child or not have the child without any input from the man?
You do realize we're kind of straying into a whole different topic.
Yes or no?
Yes, yes, I do. Yes.
All right. So at the point where the man has no decision in it, are you also then willing to say, because he had no decision here, because he has no decision here, no opportunity to make a decision here, then he can leave? Like he has no responsibility.
Yes. I'm going to say yes.
All right. So men who leave their children because they didn't want their children is fine with, oh my. Prince Petty, are you okay with this too? No,
yeah,
wait,
I would consider.
you're laughing. It's not what you just said.
I'm laughing because you're good, man. Go ahead, Petty. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I see how you got that Juris Doctorate. Okay.
So Prince Petty,
well earned.
Prince Petty, you agree generally now that men who did not want children after impregnating a woman, if the woman decided to have the child and the man didn't, that the man should not be held accountable for that child.
I think he should be allowed to leave, but I wouldn't gender that.
Wow.
Well, not allowed to leave.
How is it possible that you wouldn't gender that? Can a man have children?
Oh no, I mean, I guess in the way that a woman can give up her child to adoption after the child is born, I don't think you have an obligation to raise.
Yeah, but if the woman decide to raise the child, are you also saying that the man should be okay with society should be okay with the man not paying child support?
Oh no, I think he still has the financial obligation, but not the.
Why?
That's a trap.
No, but you guys did this. You see where society would go if this is how we all thought? This is where society would go. This is your society. This is the society that you guys have created. Prince Petty, why should he be responsible?
The question again, please.
If you're predicating this idea that the child did not have a choice, and it is first principle, it is in the lack of choice that you no longer owe an obligation. The man does not have a choice as to whether the woman carries the child through or abort. Based on that logic, it would seem you would argue that that man should not be responsible for that child. That would be logically consistent, or am I missing something? I have super chats. I'm going to read the super chats in a minute.
Yeah, I think that's logically consistent. I would say no, but I don't think we have like a social system that would take care of the child in the man's place in this instance.
I thought welfare.
You think that's like a good supplement for a good replacement?
I didn't make a judgment on whether it's good or bad. You said there is, and I told you there is.
Currently, I don't think we have a good replacement for the man's income.
So if there is not a good system, then the man should pay for it?
Yeah.
So there is an obligation if it's not good. If it's good, the man doesn't have to pay for it.
Yeah, I think that would be acceptable.
All right. So when the mother is good, when the parents is good, it seems like it would suggest reciprocity, because even in the absence of choice, you're giving, literally you're giving responsibility to someone who doesn't have a choice. But why are you not willing to do that with a child?
Can you repeat that? You lost me.
Why is it that you feel comfortable doing that with one but not the other, when both of them do not have a choice?
You're saying he didn't have a choice, but I do think the decision to, I guess, lay down and have unprotected sex is partly a choice in creating child.
Agreed on that front, but on the front of whether or not the woman can have the child, he does not have a say so. And your ultimate issue was choice. And so it seems like you're trying to create a degree of choice here, which is fine, but there is a strict line drawn about when a woman, whether a woman should carry the child or shouldn't. And the point at which you can choose to terminate a pregnancy is the point at which the man does not have a choice. My personal belief, it doesn't matter. You owe that obligation. I don't see, can you make that square for me?
No, you still lost me.
All right. Is there someone that I didn't lose?
If I may interject, I think you're kind of presenting this as a false dichotomy, Themis, in that two things, actually multiple things, can be true at once. And the way you're presenting this is as a false binary of options. Yes, a man, or rather, really anyone, should have the ability to leave. Whether or not that this is a beneficial impact on society's fabric is a different discussion altogether. And you're
Yeah,
presenting
but
them
that's
kind of
not
as one logical
that's not,
conclusion.
wait. Beneficial to society was not my position. It was Petty's position regarding whether or not the systems in place are good enough for the child. That's not my position.
Is that not
Yours
inherent to the benefit of society, though?
Yours position is essentially where there's an absence of choice from an individual, in this case the child, to be here, that the child does not get, the child does not owe anyone an obligation because he couldn't make the choice to be here. In the same way, the child, the man does not tell the woman if the child can be here or cannot be here. Now,
So
Petty's
wait.
first argument that laying down is laying down with this person and having this whatever is a fear argument, but that's a matter of degree.
It's still okay. No. Logically,
So
no. It's still what you've presented as a rebuttal to what I was saying. It's completely false. It's a false dichotomy. You're presenting two completely different options as the only, or rather, I should say, two binary options or scenarios as the logical course of events, and that is not how it works.
I don't know what
A
you're
person
talking
should be
about right
able.
now.
A person should have the choice due to individual freedom and the will of individuality to not raise that child, whether or not they should, and how that implicates a breakdown in the community are two different things. So you can remove one without impacting the other. And here's what I mean by that. It's impinging on your rights to force a parent to stay in the home, correct? On one's individual freedoms and rights. Well, at least according to the Constitution, it would be, if you were to force someone, which is why we don't have any Supreme Court mandates that says just that. Because it would be
No,
an
but
infringement
wait,
on
no,
one's
no, no, no.
rights.
But we can force someone to pay child support.
Hold on, look, if I can finish my thought. So to that
See,
end,
wait, no, you see, this is the problem. Allowing this is going to be a problem for me, because what we're doing is when we say, let me finish my thought, or let me do this, or let me do that now, it feels like it's not from a good faith place. Because on one hand, yes, I can let you finish your thought. But
okay,
when you say we don't force people to be parents, I agree, but we can force people to pay child support, both men
right,
and women.
which goes into my second point, because we realize how that, I don't want to say negatively, but how that benefits society. So it's an incentive on one hand now I wouldn't say force, but to keep people in the home. If you don't, you pay child support, right? Typically, oftentimes it's the father or whatever parent leaves, they pay child support. So we realize that as kind of a counterbalance to you being able to express that freedom of will. Personally, I believe that you should take care of the children that you choose to bring into this world. You should be obligated to, but it's not written in black and white
But
within
no,
a contract obligation.
the
So we
man did
provide
not choose to
incentives for
bring.
you to do so.
So, all right, let's go there. The man did not choose to bring the child into the world.
No, well, he kind of did when he
No,
decided
he
that
didn't.
his no, hold on, because I'm about to counter that. He kind of did. The moment that his sperm left unabated, made contact with an ovum, yes, that was a choice.
Yeah, I've had this debate. To sleep with, I blame the man that leave, but to sleep with someone does not mean you want the child in this world.
It kind of does, given how you're engaging in the exact activities that, I don't know, create children. Make it make
Yes,
sense.
you can engage in the activity, and then who gets to, until men can have children, they don't decide when to bring and if to bring children into the world.
Okay, I'll concede that. That ultimately lies with the woman. However,
Yeah.
it does take a man's participation in some form or fashion to kind of make that happen.
They really don't. You can go get a sperm bank, go to the sperm
Well, I'm
bank.
talking about where men are included. Come on, Themis. Where you're actually having two people having sex. You know how
Yeah.
that goes.
Okay,
So
so that's,
ultimately, a child cannot be formed, and I'm talking about in this particular context, people, if a man decides to make sure that his particular genetic material doesn't come into contact with some other genetic material that creates the process of forming an additional life.
all
And
right,
that
wait, let's
specific
stop.
process.
Let's stop for a moment because I don't think we understand what the logical conclusion of this argument is, right?
Yeah.
When I am arguing with men on here about how they engage and their obligation, I separate sex from parenting. The reason I've done that is not to win an argument, it's to be principled. But it's helpful in the argument. If you're saying it is the act of sleeping together that results in your obligation to being a parent, you have decided that both men and women are equally responsible for the child being here and not, when in the case of not having a father, I can then say as a man, well, you should have chosen better or you shouldn't have slept with this person, because at this point you're not divorcing sex from parent. I can say, yes, the woman was wrong for sleeping with you and choosing to be with you and all of that. She was wrong. She should have thought better, whatever. But ultimately, that does not matter to me because it's you being a parent that matters and you not being there for the parent that you have, the child that you have sired as a separate thing is more important because I'm thinking about the child. In that process, the decision to have the child is ultimately the woman's decision.
But again, that's not a logical conclusion either, because you've completely divorced. No, you've completely divorced. When you say, oh, she should have chosen not to sleep with him, or she should have chosen better. Well, the man could have chosen to put on protection or engage in other preventative means. Where's that conclusion as well? I'm confused.
Oh my God, I can't believe
now,
we're having
ultimately,
this conversation.
no, you're right. Ultimately, I'm sorry, were you saying something?
Oh, go ahead. I thought you were talking
to me. Now, ultimately, yes, it is the woman who chooses to care, to bear forth and go with the rest of the process of the incubation, I guess you would technically say, of the child. But that's not the logical conclusion that it's automatically because we slept together, she should have chosen better. Where is his, accountability for his aspect in that particular process as well? And we're only talking about the traditional process of actual sex, not going to a sperm clinic, none of that. We're talking about that specific process. So that's kind of illogical to jump to the conclusion of the woman when he actually had to participate in that regard as well.
All right. So let me just simplify because it feels like you're going to push back on everything, but I'm going to say this part.
I am, because ultimately we kind of went off on a tangent, but go ahead. Yeah.
But it is not the point at which you don't have a choice. Does that matter to you?
The point at which you don't have a choice, how does that matter to me?
Yeah, in your argument that children don't owe their parents anything, your argument is that you don't have a choice.
The child, correct. Child does not have a choice.
Right.
So how is
Right.
it? Okay, go ahead.
All right. And so because you don't have a choice in there, you don't think it is morally wrong to right. You don't think that you are morally wrong as a child if you don't reciprocate the goodness that was poured into you.
Correct.
All right.
That's my point. Yes.
All right. And similarly, if you build a man up, that man does not owe you anything.
If you build a man up, that man. How do we even get to that? If we build a man up, that man does not owe you.
All right,
anything.
I'm going to end this conversation because it feels like you just don't want to answer me.
No, in this point, actually, I don't really understand because that's one leap to
Just
make.
yes
We went
or no.
from children not having a responsibility to if I build a man up, do I
Do you
not?
owe does the man? I'm trying to give an example that is like clear cut, and I'm asking you if a man didn't ask you and you were giving to a man, do you owe that man anything?
And I was given to that man. Do I owe that man anything?
Do you owe people
No.
owe you things if you give them things? No, right?
No,
It's just
no.
a gift, right?
Yes, correct.
All right. So there is no point in which you are giving something to someone unless there's a contractual obligation there for you, then they don't owe you anything in return.
Look, at the end of the day, it's nice if people reciprocate, but they're not obliged to. That's all I'm trying to say.
All right. And you don't make a moral judgment on people who don't give back after you've given them.
I don't make a moral judgment on people who don't give back after I've given them. I'm repeating you because I'm trying to make sure that I fully give a coherent answer here. No, I don't. There you go. Point, period, blank. I don't.
Okay.
All right. Wait. So I just went through all those scenarios, and I just want to make it clear then. There are people who believe that there is no moral obligation to give back after they've been received.
Oh, are you asking
Got
me?
it.
Or, okay.
Well,
You're summarizing.
I hope that's a yes from you.
Was it a question? I thought it was posed as a statement. I'm sorry.
It was a statement, but you seem to disagree with it. So I don't understand. Like, is that a yes?
No, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that one more time? Because I thought it was a statement. Go ahead.
So you don't believe there is a moral obligation to reciprocate?
No, I don't. I don't.
All right.
Okay.
Annalisa, go ahead.
No, just if we live in a world where these things are predicated on legally binding contractual agreements, we're screwed. We're society as we know it. I'm just going to say we're screwed. But okay.
Off the basis of your argument, can I, like all the way back at the beginning of the stream, I said, can I compliment a woman on the street or do something nice for her, and then that she doesn't reciprocate that kindness to me, I can get mad at her? Well, not get mad at her is not the right word, but wouldn't she be morally wrong for that?
Morally wrong for what?
For not reciprocating my my kindness or my compliment towards her.
To me, that question is that's a false equivalency. You're talking about taking care of a child over the course of time. You're talking about
yeah, but we've stepped outside of that now and kind of.
No, we haven't. We're talking about morality. We're talking about parenthood. We're not talking about, hey,
morality is broad. Morality is broad. I think Themis has broadened it a lot now. Outside,
right?
Yes, absolutely.
He also streamlined it. He also gave there were a lot of specificities in order to streamline it and make the conversation more cohesive.
So to clarify, you do not believe she's morally bad, even though I've been polite or kind to her or done a good action to her, and she does not reciprocate that back. You don't think it's morally bad of her?
No, because that's an opinion you're expressing.
I'm sorry, Patty. What you keep repeating this, and I keep telling you don't, because telling someone they look nice doesn't then you don't owe them. If anything, you owe them the responsibility to be honest, to say, okay, you don't look good. Like this idea that like, oh my God, I say you look nice, so you have to say I look nice, or you have to acknowledge. Like, no, that's not what we're talking about.
I mean, I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with that too. That was part of the reason why I agreed with Petty, because when he said that, I said he's actually right. Just because you give a compliment, it's nice if they respond, but they're not morally obliged to. In the same fashion that you're not morally obliged to look after your parents.
But that's not the same as like that is definitely.
I mean, you can say it's different, but when I ask why it's different, your explanation can't be it's just different.
No, because well, I can explain, because that's your opinion and subjective feeling about someone's external physical attribute. The other one is care.
You investing in someone.
You're investing.
Wait,
exactly.
the definition of good for this entire conversation has been subjective.
Absolutely.
Wait,
That's it.
stop. Wait, I feel like I'm actually kind of losing my mind. The idea for good, yes, is subjective, predicated on the person receiving it.
Yeah.
So if you tell me, oh, you look good today, and I don't perceive that as a good thing, then whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Like this is like literally not even in the ballpark of what we're talking about.
Okay, so the woman thinks it's a good compliment, but choose to continue walking without reciprocating.
It's not the same thing, though.
Of course, it's not the same thing, but it's in the same vein. I mean,
what's the investment in there?
But
I said earlier, sure, there are different levels of investment for doing a good action for someone on the street, or maybe, I don't know, giving a homeless man $1 or something versus literally raising a child. Of course, there are different degrees, but I do think this is.
No, there's no but.
Wait, no, stop.
There's a
what
but.
You're doing. No,
here.
Stop. What you're doing is called a red herring. It's one of it's one of the logical fallacies that I don't like. Like, obviously, we're talking about what a society agrees with and don't agree with, and make moral judgment and don't make moral judgment again. You would be hard pressed to find any human being that think it is morally wrong for a woman walking down the street to not acknowledge someone telling them they look good. I am not. Please don't bring that up again. Like it's kind of like it's not just throwing me off. It's like it feels very reductive of what. Oh my God, there's so many super chats that I saved.
It feels like you're trolling. I don't like it.
I mean, I can understand that too, Themis. I mean, it's an excellent point, because when we're talking about parenthood and the dynamic between parents and children, it's completely different as opposed to a stranger on the street. I mean, it's just the stakes aren't as high.
Wait, Annalicia. I agree, oh my, and that's why I'm sitting here, and there's a cluster happening, and I'm trying to dissect it while it's happening, where it's like, maybe I am judging too harshly people who believe their parents were good to them and cared about them and tried with them, and they believe their parents are good, but they don't feel an obligation to help them. For me, I think that is morally wrong.
Okay, so you think it's bankrupt. I get it. But
yes, and you don't think it's morally wrong, and the reason you don't think it's morally wrong is because the child did not have a choice.
Correct.
And it is in the lack of choice that you give them an out.
Correct.
But when there is you did say, you're consistent. You said if a man doesn't have a choice, then the man does not have to invest in the child. You did say that. So you're not inconsistent. Petty, however, says the man, if society isn't going to help the child, then in that case, he believes the man has a choice. He doesn't have a choice, and he thinks the man should be helping. I don't understand that, because we've passed, like, if we're making the argument that the man did have a choice and we're coupling parenting and having a child with having sex, then okay. But we've moved past that because you all have conceded that. I don't know why, but y'all didn't concede that. So now we are saying one has a choice. Both of them does not have a choice, but one is okay. Why? Because it doesn't feel like first principle. It doesn't feel like it's in the choice that Petty's objecting then.
Wait, could I clarify?
Clarify that, please. That was loaded.
In the same way that I believe birthing a child doesn't obligate a mother to raise the child, but choosing to raise the child does obligate her, I also believe the same about men. I just think that obligation is made at the point where the man has unprotected sex.
See, no, none of y'all made that argument. I made that argument. And so the fact that you're going back to it now is annoying to me.
If I didn't clarify, I'm sorry.
No, but you already accepted that there was no choice. So, all right, Fear, what is in the choice that, like, was it about the choice when you agreed to it?
I believe
Because it
so.
doesn't feel like it's about the lack of choice.
I think so. I'm pretty sure it was.
All right. Do you believe you have a choice to stay here?
On Earth. You're saying alive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you are choosing to live, which is a good thing. Please continue to choose to live.
Yeah.
Are you now saying that you, like, I don't like using this argument because it feels like I'm promoting something that I'm really not promoting. So I don't know how to ask the question without going there. It feels like y'all are lying about choice.
Feels like we're lying about choice.
Whether or not you have the choice to be here.
It feels like the argument you're trying not to make is that
Don't make it. Don't make it. Just
Okay.
answer it. Respond to it if you need to, but don't make that. Don't finish it.
I do not know how to respond to that. So
I mean, because it's so essentially what you're trying to say is because I'm saying that we don't have it, not speaking for you, Petty, but because we don't have the choice whether or not we were brought here, that somehow impacts whether or not we choose to continue to stay here.
Yeah, because if we're doing a delineation of choice, this is purely theoretical. It feels like you guys are, I didn't have a choice to be here, but you have a choice to stay here.
No, we have a choice as to whether or not we want to reciprocate moral obligation.
No, wait, no.
That's what it boils down to.
You have a choice to stay
went to
here.
two different trains there.
We all have a choice to stay here, and I would argue that everyone should choose to stay here. But we all have a choice to stay here or leave.
In the most technical sense, yeah, absolutely.
In my mind, making the choice to not leave does still obligate your parents to take care of you.
No, see, there you go with the word obligation again, when you just said they're not obligated because they can literally dump you.
Oh, if they choose to raise you, then I'm obligating them. If they birth you, I'm not obligated.
They're parents who do raise people and do it poorly, so they're not obligated to raise you well or give you much of anything really. If you really want to go there, they're not obligated to do anything.
I would obligate them to that.
Well,
to raising you well, to raising you good.
The way I see it, Themis, you're stating two sides of the same coin here. Just like you feel it like it's a moral obligation to reciprocate if you've had good parents, quote unquote good parents. Petty is saying it's a moral obligation for your parents to take care of you. How are these two not logically in the same vein?
No, I'm saying you are morally obligated as a parent to take care of your child, and the child is also morally obligated to take care of you when you need it.
Yeah. Right. So he actually said one half of that, and that parents should be morally obligated to take care of their children.
He doesn't take the next step. If you're telling me that you're obligated because you don't have a choice, I'm going to tell you you do have a choice. So it's not in the choice that's the problem for me. Petty is not being consistent, and we already debated this where you conceded that it wasn't an obligation, it was a choice. And we already agreed on that it was a choice. Petty also conceded that it wasn't an obligation, it's a choice. And people keep saying, people have a right to change their mind. If all you're doing is changing your mind to be on the winning side of an argument, I'm going to have a problem with your mind changing because it's no longer feeling like good faith.
Okay, so Petty, this is your fight, man.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I think I think I've been consistent. The one part that I ramified was that I don't think birthing a child obligates you to being a good parent, but I do think choosing to raise a child does obligate you to being a good parent. Or else I would think that adoption is like morally bad or etc.
So what you believe that a parent is, for them to be a parent, you should be a good parent. Because that don't make sense to me.
I don't. Well, what part needs sense making? If you birth a child, I do think you have the choice of whether or not to raise that child or give it
What
up
do
for
you mean you
adoption.
think? Like, this is the problem.
You do
That's not
have the
me.
choice. You do have the choice to give up
Yeah,
that
but
child
like,
to adoption.
yeah, but you still also have the choice. If you choose to raise a child, you also have the choice to be a good parent or a bad parent.
Well, yeah, there's no like physical forcing you to be a good parent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So
But
you
I do
still
believe
have the choice.
you as the parent, I've been saying the entire time, when you choose to raise the child and not give it up for adoption, you are
You
now
have the choice to be a good
morally
parent or a
obligated.
bad parent.
You have the physical choice, yes, but you are morally obligated, which we've been talking about, to raise your child good.
You are morally obligated to be a good parent.
Yes, if you choose to raise the child and not give it up.
But
yes, and if you're not a good parent, you make a moral judgment.
Yeah.
But you don't see the obligation in return. So when you said you have a choice earlier, what did you mean? Why did you say you had a choice?
A choice of whether or not to raise the child?
To be a good parent.
I think you have like you can make, there's like nothing physically forcing you to be a good parent, but I do think you have a moral obligation to me.
All right. Good. So the morality that we're talking about now is you passing judgment on parents. So if you choose to be a parent and the parent is not good, you make a moral judgment on that parent.
Yes.
But you don't make a moral judgment on children when they decide not to return the favor.
No, I do not.
Oh, all right. Cool. I do. I mean, I think we just have different morals then. Like, at least for this, it just comes down to like different morals. I think it's morally bad if children who had good parents don't help the parent in need. And you think it's morally okay, it's morally good for that person not to help.
Yeah. And practically speaking, I don't think it would matter. I think you're entitled to your view of morality, because I don't think practically it would matter in real life.
No, I mean, I it matters to me in that, like, I judge you poorly if you
Oh, I gasped.
Yeah, no, I judge you poorly if you come to me and you say, Themis, my parents were good, they're loving, they cared for me, all of that, but they're older now and they're in need, and I'm not about to help them because I have no moral, I have no obligation. I've chosen not to help them. I would think you're a terrible person. So I think we just have different views on what is morally right and what is morally wrong.
And to be fair, during the conversation, yes, I have been open to learning and like not being rigid in my views. And I even now, the next time I see, I guess, my parents doing the bare minimum, I'll bow down and kiss their feet.
What?
So, you have impacted me, at least.
Wait, if you decided what your parents were doing was morally is the bare minimum, then you don't think they're like good, or unless you think that's like them being a good parent, then you wouldn't call it the bare minimum.
I think those can exist at the same time.
So you think you're a good parent if you do what you call the bare minimum?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, that's not what I call a good parent, so that's fine. We just agree to disagree there. If you do deeds out of obligation, you're fake. What? No.
What?
What?
I want my friends to do good things.
No, I understand that. Yeah, if you do deeds out of obligation, you're a fake. Not because you
But listen,
sincerely want to do it, but because you feel obliged to.
Love and obligation are not mutually exclusive. Like, you guys understand that.
You can have an obligation because you love someone.
It can come from a place of love. Like, what?
But that's not in the context of what he's saying. He's talking explicitly about obligation. He didn't say anything about love. He said obligation in the comment.
Right, but it's obligation in contrast to love.
Says
Yeah.
where? I'm literally just reading the comment word for word. It says
That's what
nothing
we're
about
talking
love.
about.
No,
Wait,
that's
stop.
the whole conversation, and that's the conversation he was having with Themis earlier.
If you bring snacks to the office to be nice, you are fake. No, you can like, I want to be a nice person. This person needs it, so I'm bringing it here. You should bring snacks to the office because you want to share, not out of obligation. Wait, what are we thinking about? Wait. All right, I'm not going to respond to this because I've already apologized to Kenneth. Let's just say this. In the absence of, and this is for literally almost everything in life, in my opinion. This is my opinion, take it or leave it. It is in these consistent actions when you don't feel like doing certain things that you grow, right? And so the consistent movement towards success and progress and all of that requires for you to do things based on what you deem to be obligation. Obligation in the strictest sense of the word. This argument is defeated by Annalisa's argument regarding obligation and love not being mutually exclusive. But we cannot be making moral judgment, whatever. I don't make moral judgments in this way around people who engage in behaviors out of obligation, because saying it's my obligation does not mean that you don't like what you do, that it doesn't bring you joy, that all of that other thing is not there. And there are times when you don't feel it, but you know what you have to do, and this is the obligation part, and you do it. And in the doing of it, you know why you do it, which is beyond obligation. So the idea that like love and obligation are mutually exclusive doesn't make sense. The idea that you're a bad person if you do things out of obligation doesn't make sense. Even in Christianity, a lot of people do what they do to get to heaven. Now we can make a moral judgment on that for other reasons, but it doesn't mean that there aren't people who are Christian who want to get to heaven, who are doing things to get to heaven, but also love. The idea that they don't love what they're doing and that it doesn't bring them joy doesn't make sense. And it's the need for joy and fulfillment and to feel like you have done something that is meaningful. Are we also willing to say that should be a judgment about why you do what you do and immoral? Like, the line is way too blurry. It doesn't make sense to draw this distinction to say to do something out of obligation is morally wrong. That literally makes no sense to me. Like, literally makes no sense to me. Like, the point is taken, but I believe it's wrong. That is an opinion. You can take it, you can leave it. It's fine. I'm still gonna judge you. By the way, if you do things, if you don't take care of your family when they take care of you, it is what it is. Does someone want to read the super chat for me? I don't want to. All right, thank you.
Cheryl Nanko, I'm going to say, 100% agree with you that if your parents are overall good, financially supportive, and well-intentioned, even if not always perfect, you owe them. Happy face. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Cheryl. Nance, go ahead.
We do good because of who we are or want to be, not because anyone is owed it.
I would argue that in thinking you owe someone something, there is a good moral judgment there about your responsibility to give back when you have received. So that.
Love is a verb. You are obligated to prove said love. You can't love free from obligation.
Period.
Thank you.
I think that's your argument, Annalisa. I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Valentina. Charnay Young said, "O leaves the door open, implying there is something tangible that you must give, when really you should do your best for them as they have also done for you. To some parents, O equals buy me a car."
Oh yeah, that's disturbing. I do agree. I do agree that there are parents who will be like, "You owe me this," and no. That's not the owe that I'm talking about. I owe you what I can afford and what I feel like I should give based on how I interpret our interaction. No, I don't owe you a car, ma'am.
Right, but we also talked about this earlier. It's relative.
Yeah.
Relative to what you can afford. We had that conversation. Random Chew. I can't stand my mother, yet I still do things for her since I learned to accept her for who she is or for who she isn't, and she created me. My absent father, I would show him the same human decency as I would strangers. Lois R said, if my child falls seriously ill and unable to care for themselves in their 30s and 40s, am I obligated as their mother to take care of them?
I'm going to ask the two people on the stairs up here.
No.
But he's here without like they're here and they didn't ask to be here.
If they weren't here, they wouldn't be sick.
Oh, they're grown now. They have agency. That's out of my realm. It's out of my household. I'm no longer raising you.
All right.
So morality has I guess it has an expiration date.
No, obligation has an expiration date as far as raising children.
Again, never mind. Hurry up and eat. Oh, I love you. Parenting is an option. Me in a nursing home is not. I will give these crotch gobbling my 2007 Altima if they don't take me in. I'm negotiating well. Agreed. Period. Black Span said, not sure what happens. I would like to ask, oh my. Oh, so I think that this was when you and her were having your discourse.
Oh, all right.
Sunnyside 1984 said, society is so skewed that we don't think parents owe a good life to the child they create. Okay. But the child owes the parents for the child they create. That's not what we said.
It's not. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with Sunnyside. Just side note.
Huh?
I said it's not at all, as Alicia was saying we were talking about, but side note, I do agree with Sunnyside's comment there.
But that's not up to us because I didn't say this.
Oh, no, absolutely. I was just saying side note. I agree with that comment.
No.
I think. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. To the extent that's real, that's disgusting. Like both would owe for me.
AJM said, men shouldn't have to pay when the woman is choosing, but this can only exist if abortion is free and legal. If not, we can expect the woman to carry the burden when abortion isn't an option.
Okay, I disagree with this so much. So there are men making hey AJM, love you. There are men actually making this argument, and it's a very strange argument to me. But like this idea that you have sired a child, you should take care of it. I don't think people understand. I'm not a woman, so I don't know. But I feel like abortion is not just about finances. I reckon it would be physical and psychologically hard for a woman to do. And I would imagine like there are other questions involved. So like, I don't believe that a man escapes his responsibility because the woman can choose to terminate the pregnancy. I don't know. That's my opinion on that. Thank you, AJM. Period. I am not Chris following up. Chris definitely disagrees with me on this. Go ahead. I feel very individualistic coming out of Chris.
Oh, God. It's helpful to look at this from Kant's categorical imperative. If it's not ethical, taken to the extreme, it is a case-by-case moral judgment. Parents taking care of a child is a moral requirement, but doesn't work in reverse. What?
It does work in reverse for me. It does.
I always like Chris.
No, you don't. But taken to the extreme would mean every parent who can and does take care of their child should be taken care of by the child that can. So if the logical extreme you're thinking is if the child can't, then that child is failing in their moral obligation. I don't know if this is what you think, But in that way, then it wouldn't work, but it's only when they can. If you're talking about Kant's categorical moral imperative, it's literally, well, you know what it's saying. I think you're an attorney. It's saying if it's not true in all cases, then we should do away with it. This is I don't adhere to Kant at all. Well, not at all. So it's like it works for me. It does work for me here.
Chris, what I hear PP asking is at what point does an action oblige another to reciprocate in like kind? This is the flaw in the social contract theory. I didn't sign a contract with society when I was born. Oh God! So do we need to sign contracts to be good humans now?
Well, here's the thing about the social contract. It exists between the citizen and the government. And
Absolutely.
if Chris is libertarian and if Chris is libertarian, then I understand where this comment is coming from. But I think I feel like, so this would be an easy out, but I'm not going to take it because I feel like it's mean. But like this idea that the citizen owes the government something would be demolished by both Prince Petty and Oh My statement, because we did not. Chris is correct. If we're talking about the social contract, particularly the contract that exists between the citizen and the government, we did not choose to be citizens unless you or me and you did whatever. But you didn't choose to be born in America. Being born in America means that you are now obligated to follow the rules in America, and the government is also obligated to protecting you as a citizen. We can argue about whether or not they're doing it. Based on this reality, both Oh My and Prince Petty should be arguing that a citizen does not owe the government anything.
Absolutely not. I mean, again, you're engaging in that false binary thinking. Just because I believe that a parent should not be obliged to reciprocate, excuse me, a child. Hold on.
Wait. It's not that you believe. It is why you believe. And if your belief is the absence of choice, you also don't have a choice in where you were born. And being born in America should, by your logic, mean you don't owe anything to your government morally, and therefore to the rest of society. That's the social contract.
Okay, you mean from that particular aspect. Okay. Now, I get that, but there's also a thing called age consent. And granted, while I can't choose, same in the vein of me not choosing to be here, once I am here and I am considered an adult, I can choose as to whether or not I want to stay here. So at that point, it is then my choice as to whether or not I want to break that contract and leave. Just like, well, leave the country or leave this existence.
Yeah, let's not do this. I'm going to move on. It's not that it's just like it feels like you're fighting literally every aspect, and it's like it doesn't make sense to fight certain parts of the discourse, so it becomes convoluted in some ways. And
I mean, Themis, you did ask me if that was the same logical conclusion that I had based on the choice, the premise being that I'm born here.
Yeah,
you did literally just ask me that.
Simply put, do you as a citizen being born in America means that you owe America something?
If I decide to stay here, yes.
But what if you can't move?
I'm still here regardless, so yes.
But you don't have a choice in the matter if you cannot.
Well, there's always a choice, and that's why I was saying it's false binary. Yes.
I mean, I guess slavery was a choice too in that world. Like,
again, I don't know how you leap to that, but okay.
You said there's always a choice. All right, I'm done.
What I meant by always a choice is like, again, you can choose to whether or not, for example, if you want to commit S, technically that is a choice. So that's what I mean in the being that there's always a choice. It's never just two options. There's always a choice.
All right, then slavery was a choice. All right. Here you go.
Black Span. So when is the adult child accountable? Never, apparently.
Wait, accountable for what?
I mean, an adult child is always accountable. I don't know where this is coming from because I'm pro accountability. So
no, so I think that she's referring to the fact that once like children get older, they don't have to, they like, she asked a question about when they turn 18 and they are legally adults, do parents still have to help them? So I think it was about that. Okay. Murder magic tricks. If a woman is ARD and chooses to keep the baby, is that consent? If sex inherently consent to pregnancy, then what does that mean? Explain.
Oh my God, this is actually a really good murder magic trick.
Wait, is the woman consenting to
No.
Choose to keep the baby. Is that consent? To a degree, it is.
Yeah.
Are you asking me, do I still think the man is consenting to be financially obligated to that child? I would say yes, but he'd probably be in prison.
I read this the opposite way, but yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I actually read this the opposite way. Go ahead.
Silverest, call me Sil. Imagine comparing giving a compliment to raising a child. You know what I mean? Like, do you know what I mean? Can you imagine?
Imagine comparing the government to your parents.
Absolutely disgusting.
Imagine comparing a governmental relationship with a citizen to a relationship between a parent and child.
Wait, that's a direct. Wait, that's literally a direct comparison. We are arguing about whether or not the government is too paternalistic. Like literally, that's a direct comparison. Go ahead, next one. I'm not arguing with Petty about this.
Lois R. I believe parents who find themselves needing care should have a choice of assisted suicide, Jesus, if they want it as an option to not rot in a nursing home. Well,
yeah, I agree with that. Definitely.
I feel like I maybe there's a lot of trauma that I'm unaware of. Obviously, there is, but like this is kind of scary.
This is bleak. Chris, parents equal doctors. First, do no harm. If that means adoption, fine. If you choose to raise them, you oblige yourself to provide a minimum standard of care.
And after that, you pay the doctor. Period.
Period.
Ooh, Divine Diva. Do you think good parenting is subjective?
I think good parenting is not fully subjective. I think the psychological research would imply that there are certain things baseline that parents should provide, but I do think whether or not you believe your parents were good is definitely subjective.
Agreed. Here.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, murder magic tricks. Obligations without love get the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Hurry up and eat. Service members choose to serve for pay. The military then takes care of the veterans after service. I want this relationship always.
See, Miss Born and Slavery it was solid. Thank you. I appreciate that.
At every point has been solid. So let's just say that. Y'all are so. I'm going to stop reading the chat. Okay, toast to this. So, who's in charge of your estate in the event that you are unable to make medical decisions as a widow or widower?
Thank you.
Passionate bliss. You are all speaking as if life isn't transactional. Thank you. It's this for that. But muchas gracias. And I don't like quid pro quo. I like it's symbiotic. That's life. Yeah. That's the way it works. The world is round. Get used to it. NiaFox.com. I had two parents who should have never had kids, but I still feel an obligation. I gave my children everything because I think they were entrusted to me. Unfortunately, in the most basic things, I can't rely on them. It hurts. It does.
That's sad. Yeah. Thank you, Nia. Like, that's one of the worst things. Like, I have to do this. To have a parent, like, I can imagine this though. To have a parent that is just bad. Like, I can imagine it, but I can't fully like internalize it because maybe this is why I am not like all the way against parents in the way that I think a lot of people are here. They're like, no, even if they were good, I shouldn't help them. But what they mean is my parents were so bad that I can't even conceive of good parents, so I'm not even going to try to help them. That's what I'm getting. It might not be what people are saying, but that's what I'm getting. So,
Oh
period.
man.
Nope,
Another,
that's what I get. I didn't say that's what you all said. That's what I get. Respect my emotions.
But psychologically speaking, another real element to it is some people go through so much trauma that, and it's like when a father abandons their child, right? A lot of people are not willing, are willing to absolve him because the idea of being abandoned and not being loved by your parent because there's some deficit in you, it's soul crushing. And for most people, it's so psychologically uncomfortable that they are not even willing to go there. But the parent that is there, they can kind of unleash all of that misplaced anger, rejection, and trauma onto the parent that is present. That's why single mothers are treated the way that they're treated, even morally, as a matter of fact. AJM, my comment states why I believe men are required to pay child support currently. Because abortion isn't free and legal. The contract to pay has to happen at conception and is only canceled if the woman terminates the pregnancy.
Yeah, I understood you, but that's not why they should pay. Even if abortion was free, I still think they should be paying.
Man, that's interesting.
Because I don't think it's a financial issue. Like I don't think it's just a financial issue. Like all right, I could be way off. I'm not a scientist. I don't know anything about this, but like I feel like once something starts growing in you, like I don't think people are just, and maybe they are. I don't think people are just like, oh my God, abortion here, abortion there, abortion everywhere. I think a lot of thought, and maybe not the most meaningful sometimes, go into it. A lot of regret. There's a lot of spirituality involved. There's a lot of community involved in it. Like I think there's just a lot involved in it, and I'm not willing to say, okay, if it's free, then the man shouldn't have any obligation. No, I am not willing to say that, but you guys can.
So, Themis, can I ask for a bit of clarity just on your point? Because I want to make sure I understand where you're coming from. So, say, for example, you have a coupling, two people, they have interaction, and the man expressly says that he does not want this child. Do you think, in spite of the woman still choosing to have the child, that he should be responsible monetarily?
Yes. Yes.
Does she disagree? Do you disagree?
No, I just wanted his opinion on it. Okay.
Wait, no, but do you disagree with that?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh my God, I sound like an incel. Jesus, whoa. I'm not.
No,
I promise.
no.
I promise, I'm not. Whoa.
It's not completely illogical, your stance, by the way. And the manosphere, if they made this position, I've heard people try to make it. There's a part, I think when you sleep with someone and you've helped to sire a child, if we can prove that at the point of conception, that while the fetus is growing, before the woman can figure it out, by the time she figures it out, we can prove that there shouldn't be scientifically any kind of attachment. If we can also say there's no social stigma attached to it, and if we can say the woman would be whole again, and there's no issues, then I'm fine with it. But because I believe there are hormonal changes, in my mind, for a woman to want children, there has to be something that happens to them when they're pregnant, because ain't no way, like that much trauma, you're putting your body through that much trauma, feels like there is more at play here. And because I don't know how much more is at play, it's very difficult for me to say, well, you should have had an abortion. No, you should have wrapped it up.
Oh, that I wholeheartedly agree with. Yeah. Okay.
God. Isaac Kaya? BWG. Themis, I'm very disappointed in your rebuttal tactics today. Slavery is not a joking matter.
I'm not joking about it. I'm repeating what Kanye West said, and I disagree that I think people forget that Jamaicans were enslaved. So let me just put that out there. But also, I think my point was solid. I don't regret saying it. I think if you think that everything is a choice, then you also think slavery is a choice. And I went to the extreme intentional, yes.
Yeah, I don't know how they think Trinis and Jamaicans. I don't know how they think they got to the island, but we can talk about that later. Sharnay Young. I think it's time for us to admit that we resent our parents for birthing us. Therefore, we don't feel obligated. But we love them, so we do good by them anyways. Again, love and obligation. Again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there were people in the chat saying slavery was a choice. Someone said I'm all over the place with my opinion. That's an opinion, and I'm not about to fight it.
If they like it, I love it. This live shows the disconnect in us. Parents have no responsibility to the child. Children have no responsibility to their parents, and we wonder why we can't grow as a people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the part that I don't understand. Like, let's think about a society where children don't have an obligation to their parents, and like the result of that. Like, can you imagine? But like, I don't know. This doesn't make sense to me, but it is what it is. Like, you only help out of the kindness of your heart, which is good if you have kindness in your heart. But this idea, like, I think society, I actually believe this, society should shame people who had good parents, and admittedly so, and they decided, yeah, I'm not going to help you. No, you should be shamed.
Like, we're not talking about people that have to take care of parents that they deem were unfit or abusive or not good to them. We're talking about a symbiotic relationship. We're talking about reciprocity and the importance of it, not just in your household, not just with your mother and children and father and children, but in society. Like, to live in a world where you have to sign your John Hancock, like this is so sick.
Wait, Prince Patty, can you respond to this and explain why this comment makes no sense, please?
I was going to explain.
No,
but anyway,
can
parents. Let me read it. Some parents place burdens on their children throughout their childhood. When that child gets older, now they have to take care of their parents again.
Why does that comment make no sense?
I don't think that's your argument.
All right, good. Thank you. Next.
But what you and Annalise...
Nope. I just want to... I don't want to get into it.
Nia Foxcom. Agreed, Themis. It seems like a lot of parental trauma. Having gone through some major traumas, I recommend working on internal healing for yourself. Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
It can be done. I promise.
Thank you.
Samarian. Is that how you say it?
Yeah, she was responding that that's not a good parent to the comment that I made, Petty read. I asked Petty to read, not made.
Hurry up and eat. How far do we go if we are all completely individualistic? Oh, we don't get anywhere. We don't get anywhere.
We don't.
I can push past the old person, or I can take care. I can take care, avoid them. I'm obligated to care for the elders. Yeah, so we don't get far. Like, we live in a world with people because we need people. We need each other. And the idea that your parents do good by you, or even like the idea that there's no moral obligation, is sick. Passionate Bliss. I like that name. As a mother, it hurts to see how many of you were failed or traumatized by your parents. It really does. It actually does. It really does.
It does, actually. Like, that's probably one of the things that I'm going to go reflect on. I might have a blog out, but
So, do you think that might be part of the reason why as well? Sorry, just to interject here.
No, I think that is the reason, but I can't say definitively, but I think that is the reason.
No, but I mean, like, just sort of more broadly speaking, in terms of the Black community, and particularly as it pertains to Black men in particular, and their abandonment of Black women, and knowing that they've been raised predominantly by Black mothers. And so, I mean, I really have a problem with it in terms of like the fact that people are unable to as you get older and mature, you realize that while your parents may not have treated you the way in which you desire to be treated or even deserve to be treated, to be able to reflect and say that, okay, but they did the best that they could with what they had and what they knew how to do, and to have a sense of like,
Wait. Truth teller, apparently they did the best they could is a trigger.
do you know what I mean? Because it's like,
Trigger.
I find it very interesting to see like the way in which like people just like carte blanche dismiss, particularly as Alicia was saying, like single mothers, when it's like they were there though. Like, yes, they may not have done it like perfectly or whatever your grievance may be against your parent is fair, and it's true for you because that's your experience. But when do we, I think there definitely needs to be a lot of like therapy and like emotional maturity that needs to happen here.
To be fair, we need to make a live apparently where we talk about parenting and people who hopefully a good parent can come up, because I do think there are problems like in parenting, like there shouldn't be in a chat where there are so many. I know there are so many successful people in this chat, because I'll be like, oh, can we get a prosecutor up here? And a prosecutor comes up here. I'll say, can we get an accountant, a teacher? Like, we have like a very objectively successful group of people. And the fact that so many of them despise their appearance means that the parents are not that great. These parents are not great.
Or maybe it's and again, I don't want to discount or discredit anybody's experience because it's very real for you. But what I have found, because I had issues with, no, I won't, and I won't. But what I'm going to say is that you know, I've had issues as well with my own parents. But what I have found is that I don't know. I don't know, because I don't want to make like speculations or whatever with regard to people, but I feel like it is possible, as Annalicia was saying, to sort of move beyond that. And it's kind of feeling as if people are holding on to the bitterness of like the experience. And there's something
no. See, this is what I don't want. Like, I think you should get therapy, but I'm not going to judge you for holding on to the bitterness.
No, I'm not judging you for that. But what I'm saying is that, like, to free yourself as well, like it allows you to free your own self, because again, what happened, and it cannot change and it will not change. And the only way we move forward as individuals and as a society is if we acknowledge, yes, the wrongs that was done to us.
No. But I think calling it, I'm just saying this, but to call it just like, so people, I don't know, maybe this is why people think I'm changing my size. To call it bitterness, I don't think is fear, because I don't know it. But I remember that guy who told me he was gay and his mother hit him in the face and he was bleeding and all of that stuff. And like, till this day, I don't understand how you forgive that, because in my mind, your mom, they're supposed to, your family, mom and dad, they're supposed to love you and care for you. And you gonna call me bitter, because if something like that happened to me, I don't think I have the capacity to forgive the person who did it to me. Like, and maybe I would, but I don't know if I could. And so like, I wouldn't. I don't know. I'm not going to speak down or make moral judgment about people who don't care about their appearance or don't engage with their appearance when they believe their appearance was bad. That's not what I'm talking. Period. Drag your appearance, whatever. I don't like that.
No, but what I'm saying is that, like, and by the way, like, I just to like, I looked up the definition of bitterness, and one of it is anger and disappointment at being treated unfairly. And so it was used correctly. And I'm saying that like, they have a right to feel how they feel, but what I'm saying is that holding onto it, what does that accomplish in the end? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm trying to articulate here, is that I can appreciate that, and it is very difficult, I will acknowledge, to, you know, move beyond the hurt and the very real hurt that each person has experienced, or whatever, who may be in the chat, in terms of their parents having failed them. But, you know, what I've experienced for myself, and what also, you know, the studies have shown as well, is that it's not mutually exclusive, wherein you can acknowledge the wrong that was done to you and also release it for your own good and
But
for your
see,
own
that's the
betterment.
thing. Like, I feel like that's a step in sort of personal development in a way that I don't want to do.
Listen,
Because
okay, and that's fair.
But
no, I think for your own personal growth, you should, right? And I think it's a good thing, and you should go to therapy and figure it out. Yes, but I'm not going to make a moral judgment on you if you don't. I think you should, and that's the best thing you should do. Actually, there's a slight moral judgment there, but like I'm not. I don't like whatever. But I just
I'm not going
the
to crucify
reason.
someone either, but what I'm saying is that
Wait.
it's
The
sad.
reason I'm not introducing that, the reason I don't want to introduce that part is that's more complicated for me.
Okay, fair enough.
Can I hold on? I have to say something because I feel like people think that this panel is a panel of people comprised of people who come from a background or a history of cleavers or Brady Bunch families or the Cosbys, and I can assure you that if there was like I could be a poster child for trauma in terms of my familial dynamic and in terms of the environment in which I was raised. So I have comprehensive experience in that arena. My mother and I had a very contentious and complicated relationship for a very long time. I got older, and I got to a point where I wanted to understand it. I spent most of my life wanting to understand it because I knew it was not right, but I wanted to understand it. And that's what I dedicated my life to. That's why when I went to school and I took social work and child and youth care, I wanted to understand it. And I wanted to understand it so that I could be the parent to my own children that my own parents were not to me. So it took a lot of growth. It took a lot of self-development. It took a lot of introspection. It took a lot of forgiving. And for a very long time, I was angry. And the anger is valid. No one's not saying that the anger is not valid. But I'm going to end it with this. I'm in the world. I'm not of the world. So things have happened to me and I have gone through things and I've experienced things. But there are absolutely ways that we can manage it and we can move forward and continue to develop as people, be good people, whatever that means to you, and you can have whatever relationship you want to have with your parents. But I'm just saying, and I think we're all saying it's possible.
Yeah, Themis is judgy. I am, and maybe this is something I should talk to my therapist about because I do make part of how I decide who I'm friends with. I do make moral judgment, and if I don't like your character, I tend to stay away. I do judge a lot, maybe more than I should, and so maybe I need to actually think about that.
If I may just say so really quickly, look, folks, at the end of the day, whereas they do have their judgments, I don't. Whether you decide to reciprocate to your parents, whether you don't, I don't judge. Because personally, at the end of the day, we only know what people present to us as their best selves. We never know what's going on in the nuances between relationships, parents included. So if you have your reason to reciprocate, you have your reason. If you have your reason that you don't want to reciprocate, that's your reason. Hence why I choose not to judge. And I say that it shouldn't be a golden standard with regard to how people decide to treat those that they are in relationships with.
Well, I mean, if you have your reason, I wouldn't never tell you to give if you have your reason not to give.
You didn't, but in the same token, you're saying if you admittedly say that someone has a good relationship with their parents, that you're judging them if they choose not to reciprocate that obligation.
No, you can have a good relationship with your parent, but their parents was trash. I never said a good relationship is what should read this. Okay, continue reading. Because I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
It's never been the argument. I don't know. This is like.
I mean, it kind of was though. You said if you had an admittedly good relationship, that you're going to look down on them if they don't outwardly
if your parent was a
reciprocate
good
the obligation.
Parent. I said if your parent was a good parent. Your relationship. You can have great relationship with terrible people. All right,
okay,
go ahead.
I can see it. Okay, I can see it. Go ahead.
Okay, toast to this. No family obligation is exactly the issue in the Black community. At least one of the issues. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
I agree with that too.
Black Span. Oh, if you change your perspective on childbirth and look at it as a selfless act, does that change your opinion? Oh my, sorry.
Oh my, if you change your perspective on childbirth and look at it as selfless act, does that change your opinion? It would, but no one who makes the argument that they don't have an obligation is going to look at it as selfless.
How is I don't understand how childbirth could ever be considered selfless. Okay.
Oh wait,
Wait, what?
Well,
What
oh
do you
my
think?
God.
What do you think? Do you think that they just like they snap their fingers and a human being is materializes?
Well, how do you think it's a selfless act?
I think
You could tell me.
when you put your body through that much trauma, I have so much respect for mothers. I have respect for everyone.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
women who go through that kind of trauma to create life, I mean, to be selfless, because girl, I'm not.
I mean, just because they go through it, and of course, I agree with you there. But does that define it as selfless? Is it,
I describe it as selfless. If I were a woman, I would never have children. That would that looks so painful. Like that was.
No, but okay, let's even remove the physical trauma. There's still the post pregnancy, post childbirth. You still run the risk of depression, psychosis, other psychological and emotional stressors.
Yeah, I understand the physical effects of it, but does that qualify as selfless?
So do you think that people like pain? Do you think that people like to feel pain? Do you think that people like to be or feel depression? Do you think that that's something that people readily opt for?
I wouldn't qualify that as selfless either. No.
Wait, how would you describe selfless? We're gonna move on. Wait. How do you define selfless?
Honestly, I don't think such a thing exists. Everything we do is rooted in some kind of motivation. Most of the time, it's in self-preservation. So if anything, it's selfish, not selfless. You give me weird looks. Do you not?
Yeah, because I'm trying to. You're not defining selfless for me. Like, what are your standards for selfless, and why does this not meet it?
Well, I just said it. I don't think it exists. Not purely. I mean, the altruistic definition, of course. Everyone would like to believe in the romanced ideal of selflessness, but let's be real. Everything that we do is rooted in either some sense of self-preservation, which is really selfish. If you have children,
there are people who literally sacrifice their life to save someone else. Selflessness exists.
And I'm glad you brought that up. So people who do sacrifice themselves for others, most of the time, it's rooted either in love, which there's a selfish motivation. I love this person. Or either it's rooted in some other.
I love the person, so I'm putting the person's safety above mine in the action that I'm taking. I'm choosing now to be selfless because of how much I care about this person.
Or because I love this person, and due to my own love of this person, the fact that I know and love this person, it's an act of motivated interest.
Yeah, but you're putting the definition of selflessness is that you are putting someone's else interest, safety, or whatever above yours.
Above your own.
Yeah.
Right, because I know them. So yes, I'm willing to do it. So it's motivated in my own interest.
No, it's not.
But no. It's motivated for the betterment of someone else.
No.
For the betterment.
No.
Case in point, perfect example. Someone said that he was selfless, but is not what he done motivated by the fact that he wanted his community to advance?
We're not doing it. We're not doing this. We are not doing it. We're not doing this. Let's continue. Like, I don't understand. Like, this does not make sense at all. Like, we can look up the definition of selflessness, and it doesn't mean that you don't, like, how is it there are people who literally jump in front of a train to save a child or do random things like that. Those actions are selfless. Selflessness exists. If we are not coming from the baseline where selflessness exists, then I don't know how to engage with this.
Is abortion selfish or selfless?
Oh, can I speak? I'm sorry. Can I speak?
No, wait. Let's move on.
I thought she was asking me if it's
yeah. No, I wasn't saying you.
Oh,
Above
okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What
rubies.
was that, Annalicia?
No, I'm just gonna read the super chats.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, above rubies. I love that word. If you engage in child making activities, why would you not be obligated? You know the results of such? Is that thinking not what rendered our community in its current state?
Yeah. Oh, I agree with this, by the way. I would say that you can be selfish in choosing to have a child, by the way. Like, I don't think I still think it's an amazing feat, but you can be selfish. We had a debate the other day, and I think you can be selfish in deciding to have a child. Like,
I
you
mean,
can.
that's what I was going to say. Yes, I agree.
No, 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 no,
Absolutely.
no. Nope, nope. You said there's no such thing as selflessness.
Right,
That's
and as it
different.
pertains to having children, correct. I do agree in that.
You said
I
in
mean,
life.
No.
if you
You
think about
got
it, just give me 2 seconds, I'll explain. If you think about it, you have children ultimately for one of 3 reasons. A, progeny. You want something that simply looks like you. B, you want someone to love or someone to love you. Or C, you want someone to take care of you who has a child in the altruistic sense of just wanting to have a child, if you really think about it.
Or you can have one because your father wants you to have one, because your mother wants you to have one. You can have one because you think it will further the population. You can have one because your husband wants it. You can have one because you think you don't have another option. You can have one because you cannot pay for it. You can have one because you didn't know you were pregnant. There's
Right,
not only
selfish.
3. Let's move on. I'm not doing this. Sorry, I'm
Okay,
not doing
fair
that.
enough. Okay.
Divine Diva. I had adult responsibilities as a child and can relate to what Petty said. Become an adult and can become indifferent. I think my parents tried. I think indifference, I think that is a little dangerous when we're having community oriented conversations, especially.
Yeah, and I think when I say you are responsible, it doesn't mean you are failing if you can't. The responsibility come to the extent that you can afford it
Yeah.
without harming yourself.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Distant star. How
Wait,
common
by
is
the way, so wait. Someone said those are bad reasons to have a child. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that those are good reasons. I'm saying there could be other reasons to have a child. Like those weren't good reasons I gave. Sorry, go ahead, Annalisa. I apologize.
How common is the scenario that it requires a moral judgment? More than 9 out of 10 children will reciprocate in a relationship with a good parent. Apparently not.
Apparently not. Yeah.
Oh, no. Keep in mind, I never said I had an issue with reciprocation. I had an issue with it being an obligation for you to do so. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Jordana.
DIY with Parish Janai. What a nice name. So there should be no minimum requirements to having a child, which indicts their children to suffer trauma. Then also demand to be taken. No one's saying that, Paris. Absolutely. No one is saying that. No one's saying that.
Yeah. No.
So, we agree. Hurry up and eat. I have a friend who dragged his kid's mother for how she raised the kids, but nowhere in that does he realize she raised a nurse and doctor alone. Period. They have all the smoke. I love it. Hurry up and eat. My white therapist. I can't. My white therapist told me.
I like.
My white therapist told me, put my mom in a home. I got a new one ASAP. Culture matters. There's a cultural element to this. We can't.
I think, yeah. Patty, let me ask you. You're always honest with me, even when you're wrong. And so is Annalisa. But Annalisa and I are on the same side now. So let me ask you: do you think might be a cultural issue?
Yes, I think you've been gaslighting and dismissive, both of you.
No,
well,
I said, do you
on
think this is a cultural issue?
What, reciprocating to your parents?
Yeah.
Like being required to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is, especially in Black culture, and especially in, I think, African culture, but I don't know as much about African countries and their relationships.
All right, in Jamaican culture, I can say that there is an expectation that you take care of your family. Um, does that exist here?
Yeah, I think so. When I look at African families, everything seemed like a lot more extreme compared to Black Americans, or more exemplified. So
No, but I'm just asking about, do you think in Black American culture,
yeah,
this is where you're from, is
yeah.
there an obligation to take care of your family?
Mm, yes, I think so.
Oh, I thought it's not a cultural issue then.
Oh, people not wanting to take care? No. Well, I mean, I think
All
both
right,
exist. I think both exist.
all right,
Both.
good. So I don't have to apologize then. Good. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a cultural issue and me up here talking and pretending like like everyone has the same. But once it's not a cultural issue, then we're good.
Can I say something?
Can you read this and then say something?
Okay. Hold on. Random love. Hold on. Okay. Random love. This convo, this channel gives me hope from healing from my trauma. Nice to hear everyone's experience and battle what they've have overcome.
Mara, stick around because we're gonna get into the meat and potatoes of trauma. I promise you. Stick around.
Oh, go ahead. Say what you wanted. The what?
Yeah, I think that to the question you just asked, Petty, about it being cultural, I'm not necessarily saying. I don't even know if it's culture or not. I think.
Are you African American?
What?
Are you African American?
I'm Haitian.
All right. Be careful when you say if it's cultural or not cultural, depending on what you're saying now. Go ahead.
No, because I'm thinking about it in the essence of like sometimes it might be environmental and circumstance. Because when I think of like Asians or the stereotype of having like very strict Asian parents who put study and like activities like they're very hard on their children to succeed, but then the children themselves are not like, oh my god, my parents were so mean. Even though they recognize that their parents were harsh to them, they still take care of their kids. And so and I think like right now with the Black community, because it's circumstantially more matriarchal, it seems like the women feel an obligation more to take care of their parents versus young men. And I'm
well, let's broaden it. Apparently, no one should feel an obligation, neither men nor women. So, what should happen is these women should stop feeling that obligation to take care of their parents.
I don't know. Well, 50-50 on that one. I think that especially again, especially Black women, we're not choosing the environment. But the fact that we're the only ones like picking up the load, I'm not saying we should drop it. We shouldn't take care of our parents, but I'm not going to be as harsh to women who don't feel the need to take care of their children. I mean, their parents, because of because again, it's environmental. Like like we don't, or what for whatever reason, Black men are not picking up the load of like taking care of their parents, and now
why would they pick up the load of taking care of their parents when there's no obligation to do so? Like, we shouldn't make a moral judgment on Black men for not taking care of their parents. Like, apparently they shouldn't have to.
Well, can I ask something? Because I've been here a hot minute, and I just wanted to like ask a couple questions to clarify. So earlier you made a point with Petty in the sense that if you as a child you don't want to raise your, because we didn't want to define what is a good parent or not, but you said if you as a child, if you don't want to raise your own child the way your parent raised you, then that's not like, I think in conclusion that's not even a good parenting. But
no. I don't mean that. I said that I don't believe that his friend, that she believed her parents were good if she wouldn't raise the children the way her parents raised her.
Okay, so then my question for that kind of was like, okay, so you have someone like Serena Williams who, wasn't abused, but she herself would not raise her child to be a tennis player because that's like that environment or that upbringing was very harsh. Even
Mm-hmm.
though she succeeded and like has made something of herself,
Yeah.
but she wouldn't want to raise her child like that. So then, like, but I'm not speaking for Serena. I'm sure she still feels
I mean,
obligated.
you have to. If you finish the statement with, well, if you're asking about her parent being good, you have to make the judgment for Serena to ask a question.
I think the point I was trying to get to, and I use Serena as an example, is the fact that you could, again, with the Asian kids also, you can have a harsh parent, who is strict and yada yada yada, but like, if an Asian child doesn't feel like it's their obligation to take care of their parents because of their harsh upbringing, like, where do we draw the line between a good parent and an abusive parent? Because obviously nobody is like arguing that Joe Jackson was not a good parent, but it's almost like he wouldn't have, like, Serena Williams, would she have been as good as she is if these Asian kids were not pushed to study all the time and do so much?
I mean, because
the way they are.
That doesn't mean you're a good parent. Because you're a good coach doesn't make you a good parent.
Yeah, I mean, then I guess, like, I don't know where we draw the line of being a good parent, because again, like,
for this live stream, the individual speaking about their parents get to decide if their parents were good.
Oh, okay. Okay, so my last point, I guess, or so for instance, you know about the show This Is Us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Randall at the beginning of the show meets his biological father, who is a former drug addict, whatever. So you're seeing, like, if you are a child, and obviously, okay, so there is a good parent and there's a bad parent, but like in this case, he was a zero parent. He was under a bad circumstance and he gave up his child for adoption and became very successful. So obviously, as we start the show, Randall feels obligated to take care of his father. So you're okay with that outcome? Like, you agree with
that? I'm okay with whatever you decide to do with your parent. If your parent is bad, you get to make that decision.
Well, technically, the parent wasn't really bad. It's just that he wasn't a net negative. He wasn't even a net positive, but taking himself out of the equation gave his kid the life of, like, a better life. So in that weird instance, would the child feel obligated to care of the child of the parent because he was dying towards the end and all of that jazz?
So you said the child think the parent was good?
No. I said the father or the parent was neither a net positive nor a net negative. He took himself out of the equation, because if he was in his child's life, he would have probably like made it much worse, right? Because he was an addict at the moment of the child's birth. So taking himself out of the equation, and the child recognizing, okay, my father was an addict, gave me up for adoption. Now we've I met him as an adult and he's about to die. Should I feel obligated to still take care of my parent? Or is his conclusion as to, like, oh, okay, I'm going to take you in, you're going to live with us, we're going to find cancer treatment, is that, like, what is the obligation still, like, okay?
But do you think that was a good parent?
What?
Do you think that was a good parent?
And under well, it depends on how you look at it. Again, he was an addict. So if he was...
No, you look at it however you want to look at it. Is that a good parent?
Yeah, because he gave his child up, and because he couldn't actually provide a life for him, a stable life for him, because he was an addict at the moment. So then, like...
Where is the parenting in that?
Exactly. So then, like...
Wait, are you admitting that there is no parenting there?
No, I'm just asking about if you're saying that the child should be obligated by, like, a social contract, if if your parent was a good parent.
Of a good parent. For you to be a parent, you have to be raising your child at the bare minimum. If you weren't there to raise your child, you weren't eating. The judgment of good or bad, well, bad could be there, but you weren't a parent.
So then the obligation, because you are a person and you're in a position where you can't be a good parent,
then you are not a good parent. If you can't be a good parent and you can't be a good parent, you had the child, gave it up for adoption, you weren't the parent, therefore you are not a good parent.
Yeah.
If the child decides to come and take care of you, then good on that child. But
the obligation is no longer there in your opinion.
No.
Okay. And my last point, I think that this is my last point. I understand the connect. I don't really see the connection, or no, I don't like the connection between saying like, hey, because some of us, we think, not me, but like some of us, we think, oh, children are not obligated to their parents, that Black men are the way they are. Like I said, with the Asian kids, like their parents are very strict, and they can still be good parents or bad parents and still be very strict, and the kids still take care of them. So I feel like maybe that's a nuance into the conversation as why Black men are the way that they are. But I think that I don't know, something about it, I didn't like the connection.
I think that, well, yeah, but I think that ultimately, if this idea that we don't feel obligated when people invest in us, I think that is a slippery slope, logical fallacy. And I think it's ultimately really toxic. I don't know how a community, society, whatever, prosper if if there's not this feeling of obligation. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, and I should again refrain from judging. Maybe I am wrong in my judgment, and I will own that now. I might be wrong in my judgment of people. Maybe your parents can be good, and then you ultimately shouldn't give it back. Like, and you shouldn't care about them, and there shouldn't be a moral judgment if you don't care. For me, that feels wrong. And it's that feeling of wrong where the judgment comes from. So I need to think about this and really analyze it on a personal level. But for now, publicly, no, I think it's wrong. Let's read this. Sorry.
Right, but
If you don't want
good luck with that. Good luck with that, because people are literally disagreeing with you. Because with not even definitions, they're disagreeing with you with the assumption that you're in agreement with if they're a bad parent.
Oh yeah, no, I see that. Like, people are sending super chats and like making comments like, "So I should take care of my parent if they abandon me." I'm like, "Oh my God, wait, where? What?"
You never said that. Yeah, you never said that.
Like, you got, like, people are hearing what they want to hear. It could be it could be a response to trauma. It could, like, and I'm saying that this is someone who responds to trauma in that way. Sometimes I will hear one word, one sentence, and I isolate it because I become triggered. It happens. But nobody is advocating on behalf of taking care of parents who abandoned you, who didn't take care of you, who didn't love you, who weren't good parents. So it's according to you. Again, it's subjective and it's relative. Jay, there's nothing wrong with judging people. We all make judgments. Your emotional reaction to being judged is on you. Period. Like, you got people people act so brand new with society. We have spent our entire lives judging. Like, just stop. This is on a spiritual level. Black Span. Oh my. Come on. New life is the most selfless act. I'm backstage. Ooh, sounds like she wants to smoke.
The panel is closed. I did make a promise, and I was like, I have to read every single super chat, so I'm following through with this promise, and I'm not reneging on it.
Man, life. Oof. Okay.
Seamus. Can we get a cool down after this? LOL. Some healing energy for the chat. Agreed.
I mean, here's some healing energy. Apparently, Andrew Tate was arrested in Romania.
I saw that. Is that true? I was like, is that a lie or is that true?
I don't know. I just saw it popped up on
Me
the
too.
chat and I Googled it. I
I
Googled
saw
it.
it on my
So.
Instagram. I was like, I lied about it.
Listen,
I
first of all,
hope-
this is a W. This is a
That is a win.
W.
But I want to make sure that it's for real, or are people making up stories?
Good.
Well, I'm gonna put it's healing for me now because I think it's true.
It's him
But
and his brother apparently that were arrested, is from what I saw. But I was like,
I hope for the like I'm reading it. I'm not gonna say it on here because this is real bad. So I don't know
I
if
know,
it's
because what they're
true.
accused of is very serious.
Themis, it's true. It's true. And again, so I'm gonna judge. I will judge. Good for him.
Wait. Yeah, wait. I don't know yet, but you say it's true. I'm going to look it up. But go ahead.
He's admitted there are, and this is what I'm saying. These like manosphere youths, they're not smart. They tell on themselves implicitly and explicitly. They tell on themselves. So yeah, no, this is a W. And again, I'll judge. I will judge, and I will be judged. And again, and then life will go on. Chris said, is it selfless to have a child for a country/community, economy/culture, religious, ethnic, survival? Question mark. Is it an obligation? Can I get a link to come up?
Oh, Chris, we're leaving now. I wish I'd seen this earlier. I would have loved to hear your perspective on this.
That's a great
I
question.
think it is selfless as a general matter, but it can become selfish when you start trying to like, if you're like, oh my God, I want someone to love me and all of that, then no, I find that problematic. Like if you're doing it because you want love and you don't care about the child's well-being and you're trying to bring the child into a toxic situation, then yeah, no, I'm gonna argue on the opposite side. But I think generally, like at one point, and even now for Black women, I would argue that childbirth is to women what war is to the general public. I would say to men, but we know women go to war too. So period. It's like really, I think it's one of the hardest things your body goes through that is supposed to be natural.
Yeah, but Themis, don't all acts start superficially as selfless and then ultimately the root is selfish?
Nope.
You don't
Not
think so?
all acts start that way.
Okay.
I want to say something because a lot of people listen. First of all, next time come on the panel and have a conversation with me about this. I never purported. I never said that. Oh my God, I've healed. I'm completely healed from my trauma. If you understand anything about healing, and this is how I know you don't. It is a lifelong.
Wait, no. I don't want.
No, but Themis, we're talking about healing. Healing is a
but like the thing is, I'm trying to be the only one, at least for like live shows where like reacting to the chat in real time, unless it's like a super chat directed to you, because what I don't want, like this can become really distracting because the chat is gonna drag. The chat has been dragging me all day.
No, I know, but when we're talking about healing, I don't want people to conflate my story with healing being an instantaneous. It doesn't work that way. Healing is a lifelong process. It's a marathon. Period. That's how it works. And so that's all I want to say. I'll read the super chats.
And I agree with you.
DIY with Paris Janai. Black people do take care of our parents in spite of, but it's just now changing. White people literally drop them parents off. I know a lot of CNAs.
Well, I mean, apparently we are advocating for dropping them parents off. It's kind of what we are right now.
There's nothing wrong with that. So, and again, we shouldn't judge anyways. We don't judge. We're not a judging species. Parents don't owe children anything. Parental obligations are based on societal norms. These norms are not a biological imperative. Trust and believe raising a child is a choice, not a requirement.
It is definitely a choice, one that I should reconsider. Why am I going? The thing, let me stop. Thank you, Jay. Just like, girls, I'm gonna just invest in you, and if I need, you don't feel obligated to help me. What? No. like, and that's not why, again, I'm having you, but like, to be putting that much resource. Anyway, I said we should wrap up, so I'm going to hold myself to the standard I'm holding everyone to. Go ahead, Annalisa.
Passionate bliss, and I agree with you, passionate. It's a problem. I feel like parents are grossly underrepresented here today. They absolutely are.
Wait, I mean, they are underrepresented, but I feel like I have the loudest voice here. Honestly, I be cutting people off. So I think that I I hope I stood up for. I hope my mom would be proud of me today. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna make her watch this, and I'm gonna ask her her opinion of me defending her honor and appearance.
Listen, maybe good parents are underrepresented. I think maybe that's a more accurate characterization, and they are.
Also, I'm super biased. I'm on this topic. I am biased because I have good parents, but like Annalisa talks about hers that she's not. Yeah,
Right.
and so for me, like I can recognize my bias, and I'm not leaning into my bias. So I just wanted to put that out there. Like I am biased, but I'm not leaning into my bias. I'm actually trying to understand on the other end. But I've limited it to you having good parents. Like I will never tell someone who have a bad parents to take care of their parents. Go ahead, Andrews. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. And a lot of like I don't know why people don't think that we have the capacity or the bandwidth to not lean into our biases if we're able to recognize them. But yeah, I did not come from a good home. My parents were not, so there's really no bias there. Me Not Me 2008. The feeling of obligation to raise your offspring is biologically driven. Trying to explain it solely through a lens of morality or logic will always be insufficient.
I would kind of agree there because I don't know. But I would speculate that it is more than that. I agree with you, Me Not Me. I don't know for sure, but I do agree.
Dr. Umar School, girl. Y'all really drag this combo. Y'all know what's up.
We did drag this convo actually, and I said if you have smoke, you bring it, and apparently this was the smoke they brought. Fair enough. This is one of the things where, like, after the masterpiece thing, I know there was a disconnect, but this is the hill I'm gonna die on until my mind is changed. It has not changed.
Yeah. And just because people don't change their minds because sufficient evidence was not provided, doesn't mean that they have a bias either, or doesn't mean that they're not able to recognize the bias and put it to the side. Jay said, Tory Lanez, now Andrew Tate, the world is healing. True, it is.
True.
Thank God.
If there are other reasons why a child would help their good parents outside of feeling in the yes, I hope there would be a lot of other reasons you would help. Like I don't yeah.
Jay said, oh yeah, we said.
Yeah, that was repeated.
Hey, Themis, just really quickly, and then actually after this, I'm probably gonna go. But just in response to Miss Black, I know she had made a comment with regard to I think she said having a child is the most selfless act. And while I do want to ponder on her comment, again, I'm here for the opinion and the discourse. I love it. I would like to say that I do think, even though I said that there are no purely selfless acts, that actually not having children is as close to a selfless act as one can get, or to being as selfless as one can be, just in response to what she had said. So that was it.
I would definitely wholeheartedly disagree with that.
Wait, no, wait. And you couldn't handle the smoke. By the way, this right here is an example of how to not know how to gracefully bow out or leave with the upper hand. I've apologized to you. And the way you are responding is very telling to me of who you are. I do wish sometimes I was like other content creators who just drag and like drill. I wish, because I do think at some point people deserve it. I don't understand how someone, well, let me leave that alone. I'm not going to get into it. But period, you got the high ground. I will own that. You're right. I couldn't take you, whatever you were saying, whatever all of that was, period. Go ahead. All right, next.
Is that for me?
Oh, Ms. Black, is that you?
Wait,
Yes.
does anyone have a degree in philosophy? I don't have, my degree is not in philosophy. I took a bunch of philosophy course, but
Philosophy courses too, but no degree in philosophy.
I'm not smart enough for that.
Political science.
wait, go ahead, Black. You're gonna have to do it quickly because I'm actually trying to wrap up. I didn't realize we had this many super chats.
Because we love you. Okay, so I just want to say real briefly here that I wholeheartedly disagree with you, Miss Omai. Even though I do love your speaking voice, and the reason being is because
Thank you.
as a parent, and as the mother, as the daughter of a mother who suffered from WPW and was in the middle of a divorce when she found out she was pregnant. Both of my parents came to the selfless consensus to, hey, this child didn't ask for this. We're not going to kill this baby because we're breaking up. And they chose to keep me. Now, my father turned trifling when I was like 16 when he married a younger woman and had more children. But to the point that my mother, she died giving birth to me, and I died with her.
Wow.
So that is
Wow.
the epitome of selfless because she knew with her rare heart deficiency, she didn't produce enough electricity in her body to even birth a child.
Wow.
Now, as far as me, how I relate as a parent, I had a child young. I was in the middle of law school. I was living my best life. I was having fun, honey. And I put all that on the back burner. Her father didn't turn out to be an upstanding guy, and I had to drop out of law school. I took a job in oil and gas just to make sure that I could give this child who did not ask to be here the best life possible. And it wasn't out of ego, even though I'm a Capricorn, we can be quite egotistical. It wasn't out of ego. It wasn't out of self-preservation because I really didn't want children. He tried to keep me because I had money and I came from money. So he was doing a keep a bitch baby, and it didn't work. Curve that, and me and my own selfless act, I was like, I'm not fit to kill this baby just because I don't like him and he tried to do me in. I'm not gonna do that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna woman up and I'm gonna take care of my responsibility because I'm obligated to my womb to produce what's in it. And I'm gonna put my best foot forward as a mother and do what I have to do. And I think a lot of mothers do that very same thing, whether the pregnancy was expected or unexpected, whether I have a friend, Tina Raw, God bless her soul. She was diagnosed with cancer while she was pregnant with her fourth child. She already had babies. And she said, I'm going to see this through, you know? So that's the most selfless thing you could do is give life, you know? And I'm not religious, we're not going to bring God into it and how he said we have to procreate and all that. But that's the selfish thing to do is to get that abortion. The selfish
Yeah.
thing to do is to not raise that child, not care for that child, to abandon that child. Because with selfishness comes ease. It's easier to be selfish. It takes a hell of a person to be selfless.
Wait, no, I completely agree with you. I haven't heard an apology. Um, Here's the thing about me. You don't know me and I don't know you, but here's the thing. I don't care much for people's opinion of me when I know who I am. And I don't apologize because I'm getting dragged. I apologize because of contrition. It's either contrition for feeling bad about what I have done or actually feeling bad that I've hurt someone when I didn't need to. So if you didn't hear the apology, I will do it again. And I am sorry that I overreacted when you were on here. It was inappropriate of me and it was wrong, and I should not have done it. Having heard I didn't hear myself back, but seeing that you were here, I thought you were here. I recognize that you might not have been just one of the people who just rambles on and on and on. So if I'm telling people to take accountability, I have to be able to take it. While Prince Petty trolls, maybe I'm wrong about this. I don't think he's the person to just lie to me blatantly. So if he's telling me that I did something wrong, then I'm going to listen in this case, not always, but here I'm going to listen. And he said I was wrong and you weren't shouting and I misunderstood and I was sort of projecting everyone else onto you and whatever. So I can own that and I can apologize. I hope you're here now. I'm not going to do it again because this is a video and you can go back. So that's that on that. There was some more super chat. Here you go.
2 L's. Andrew Tate has a rap video on TikTok. Well, beat it now. And just putting not huge goals.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, is there a qualitative difference in putting kids up for adoption versus kids putting parents in nursing homes if they don't feel they can be good caretakers?
Is there a qualitative difference in putting kids up for adoption versus kids putting parents in nursing home if they don't feel they can be good caretaker?
Yes.
I don't know if I would say there's a qualitative difference generally, but like, I mean, there is a difference. I think you should if you can. Like I'm not opposed to you doing this if you can. Like, yeah, I think that's the right thing to do.
I don't know. Is there are nursing homes, are all nursing homes made equal? Like, is that
No, God, no, they are not.
That's what so it's not like, oh, I hated my parents or they did, like, so I don't know. It's not comparable to me at all. But okay.
Yeah.
Hurry up and eat. I'm taking care of my mom. She squeezes $250 into my hands every month and tells me buy something nice. This could be y'all too. Are y'all not trying to?
I love hurry up and eat.
Are you using your mother's money for the super chat?
Baby, that's what she's doing, yes.
They said it has been documented that lions will eat cubs in the wild. I don't know about it being a biological imperative. It's not just, I think, is what the point was.
My condolences, Black. I'm sorry to hear that about your mother. Thank you for your perspective.
I appreciate that too. Sorry. I hate that rushing because I don't get to like give people the correct breathing room.
What even is good parenting / caretaking? Is it financial, emotional, spiritual, room and board, physical only? Why are nursing homes inherently bad? Yeah, see, that's what I just asked. That's what I asked.
No, I don't think nursing homes are inherently bad, but if I'm putting my mom in a nursing home, I promise you it's going to be one of the really high-end ones. And if I can't afford that, then I'm doing it myself or paying for a nurse to come home to my place to do it. I am not against what anyone wants to do. I feel obligated to caring for my mom and my dad and my family, even my brother. I feel like it is my duty. Part of why I wanted to do what I'm doing is because I want to be able to take care of my family. Like, I need to be able to take care of my family. It's a need for me. So I wrongfully assume that's kind of also a part of the driving force behind everyone. Because I already have a family. Like, I'll create another family, but the family I currently have, because of how much they've given to me, I feel obligated to pour back into our communal pot to take care of each other. And then my child will pour into that, hopefully. And my brother's child will pour into that, and we will continue to build in that way.
Yeah. I assumed it was the same thing too, to be honest. I thought it was like sort of a natural inclination.
Right.
Since what you said, Themis, like you premised it by saying like their subjective view of what is good. So to Chris's question, it's whatever you define to be your parents having treated you good. Whether or not you feel like you owe them that reciprocity in the end. And the way in which I think me and Annalise are coming from it from the same perspective, wherein for me, fundamentally for me, any person, not just my parents, who have shown me any form of kindness, I automatically feel like I want to reciprocate that just by virtue of spreading more goodwill within the world. And so of course, if that person is my blood and they've sacrificed for me and they cared for me, whether or not they did that perfectly or not, then I do just automatically feel obligated to do that. And I thought that was standard, but I guess it's kind of not.
That's the thing that like people were like, oh, I'm gonna elope, and I'm like, period, because in my mind eloping meant just running off and getting married and then coming back. I didn't realize that like a lot of people's idea of a family is like their wife and children.
Yeah.
So like there is a lot of that. Like I wanted to ask if it was like cultural, because like for me, like my family includes my mom, my grandmother, And like the cousins that I like, girl. Cousins are kind of out there, but okay, then I don't like, girl, whatever. But like,
Yeah.
it's like when I think of my immediate family, I think of my mother, my father, my brother.
There's rumbling.
Sorry, there was a lot of noise coming there. I think of that in that way. So, like for me, it's very strange, not weird. I apologize for that. It's very strange to think like, oh, this is my family, and that's it. And I just have my children and my wife, or my children and my husband, and that's all I care about. And it's like, okay, that's so isolating. I don't know. So maybe
I
I'm like,
agree that it is isolating, but if I could piggyback off Truth Teller, I think that first we're looking at the word obligated wrong. I think that obligated, it makes people feel like something is forced when it's not. It's simply just a moral commitment.
I'm
And
not
to
gonna
be
change the
honest,
word. Wait, I'm not changing the word obligated because I need. It is that weight that I think rephrase. I have that weight. I think I am obligated to do it. It is my driving force. It is my why.
It's a
right,
moral.
and I definitely do agree with that. But I think that if we're just going to be completely honest, it's always that parent that didn't take care of you, that wasn't there for you, that wants you to do for them. Those good
Okay, I
parents,
wish.
they
I
tell
wish
you to
they
hold
would.
on.
I
Don't do it.
wish.
I don't need it, baby. Those good parents will tell you, "Mommy got it. Don't worry about me." You know, and you
So
have to
true.
kind of force your way into giving your mother a ride to the hospital. You have to force your way
So
into
true.
saying, "Mommy, let me go to the grocery store for you." You know what I mean? It's those bad parents that make you feel like or guilt trip you into doing for them when they know they haven't done a thing for you.
Yeah, no, that's who gets served first, kids or husband. Apparently apparently there are people who are like the man should be served first and they should get the biggest chicken. And I cannot understand that, but like in my world, the leader eats last. And so
Yeah.
like
That's true.
after everyone has eaten, if you are the leader, then maybe the men aren't the leaders. So like we're not the patriarchal, right? So like for me, it's like I am going to eat after I've provided for everyone. Like I don't know, maybe I'm more masculine than I give myself credit for, and
You are
patriarchal
for
than I give
this.
myself
You
credit
are.
for.
And a lot of these men are more feminine than they like to admit then.
I am pro-choice. I think there's nothing wrong with making selfish choices.
And this is completely off topic, but I would like to say that in my perception of you, females, your testosterone level is through the roof. There are so many men so overloaded with estrogen until they can't fathom the thought of asking their wife, "Did the kids eat already? Have they had their bath yet?" They can't fathom the thought that, "Oh, I pay all the bills, so that means I come first." No, that means you come last behind your wife and your children. You make sure they're okay first as a family is traditionally structured, and then you go in and you take your bath last, you go to bed last, you up early in the morning to cut the yard, and then you have to go to work. All that is a traditional man. But I think men, I don't want to bring Kevin Samuels up, but he gave them this proverbial voice so they can regurgitate, these obscenities online. And I think that a lot of people are so used to now men are being so degenerate, so it's kind of becoming the social norm, which is why a lot of deadbeat dads want their children to take care of them. Like my dad, I had heard from him in years, and all of a sudden, when his girlfriend is sick and passing away, now he wants to talk to me. No, sir, I'm at work. I will call you back because you call her grandchildren your grandchildren. Meanwhile, you don't know my daughter.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Oh, sorry. There's an echo. I removed you, by the way. There was an echo. Thanks for letting me speak at the beginning. I let my mom come live with us despite my with us despite my anger with my upbringing. It was the best decision. Healing. Oh, that's nice. There are people still concerned in the chat, and I don't think you should agree with me. You don't have to. and I'll work on myself on that end. But please don't misrepresent me. I don't like that. Like, I don't like the this idea that I'm telling you to like go sacrifice yourself for people who never cared about you. Um, Thank you, Wake Up Makeup Slay. Um, all right, thank you all. Let's go into the after show and end. Any final words?
I had a question that I wanted to ask. Because you guys were talking about it being whether or not it's cultural or like this human nature-esque type of like feeling to take care of your parents, and it's like, okay, if it's like a almost a human nature argument, that's great. Because I feel the same way. I want to take care of my parents. There's nothing I'd rather live under a bridge than to abandon them, right? We're gonna stick. I'm gonna stick beside them. But like, my thing is, why are Black men not? Why is there such a disconnect for them to take care of their parents? Like, to me, that seems a little.
So what I'm not gonna do is blame Black men for this. I'm not doing it. We've heard multiple women on the stage and in the chat saying that kids should not feel obligated to take care of their parents. So apparently it's not a man thing. Maybe if someone said it wasn't cultural, it was generational. So apparently people just don't want to take care of their parents and they don't have a responsibility to do that. So it's not a man thing. The women also in the chat say they shouldn't have to take care of their parents. So men say, I think, well, I don't know. So that I don't think it's a man thing. Based on my chat, apparently women don't want to take care of their parents.
Yeah, but like we're still gonna take care of our parents. Like, I feel like majority of us will still take care. The girls, I feel like majority of us will still take care of our parents.
I mean, you can feel they're going to, but they're telling you they don't. They're no obligation to do so. So maybe hopefully they will. But based on the chat, it don't sound like a lot of people will.
Is this a new generational thing? Because
I don't know what generation is here. I can look up my stat, but my chat apparently don't want to take care of their parents. I mean, and it's not only like, oh, are you individually going to take care of it? Like, if we're creating a society where we're like, oh, it's fine, then we're telling people that they should not feel obligated to taking care of the parents who took care of them. That's strange to me. I would do the opposite.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess my answer kind of won't be answered.
No, it was. I think he's saying that it was answered.
Yeah, it's not the men. I would never blame. I would, if I had to estimate, I would think women would say, and I would have been wrong, that my chat at least would say that like there should be an obligation if your parents are good to take care of them. But the women aren't saying it and the men aren't saying it. Actually, I might just go over to the manosphere at one of the channel and ask, like randomly on one of my burner accounts in a super chat, should children take care of children? And I'm gonna see what the manosphere has to say about this. To be fair, I'm going to be very disappointed if the men, because we know they're not about to do it for real. But like, it would be weird if they were like, yeah, if they were good, we should take care of them. That would be strange because we're over here saying, even if they're good, we shouldn't have an obligation. So if they believe that there's an obligation, but they're just going to define good so hard so it's never met, that would be like strange to say that over here we're saying, yeah, nah, girl, there shouldn't be any obligation, but they're saying the opposite. But at least rhetorically, that would be very strange to see.
I only ask my question because I don't know if it's my environment, but I feel like what around me, majority of the time, the daughters are taking care of their parents, and with like a sprinkle of men actually doing the same thing. I just don't. I don't know. Like, I'm just asking. I don't know if it's generationally or if this is just a new wave of weirdness, but it seems that men have been opting out for a while now. And daughters, I don't know, the women in the chat are finally like, well, if they're opting out, I guess I have the decision to opt out also. I don't know. But my question was like, how come Black men have been opting out for a while now? Like, if it's a nature thing, how can they turn it off? Why have they been turning it off for a while?
I don't think it's a nature thing. I think this needs to be a societal thing that we pressure people into.
It's a nurture. I think that it is predicated on environment. I think.
Okay.
Because that's why you have a lot of people saying that, listen, like
I'm going to do a poll. I'm going to do a poll for the last thing. Go ahead, Annalisa. Sorry.
I think that's why a lot of people are saying, even though this argument has never been made, we'll never make the argument because there's no argument. We agree. People are saying, well, our parents treated us terribly, and I'm not going to do anything. I don't have to do anything, which is that's fine. Like, I don't think that we disagreed with that. But it's the idea that if they were good to you and they took care of you, that you're obligated to reciprocate. And people are saying, "Oh no, there's no obligation. You shouldn't be obligated. You shouldn't be shamed." So yeah,
I understand what you're saying. I'm saying like the chat is the chat. Good job for the chat. But culturally, right now, what I'm observing is that daughters are taking care of their parents in their later years, yet Black men have been opting out of that responsibility or opting out of that responsibility. So it's been kind of falling on the shoulders of women for so long, and and I would love to motivate Black men to do that culturally. I just don't know how. It's okay. So we look at the nature argument. So it's like, okay, I don't know how to motivate people to want to take care of their parents if they.
I think that it's not a conversation of nature, it's nurture, and I think that we also have to
take the nature argument. I'm just saying, like culturally now, like how are we gonna motivate people to actually take up the responsibility if the daughter's already taking up that responsibility? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what?
I don't think that this would just be relegated to the Black community. I think that men generally have less domesticated roles in most, like the expectation for men to be caregivers, I think among most groups is it's going to be substantially less than women. But I also believe that this conversation would be a much more broad and esoteric conversation, because then we would have to talk about standards of manhood, masculinity, patriarchy, things like that, because you have to dismantle these ideas in order for men to feel it's a whole thing. It's a SHIT show, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's man. The question is simply around. I think it's both genders here now. So both genders are saying that they don't want to take care of they don't want to feel like people. Wait, so the cultural equivalent in the cabin is not sending a barrel back home. Please help me under.
I don't think so.
That is such a Caribbean thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I was just dealing with this recently.
Yeah, it's Christmas.
Yeah.
Can you read? Apparently, you were saying something before you said it. Can you read theirs?
My dad.
Go ahead.
Silver S call me Sil. My dad raised me as a single parent. I'm not putting him in a nursing home. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Period.
Black Span. Men opt out of loving, long-lasting relationships in general. They do, and that's why mentally and emotionally they suffer. Gia Home, Homed. Emis. Is caring in any capacity for others a critical part of human development? Can you be a good human being if you never serve someone else?
No.
I don't like the word serve. I don't like the word serve, but caring?
No. Yeah. I think we owe each other an obligation.
Again, we live in a world with people. We need each other. Like, if you want to live on an island,
yourself,
do that.
Yep.
If
Can
you don't like people, go somewhere that's conducive to that personality type. Because what I will say is, people who do have more antisocial personality characteristics, they tend to struggle. So I don't know. Not you. Also, Gia, not you. Sorry, I'm talking about people who are generally indifferent about caring and being good, caring for other people. I have a baseline level of respect.
I need to figure out how to hold space for my judgment without projecting it. And I think maybe this might be one of them, because I do judge harshly if someone tells me their parents were good and they don't feel obligated to helping them. The funny thing is, no one, even Petty up here, no one has said, oh, my parents is good, but I don't feel obligated to helping them. So I haven't seen it yet, but like, I don't know if I could even be friends with someone like that. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Do you think, because
I wouldn't trust that person.
One of the things that, and I may be hearing it wrong, but it's kind of feeling like, because people are stuck on the word obligation. I'm wondering if part of it is that, like, I think someone else had said it, like, but then it still don't make sense to me, the entitlement aspect of it. And maybe people are feeling like, well, what if I am, when the time comes, incapable of, but then you already qualified that though, by saying that there's a difference between, desiring to help them and then not being able to. So no matter which way I kind of look at it, I'm just trying to understand what the resistance is to saying that if you believe by your own definition that your parents were good, why it would not then follow, why it would not then logically follow that 1 + 1 = 2.
No, they don't.
Because I didn't choose to be here. This is me being judgmental.
My parents.
Well, I don't. I actually think that their parents were not good. That's what I think. My opinion.
My parents were good, excellent parents. I think they did a lot more than the bare minimum. And part of that good parenting, in my opinion, was teaching me that they owe me everything as a child and they expect nothing from me in return. Hopefully, that's something I also instill in my children.
Yeah, but that's kind of different.
Wait. Let me just be clear. So you're saying your parents were good in your definition?
Yeah.
Didn't you just say your parents kicked you out?
No, I said the woman who put the super chat on the screen.
Good. So you don't feel any obligation to helping your parents?
No.
Let me say this clear now. As of now, we cannot be friends. I do not trust you. And I know that's wrong. I'm going to go to the therapist and I'm going to figure it out. My mom tried her best to instill that in me. It didn't stick because my mom feel obligated to helping her parents. I feel obligated to help mine. I do not trust someone who believe that their parents has helped them and is good and poured into them and cared for them, and you don't feel obligated. I'm sorry, I don't like.
Because, I agree
don't
with
even
you.
understand
Obligation
that. So
is compulsion.
I'm gonna have to go figure this out.
That's the thing that's the part that doesn't make sense to me, because it's like, but then it kind of is making sense why the Black community is the way that it is. If
I'm
gonna
stop you there because I do agree with you.
Because the thing is like, it's like I said, and my friend always liked to say, anyway, the thing is that, like, to feel obligated, and like Annalicia was saying or whatever, is that obligation and love is two sides of the same coin, in effect, or what have you. So one can have a duty and obligation to something and also enjoy still to do that act. And it's not all the time that you may feel like you want to do the thing that needs to be done, but you do it anyways because you understand that it is good to do that thing. And so for me, as I was saying, and that's why I think, Themis, you qualified the question the way in which you did, in terms of, in your own definition, if your parents were good, then again, and maybe I'm wrong too, but I just feel like you would feel compelled to want to give back. It's like, if anybody...
You don't feel, let me stop you there because I'm going to summarize because we need to end it. If you don't feel compelled to help people who have helped you, I'm sorry, I don't know what to do with you. And maybe this is something I need to work on. This includes your parents, but it goes beyond your parents.
Yeah,
if people are good to you, and you, in your own definition, can acknowledge how good people are to you, and you are saying, but I don't feel obligated to help them when they do it. Like, I will if I want to. No, you did. If
Aren't
there's
you
not an
aren't you
obligation, if you don't
conflating?
feel compelled to help, if you don't feel like you owe someone something who have helped you, I am sorry, I don't know what that feels like, and I need to go figure it out. So that's fine. Maybe I'm wrong. I am okay with being wrong here. And when I figure it out, I'm going to talk to my therapist. I'm going to figure it out, and I'm going to come back. I promise you, if it takes me a year, I will come back and I will explain how I'm wrong and I'm sorry and all of that. But like, that makes no sense to me. Like that feeling that, yeah, no, I don't care. You were great. I think you were amazing. You did everything for me, but
That's a
I
straw
owe
man,
you
though.
nothing.
But that is a straw man. I didn't say I don't care about my parents or I hate my parents. Once they become old, I'm gonna put them in the worst nursing home.
No
No,
one's,
I
I
just
didn't
do
say
not
you
have
say
that
that.
obligation. I just don't feel an obligation. I love to give back to my parents, obviously, but I do not feel obligated to do so. If my parents instilled that in me, I would feel like they failed me.
Wait,
So
what?
you're saying that
No,
If
no. We don't. I don't want to get into it. So you were saying what was a straw man for me?
Oh, I feel like y'all are conflating compel and
No. Like, don't feel. You said specifically that what I said was a straw man. That's fine. What was a straw man? What did I say that was a straw man?
conflating compel and obligated.
All right.
But
So you can be compelled. You can feel compelled to do something without being obligated to do it.
Yep.
Yes. So which word would you think is bad? Like, should I remove compel or obligated?
Obligated, bad. Compelled, I think
All
there's
right,
nothing wrong with compelled.
fine. So I'm saying you don't feel obligated to helping your parents.
No, I do not.
Exactly. So that's fine. Let me remove compel and let me just put obligated then.
Oh no. Remove obligated and put compel.
What? You do you feel compelled to help?
Yeah.
All right. So you don't feel obligated to
but
help.
can I
No.
say
Why do you
compulsion
wait?
is
No. Why do you feel compelled to help?
My parents have been. I said they've been excellent to me.
But is that why you feel compelled?
Yeah.
I'm tired of y'all. I'm tired of y'all playing in my face right now. Let's continue reading these super chats.
Chris said, you need to define terms, re good/bad, if you want it to be a community/cultural thing to assert pressure on individuals. Otherwise, it's fencing.
Thank you, Chris.
Mixtress Monica. Shout out to my son Alex. I struggled as a single mom, but he still grew up, graduated college, got a good job, got married, and now raising my 2 grandbabies. Mommy loves you. Thanks, Siemens. Oh, that's beautiful.
Thank you. When I say, by the way, let me just clarify something so there's no confusion in the chat. That you are obligated to do something. When I say you owe someone something, it doesn't then mean you are obligated to repaying it. That doesn't make sense because I've been very clear on here that if you cannot do it, then you don't, like, there shouldn't be an expectation that you do, right? If you can afford it, there shouldn't be an expectation that you do. So when I'm saying that you are obligated, when I'm saying that you are compelled to do something, you have to have the means to do it. So this idea that, like, oh my God, if I don't have it, then I'm immoral. No, like, if you don't have it, you don't have it. Like, I don't understand. So we are conflating compelled and whatever. Like, no, let's go back to whatever, you owe your parents something. It's fine. Actually, let me check the thing. Actually, the chat agrees with me. Oh, the 71% says that you do owe your parents something. Period.
I feel like we've said that so many times when we talked about, like, if you don't have it, obviously.
Yeah.
I also thought it was more obvious. Anyway, Lily, no, it's not that we don't want to. It's just not, I couldn't imagine not supporting my mommy. You're putting words in our mouth.
Wait, you can't imagine not supporting your mommy. Why?
This is bad. Divine Diva. Even with trauma, my parents were good. I feel a sense of duty out of love. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm not changing the word owed either, by the way. Not doing it.
Chris, huge difference between feeling individually obligated to my good parents versus owing it to society to take care of my parents on behalf of
I
society.
mean, you owe it to the society because if you don't do it, the society will have to.
Right, if you don't deal with it, society's going to deal with it.
Yeah.
However
So
they
you,
see it. So
now you can say you can let them loose on society if they were terrible, but period.
Chico, compelled is a different argument. I'm not obligated. Oh, good.
You are obligated in my mind, and if you don't do it, well, to me, you're obligated, but it's fine if you don't wanna.
But if I may say, compulsion is a part of the definition of obligation. So look it up.
Petty is giving sociopath vibes.
No, y'all are giving gaslighty. Y'all are giving dismissive and insensitive to children.
What? How?
I am insensitive to children who had good parents.
What do you mean?
But I am insensitive to children who said they have good parents, but decided that they won't want to help them, or they don't feel any obligation to helping their parents.
Same.
But if you're saying I'm insensitive to people who have bad parents, no, that's not what we're talking about.
We've never had that, like that. We're not saying that. We're not like, and people said, "Oh, she did her best." I can recognize that parents doing their best in most cases is not enough, and it still results in a lot of trauma and other really bad outcomes. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about if you perceive your parents as having done a good job by your own measuring stick. This is what we're talking about. About gaslight. Gaslight where?
Go ahead. What's the next one?
People don't like the word owe or obligation. Too bad, because it denotes responsibility, and some of them don't want that response. Well, you live in a world where you cannot divorce yourself from responsibility. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, by the way, Jay. But I think this running away from responsibility is the problem.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Yes, that's exactly what it is. I feel like that's exactly what it is that people, but here's the question I would like to ask the people then. It's like, do you feel like you are owed for your parents to pass down their wealth, their blood, sweat, and tears from what they have worked for to you when they pass on? Because again, it's reciprocity and it works both ways. So if after they've taken care of you in your infancy to adulthood and whatever riches that they have acquired, right? And then they pass on, then you should not be looking to get not 1 cent, not 1 red cent from them, Nita.
Yeah, my answer is no.
No to my son, Alex. Mommy wants a test, period.
Listen, also, if responsibility is a problem and they don't want it, we're going to leave black men alone then. We are going to leave black men alone. I don't want to hear
it. Before we even get there, I just don't understand how people are like, they should take it. Like, this is like throwing me for a loop. Like, this is new. I'm actually off-centered right now, and I apologize. So, anywho, compelled versus obligated equals internal individual versus external societal legal locus of control. What do I owe? Emotionally available, but not money, etc. Compelled versus obligated equals they can be obligated. I actually do prefer to talk to you directly because I think I am misunderstanding some of your super chats, but I think you can be compelled and have obligations that are externally placed on you, and societally, like placed on you based on society. So I'm probably misunderstanding what you're saying, so I will say that. You can definitely come up. Maybe tomorrow we'll have another smoke live where you guys can argue with me, but we won't have the parent thing. And Chris will be the only one that I allow to have the parent discussion with me, and that will be fine. All right, no more super chats. I've read all of them. I fulfilled my promise. Prince Ben, you said you wanted to respond, and then we will get ready to go.
Wrap it up.
Can I pose a question to the panel? A final question.
Yeah.
So, since you brought up the manosphere, In the manosphere, there is a very loud conversation that's persistent across all channels about women in the Black community submitting. How would you feel about a Black woman joining one of these panels and saying, "Hey, what about um, what about submitting to men who are, abusive or toxic or whatever have you?" And the men on the panel say, "Oh, we're just talking about the good men." Doesn't this conversation now seem not really useful to the Black community?
No, because I would not like. I'm against submitting. Period. Good or bad.
Well, to the extent that people have patriarchal views and they think submission is given in exchange for providing or whatever have you.
No.
Right. So if we're in a world where submission is good and submission should be given to men who are good, and then people come on and say women should submit, and someone say only to good men, and that's fine because we're in a patriarchy, then you submit to a good man. Hopefully you don't submit to a bad man. Now,
Yeah.
is there an issue? Is there an issue with deciding who is good and bad?
I mean, yeah, but that's not the point of my argument. The point would be, how useful is a conversation about submitting to good men in the Black community?
What do you mean? I don't
Are you
understand
saying
you.
that there is because there isn't enough good Black men?
Yeah.
So if you find a good one, you shouldn't submit.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What
No,
I'm
but
saying is, how useful is the conversation to the Black community?
It's still
Because
useful.
when you and
tell other
Annalicia
men who are
say,
not good to become good.
wait, I want to understand what he's saying because I'm like kind of confused. Because for me, submitting is like a bad word.
Okay, when you and Annalicia say, "Oh, we're not talking about bad parents," I feel
Yeah.
like you are dismissing a large portion of the Black community, which was part of
No. It's not dismissing any part of the community when you get to define if your parent is good. And this is
No, it does feel
this is
dismissive.
like we're not having a conversation ex ante, it's exposed. You decide after, like if I'm saying, oh, you should submit. Well, I'm not about to talk about submitting because you have to choose a man to submit to. This is about parents after they have provided what they needed to provide, and you make a judgment of whether or not it's good or bad.
Yeah, I understand. That's not my point of contention. My point of contention is how useful to that in a community where there aren't a lot of good parents, in my opinion.
How useful
I
is
assume
it?
your audience is mostly Black
wait.
community.
Wait. You were asking how useful is what?
How useful is a conversation, and how good of a prescription to your audience is this, when I assume your audience is mostly in the Black community where good parents may be sparse?
All right. So if we agree that the community is filled with mostly bad parents, should we be talking about taking care of good parent? Is that useful?
Yes, especially when good parent is subjective and people are describing traumatic instances where they still consider
Yes, it is useful.
Okay.
Because on multiple levels. On the first level, people who are bad parents get to sit out and not even be a part of the conversation. Children get to talk about whether or not they want to help their good, quote unquote, good parents. And so I think it is useful. Is it also useful to talk about bad parenting and approaches to parenting generally? Yes. But I think those are difference in kind because one happens ex ante, that is choosing a man to submit to, and then one happens exposed. Being a good parent happens after the parenting is complete.
Okay.
All right. I will be going home. I will be calling my mom and telling her that I love her and thank you for being a great parent. What you just highlighted to me, though, Petty, is that you believe that people cannot see beyond, or not people, that it is detrimental to have a conversation about good parents when there are so many bad parents, right?
Yes,
Is that what you
especially
meant?
when good is subjective in this conversation. Yes.
All right. And so if because of that, it would be saying like finding a good man.
Yeah. To me, at least, I
But
understand that's not.
all right, so do you understand why one is good versus bad because of when we determine good?
Nah, you lost me.
Do you understand that we determine good man in the process of the man being with you, or probably before if we're talking about vetting?
Yes.
Do you understand that parenting, like it's not all ever fully complete in my mind, but let's do 18. There's no legal obligation to look back at your first 18 years and determine if the child, the parent is good, and even beyond. So until your parent
Oh,
need help.
if it's about the length of time, then I would just change the scenario to a man who has been good to you for a lengthy time, now deserving submission, as opposed to just you meet somebody.
Well, you're asking me about something that I don't believe anyone deserve.
Yeah, I mean, I took it back to the parent argument.
No, I mean, no one deserves submission. You have to ask me something that I believe. Like, I have to create a world where, like, if submission is good, then yes, if you believe submission is good and you should submit to a good man and you get a good man, then you can talk about submission to a good man. I will never agree to submission because I think y'all should work together and figure out what works. I don't like the idea of submission, period.
I think that sounds like, I mean, that's your personal belief about submission, but I don't think it's a position generally that people have. I mean, well, I guess
Yeah,
people
but
are.
if you're investigating what I believe, you can't use submission because I already don't agree with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did pose the question to you. You're right.
Obligation means you have to find a way regardless of means. I'm obligated. No, you can put a condition on obligated. You are obligated to me if you can help. Like it's not just, oh, you're obligated to me to give me this. But if you can't afford it, like, no, your obligation is limited to what you can. I am obligated to care for my kids. If I don't have the means, I still need to find a way to care for them. There is no exception for means. No, there is. You can give the child up for adoption. And if you can't care for the child, you can choose to not have the child. If good parents are subjective, what I owe them is also subjective. To my standard, you can't condemn me for not providing them with what you think. No. Yeah, no. Yeah, all right. So, yeah, what you believe you owe them, I've never defined what you owe them. I've made very clear not to define. If people even ask me, what do you think I said, no, I don't know. What do you owe them? Something. That whatever you think you owe them is what you owe them. I'm not about to tell you what you owe them.
We're talking about the feeling of not feeling obligated, not feeling compelled, not having that as kind of a baseline for that symbiotic relationship. That's what I think. That's what we were talking about.
Well, if you add qualifiers, I might get a period. Well, there are qualifiers. There is always a ton of qualifiers. Thank you, Chris. I will open for you and I to have a discussion Friday. You don't have to come, by the way. I'm just saying, I know you're really busy or whatever. So, like, if you're here and you would like, I will talk to you about this. Everyone else, I appreciate you. Thank you all for this discussion. It went a lot longer than I anticipated, partly because I was attempting to read every single super chat, and I will continue to do that. All right. Final words, 10 seconds, everyone. I'm going to count. Pretty, go first.
Yeah, I just want to
You're wrong. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I just want to say I've been on my lunch break for like 5 hours now. My boss is going to go crazy.
Oh, no.
Well, go back. You have obligations there, sir.
Yeah.
These entitled old folks, I swear.
Oh, my gosh.
Thank you. Go ahead, the what?
Yeah, I just wanted to like put emphasis on what we were talking about earlier, about, like, I get it that, it's a patriarchal type of society, but sons can still provide something to their parents, if not their like actual labor to taking care of their parents, they can provide financial support. I think that in our community right now, the financial support and the actual labor falls heavy on the daughters. And I think that I'm just still trying to see like why there's such a strong disconnect for Black men. But and the chat agrees with you. You know, we should be taking care of our parents. So, whoop. And happy holidays. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And someone said, read the poll. So 70% of people agrees with me and 30% do not. So the chat is not reflective of the people voting. So the people who are going buckwild in the chat are just loud, because the loudest people are just
Loud
the loud
minority.
minority. Yep. Go ahead, Truth Teller.
Well, this is very spirited, given that we are in the Christmas season. Yeah, what do I want to say about it? I think that you know, you made the parameters very clear, and I just hope that folks realize that we're not saying that you have to, if you do not define your parents to be good and choose not to be there for them in their late stage of life, of course, that's your choice and that's your prerogative. We're just simply saying that just having that sense of responsibility and duty to those that have poured into you and who've been good to you is something that is invaluable to a good and prosperous society. And it's actually something that I do, just like you, Themis, admire, because I have a lot of Asian friends and Indian friends or what have you. And that's something that I see in their community that has caused them to prosper. And I admire a lot. And I feel like it is a good thing to have. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Always happy for some good natured debate. Prince Petty didn't feel compelled to meet his work obligation.
There it goes. There it goes.
I'm actually kind of annoyed because like the chat agrees more with me. So like I was in my mind, I was always going to remind y'all that y'all do not want to take care of your parents, but that's not true because like most of the chat agrees. So I can't weaponize it. So I just stressed myself out, created a demon in some ways to like put it out there every time I'm like annoyed, be like, y'all can't even talk to me because y'all don't even want to take care of your parents. But I can't do that because most of the chat agrees. Like a super majority of the chat agrees with me. So that's not cute. So I just wasted an ammunition. Go ahead, Annalisa.
I just wanted to say that you owe it to yourself and you have an obligation to yourself to at some point in your life get on the path towards healing. It can be done. You're in the world. You don't have to be of the world. And it can be done. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. That's what you get, Themis. No, I actually, in my mind, I already knew that y'all were all against me, and I was like, period. So anytime they're like dragging someone or trying to take the moral high ground, I'm going to use my own moral judgment and drag everyone in the chat and be like, y'all don't even feel obligated or feel like you owed your parents who took care of you anything. And like I had the whole thing in my head where I'm going to drag the chat, but then watching and feeling like, okay, well, they y'all agree with me. Themis, most Manosphere Creator followers agree with their viewpoint. Themis, most Manosphere Creators followers agree with their viewpoint. HM, I'm disconnected from your comment because I don't remember where this would go in.
Oh, he's talking about the fact that 70% agree.
Drag us. Y'all can't really get mad at me for dragging y'all. It's cold-hearted. Y'all dragged me all day today. Even some of the ones that don't agree with you will take care of their parents because they love their parents and don't feel indebted to them. Yeah, no. I think these kids in time, yeah. I don't think the only reason for taking care of your parents is feeling like you are obligated to do so. But I do think you should feel like you owe your parents something if their parents are good. And you should feel obligated to like taking care of your parents if they're good and you can do it. All right. That is that on that. Thank you all. I look forward to seeing my subscriber count fall and then rise again next week, because that's what we do here. I mean, that's what we've been doing in the last in the last month. Thank you all so much. If I have been dismissive, I apologize. If I've been rude, I apologize. I really am trying not to be, but I think I'm too attached to this, and while I'm not leaning into my biases, and I try not to, I recognize that it could be taken wrong. I could be communicating wrongfully, and I can accept that. I will do better, but I only change my opinion when my opinion has been changed, not because people want it to be changed. So that's that on that. I do actually really appreciate and love you all. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.